Yo, Atlas speaking, and welcome back to part 3 of What If Naruto's body became possessed by the nine-tailed fox. This is the second to last upload of this series before the finale that's coming soon, so look out for that. Anyways, with that being said, let the tale begin. Chapter 26, Not Good Enough. July 18th, 347 NE. -4:30 p.m. Inside the tower, arena. The second battle of the preliminaries is between Ino Yamanaka of Konoha and Shikamaru Nara of Konoha. Begin! Ino immediately leapt back to avoid Shikamaru's shadow, which lanced out quickly and nearly caught her anyway. She had to jump back twice more to avoid the shadow before it finally halted, quivering in place for a moment before withdrawing. She let out a shaky breath when she saw it retract. He'd improved his range by several feet since the last time she'd seen him use it, and that was without any supplemental shadows. Still, she knew how far he could extend it now. Not gonna be that easy, Shika, she taunted. There's no shadows for you to use, and now I know your limit. Troublesome, Shikamaru said, groaning. Why do I always have to deal with the blondes? Just for that, Ino growled, pulling out a handful of kunai and flinging them in Shikamaru's direction. He dodged them easily with a minimum of movement, some landing in front of him while others sailed past him a short distance. She smirked to herself and began a series of hand signs. She was going to enjoy this a lot more than she should. Lightning release, chain lightning, she called out, thrusting one hand forward and emitting a burst of electricity. She didn't know this one well enough yet to drop the name or any of the hand signs, so it was a little slow still. She only put a relatively small amount of chakra in the technique, enough to hurt and possibly stun him, but far short of being lethal. Shikamaru dodged much more quickly this time, but his prior laziness cost him. Though the technique missed initially, it struck the kunai Ino had thrown earlier and arced back and forth, jumping from kunai to kunai and striking Shikamaru, who was caught in the middle. She felt a little guilty when she heard his yell of pain, but relaxed when she noticed that the lightning wasn't even burning his skin. She had judged the amount of chakra well, although she probably could have put more in without doing any serious damage. Is she trying to kill him? Mikoto hissed at Kakashi, her hands clenched. Nope, Kakashi replied from his spot leaning against the railing. She's barely putting any chakra in that. If anything, she's holding back too much. Why does the thought of Ino throwing lightning bolts at people scare me? Sakura asked quietly as she watched the match. Sasuke shuddered slightly. It scares me too, he admitted. She's already got a temper, she doesn't need anything to make it even worse. Ino cut off the chakra flowing into the jutsu and allowed it to dissipate. She waited a few moments, pulling out a few more kunai as she waited to see if Shikamaru would surrender or not. She sighed as she saw him slowly getting to his feet, his limbs twitching spasmodically every now and then. Ow, he said, his tone as lazy as it was before. You want some more? Ino called out, annoyed. She hefted the kunai in her hands, but her eyes widened as she saw Shikamaru fling his own kunai towards her, and she saw the paper wrapped around the hilt of the weapon. She threw her kunai towards him as she leapt to the side, making sure to keep her distance from Shikamaru. She didn't want to get caught by his shadow because she'd gotten careless. Instead of the explosion she'd expected, she heard a loud poof and smoke filled the area around where the kunai had landed. A dud? Unlikely, since Naruto was probably Shikamaru's source for tags. A smoke tag then. That made her feel a little safer, but Shika was probably planning to use that smoke to extend his shadow. Sure enough, she could see a tendril of shadow extending from the smoke and began jumping away. Another kunai whipped past her and erupted into another cloud of smoke. She changed course and doubled her speed to gain some extra distance. She stopped in the middle of the damaged area, well away from the two clouds of smoke that were already slowly dissipating. Shikamaru's shadow lanced out of the second cloud towards her, dipping into one of the damaged tiles before coming out of the other side. She tensed, preparing to move away again, but the shadow came to a stop a solid 10 feet away, quivering. She could see Shikamaru himself standing inside the second dissipating cloud, his face set in a grimace as he strained his shadow to its limit. As the cloud faded, the shadow began to shrink, pulling back until it barely reached the outer edge of the damaged area. Nice try, Shika, but you'll have to do better than that, Ino called out. She already used a lightning jutsu, and after his painful lesson earlier he wasn't likely to stay anywhere near her kunai if she threw more. Which earth jutsu should she? Shikamaru was still maintaining the shadow. Shit! She tried to leap away, but her body refused to obey her commands. Shadow possession, success, Shikamaru called out lazily. Kakashi whistled lowly. I hate that Ino got caught, but damn if that isn't impressive. Did they plan that? Mikoto smirked. Your team isn't the only one with good teamwork, you know, she replied smugly. That is such bullshit, Ino replied, frowning. How could you possibly have gotten me from that far away? Shikamaru turned his head to the right, Ino's own mirroring his motion. As her vision panned, she could see the shadow connected to her own coming out of one of the damaged tiles behind her. From that tile she could see the thin shadows stretching from one damaged tile to the next, leading up to the first tile where she had thought his shadow stopped. Ino felt her hand dipping into her pouch and pulling out a kunai. Despite all her efforts, she couldn't stop the kunai from raising until it hovered near her throat. After a long pause, Hey-8 entered the arena. Winner, Shikamaru Nara of Team 73. Ino felt her arm lower before Shikamaru's shadow detached and she regained control of her body. She grumbled under her breath as she put away the kunai and began gathering up the ones she had thrown earlier. Good work, lazy ass, she said as he strolled by. Thanks, he said, nodding at her. Did you have to hit me with that lightning jutsu? That hurt, he added. Totally your fault for moving as little as possible. Consider it a free lesson, Ino replied, smirking, before she moved to join her teammates on the balcony. Naruto met her halfway. Too bad, Ino-ne-chan. If the proctor was being fair, you would have won with that first jutsu. She shrugged, maybe, but I could have put more chakra into it without doing any real damage, so the fact that he was still functional was my own fault. I could have used the time he was down more effectively too, she admitted, frowning. Well, you didn't want to hurt him too much, so I wouldn't say that you did anything wrong, necessarily. Anyway, don't worry about it. I'll take care of Kiba and we'll be on our way to the third phase. Ino nodded, grinning. Try not to embarrass him too much, his whining can get annoying. I can hear you just fine, you know, Kiba called out from his place next to Hey-8. Akamaru barked in agreement from his spot next to Kiba. Both Naruto and Ino turned to look at him and grinned widely, nodding in unison. We know, they replied. Kiba growled in annoyance and began tapping his foot impatiently. Naruto moved over to join him, nodding to the proctor. The third battle of the preliminaries is between Naruto Yamanaka of Konoha and Kiba Inuzuka of Konoha. Begin! Kiba immediately pulled out a red pill and tossed it to Akamaru, who bit down on it. After a few moments, Akamaru's fur turned to a deep red. He growled, the sound much deeper and more menacing than usual. Kushu just smirked. Taking this seriously, I see. I'm going to win this. Kiba shouted, his face set in a scowl. Me and Akamaru have been training hard so we could take you down. I'm touched, really, Kushu said, holding a hand over his heart. Internally he was considering how best to approach this fight. There was no question he would win, but should he go for a physical confrontation? Ninjutsu? Use his medical knowledge to disable Kiba? Pull out some of his binding seals for a quick win? Kushu's time trapped in this body had taught him the value of keeping his abilities hidden. Kakashi and the other ninja thought his ninjutsu range was limited to roughly 12 feet at the moment, for instance, when in reality it was closer to 20. A stray thought one day had led to him experimenting with pulling some of his yuki back into the seal, carefully and slowly, of course, as he didn't want to lose any of his progress he had built up over the years. Once he was satisfied that he could send the yuki back outside of the seal easily, he began testing his range again and found that how far he could extend his yuki was directly related to how much yuki he had outside the seal. From there it was a simple matter to begin underplaying his abilities. Mikoto frowned slightly as she listened to her jin and declared that his entire purpose for training was to defeat Naruto. I thought I'd gotten him past that, she grumbled. Sakura shook her head. No offense, Makoto-san, but I don't think Kiba's ever going to admit he doesn't stand a chance against Naruto. Naruto is also really good at getting him riled up without even really trying. Shino adjusted his sunglasses as he observed the two genin in the arena. Kiba's obsession with defeating Naruto is most unreasonable. Naruto has always been the strongest of us and will likely grow only more so in the future. Learning to work with him and training with him is a much more sensible approach. Kiba and sense don't always go together, Sasuke said, shaking his head slightly. Kiba charged forward, Akamaru right beside him, and began attacking with a series of quick swipes, his fingers curled into claws and reinforced with chakra. He really was taking this seriously. It seemed, if any of his attacks struck they could do serious damage. Akamaru tried to circle behind him, the dog's teeth snapping at his feet and legs. Kushu began dodging, his body swaying back and forth and his feet shifting rapidly in a maneuver he had seen Kakashi use against his own team to great effect. The seemingly effortless movement had the dual benefit of keeping his hands free and taunting his opponent. While he dodged, he continued to consider his approach. Hinata had used strictly taijutsu and her clan's juken style, while Ino had used a combination of kunai and ninjutsu. He could use jinjutsu, but he wasn't known for that and he wanted to keep that particular skill under wraps. With his yuki mixed in his jinjutsu were incredibly effective, and his recent experiments with controlling chakra in other people's bodies would only make them more so. Kushu rolled forward, allowing Kiba and Akamaru's passing Fong attack to pass over his head. Given how much skill he had shown in taijutsu already, he might as well stick with that. Besides, he was really getting tired of Kiba always trying the same thing against him, and a lesson was in order. Thus decided on his course, he waited for Kiba and Akamaru to turn and rush him again, still maintaining their passing Fong attack. Kushu's plans were rudely disrupted when the two cyclones suddenly changed course and moved to either side. His eyes tracked the one on his left and he almost missed the veritable hail of broken tile shards that flew out of the other one. He still managed to react in time, his hands moving quickly as they slapped the tiles out of the air and his body twisting to avoid others. Despite the large amount of projectiles, none of them managed to even scratch him, much less land a solid hit. He was impressed by Kiba's resourcefulness, though he honestly hadn't noticed that Kiba had been picking up the tiles as he moved about the arena. Not bad, Kakashi observed as he leaned on the railing next to Makoto. He knew he wasn't going to land his attacks normally, so he used his normal attack routine as a ruse while he prepared another attack. Makoto nodded, frowning slightly. It didn't work, though. Kakashi just smiled beneath his mask, pride evident in his voice. Not bad, he repeated, but not good enough to take down Naruto. Kushu could actually hear Kiba cursing as none of the shards he had thrown managed to so much as scratch his hands. Kiba redoubled his speed and ferocity, his attack actually leaving gouges on the tile floor as he maneuvered to make another pass at his opponent. Kushu just sighed. Kiba had managed to surprise him with that last move, but that seemed to be the end of his ingenuity. Time to end this. Kushu waited until both Kiba and Akamaru were in the air before leaping towards Kiba. He easily caught Kiba's hands with his own and jerked his arms wide, turning Kiba's own arms against the rotation of the rest of Kiba's body. A sickening pop and a scream of pain showed that he had managed to dislocate one of Kiba's shoulders. Maintaining his hold on Kiba's arms, he yanked him forward and kneed him in the stomach, landing a solid blow on his solar plexus. Akamaru was closing in from behind at this point, fangs bared in claws ready to tear into him. Releasing his hold on Kiba, Kushu twisted his body so that his upper half was parallel to the ground and whipped his leg around, catching Akamaru in the ribs and tossing him several feet to the side where he landed with a loud yelp. Kiba was incapacitated by the earlier blow, his breath wheezing and his eyes rolling wildly, so Kushu pulled out a kunai and held it to his neck. Akamaru climbed back on his feet and was ready to charge forward again, but paused when he saw his partner threatened. Winner, Naruto Yamanaka of Team 71, announced Hey 8. Wow, Sakura said, staring at Kiba's crumpled form. That was harsh. Indeed, Shino said, his Kakashi buzzing slightly. Naruto-san is not usually so efficient when battling Kiba. That is also the first time I have seen Kiba's passing Fong maneuver countered in such a manner. It's worse than that, Sasuke said, his Sharingan activated and his fists clenched. He timed his counter perfectly, he doesn't have so much as a scratch on him from doing that, and he didn't take any damage from those tiles Kiba threw. Either he's gotten much stronger since we graduated or he's never fought Kiba all out, he growled. Crap, Sakura said, thinking about her own team's chances if they had to face him in the finals. Kushu knelt next to Kiba's prone form. He placed one hand on Kiba's shoulder and activated a medical jutsu while the other grabbed the elbow on that side. With a quick shove he forced the shoulder back into its socket. Kiba barely managed a low moan, still too out of it to register. What was going on? Standing up, he dusted his hands off and began heading towards the balcony, letting Chuji and Shikamaru collect their teammate. They waved off the approaching medics and pulled Kiba to his feet, letting him hang off of their shoulders as they followed Naruto to the stairs. Team 71 will advance to the finals, Hayate announced. Team 70 and Team 72 will now battle to determine which team will advance. The same rules apply, so you have 5 minutes to consult with your Jounin instructors before informing me of the order in which you will fight. Once he had heard from each team, Hayate stepped back into the middle of the arena. Very well, will Lee Rock of Team 72 and Shino Aburame of Team 70 please enter the arena? Yash! Lee cried as he sprinted into the middle of the arena. He came to a stop in front of Hayate but continued to bounce on his feet. Come, Shino-kun, let us test our flames of youth in this preliminary battle. Shino approached at a much more sedate and dignified pace, nodding to Lee and the proctor when he finally arrived. I see, sending Shino in to face Lee, not a bad idea, Kakashi observed. Kurina nodded, smiling. It was pretty much a given that Lee would go first and my team decided that Shino had the best chance to take him on. Guy shook his head as he moved to stand next to his fellow Jounin. Shino-kun is most youthful indeed, but you are sadly mistaken if you think his Kakashi will be able to overcome Lee's flames of youth. Kurina's smile faltered. I thought Lee's chakra coils weren't formed properly. Wouldn't that mean he has low chakra reserves and thus leave him vulnerable to chakra-draining attacks like the Aburame clan techniques? She asked quietly, wrapping a jinjutsu around the three of them to keep their conversation private. The fourth battle of the preliminary round is between Lee Rock of Konoha and Shino Aburame of Konoha. Begin! Shino immediately replaced himself with a Kakashi Bunshin and formed a jinjutsu around himself to hide his presence, the hand signs for the techniques concealed by the voluminous sleeves of his trenchcoat. Despite the speed of his efforts he was nearly too slow anyway, as Lee charged forward before dropping into a crouch and sending a sweeping kick at Shino while crying out Konoha Gale, excitedly. The Bunshin immediately dissolved and the bugs began to latch onto Lee and drain his chakra. Shino relaxed slightly, relieved that his plan was already working. All he needed to do now was buy some time for his bugs to drain Lee's limited chakra reserves and he would win the bout. His confidence faltered when Lee snapped off 2 quick kicks, his legs blurring. The sudden forceful motion caused many of the Kakashi to lose their grasp on Lee and they went flying through the air, scattering. Roughly a quarter of the Kakashi remained attached to Lee but he seemed unconcerned as he settled into a ready stance and began scanning the arena. Shino formed another Kakashi Bunshin and had it charge Lee. Lee once again rushed forward and effortlessly dispatched the Bunshin. 2 more quick kicks and he once again dislodged many of the Kakashi on his legs, though the overall number still grew. Shino shifted his position in the arena, moving carefully to avoid detection. The plan was not going quite as smoothly as he had hoped, but it was still effective. Lee seemed unable to detect his presence behind the jinjutsu and was making no efforts beyond the initial kicks to remove the Kakashi from his person. These tactics, while slow, seemed likely to win the match nonetheless. That is a common misconception, Guy said solemnly. It is not Lee's coils that are malformed, it is his chakra network. Kurina's face paled. Isn't that fatal? Normally, yes, Guy said, his face grave. However, Lee's case is relatively mild, as it only resulted in roughly 2/3 of his tenketsu not forming correctly and failing to hold chakra properly. Instead, his chakra is constantly leaking from most of his tenketsu and diffusing throughout his body. He will never be able to use ninjutsu or jinjutsu, and is most fortunate that he has enough properly formed tenketsu in his feet to perform the tree walking and water walking exercises. None of that matters, though, because in taijutsu, one day he will surpass me, Guy finished proudly, his face beaming. Kakashi's eye widened. I didn't know that, he admitted. If his chakra is always leaking throughout his body, then... Indeed, my eternal rival, it is very much like constantly exercising his reserves. Guy replied. Due to that, he actually has very high chakra reserves, more than any Konoha Genin in this exam other than the most youthful Naruto-kun. Shino-kun will never be able to drain enough chakra to diminish Lee's flames of youth. Shit, Kurina muttered. Another bunshin was created and dispelled, and 2 more kick. Sent the Kakaichu flying through the air. A portion of them landed on Shino's hidden form, seeming to disappear in midair as they passed through the jinjutsu. Lee's eyes suddenly blazed and he launched himself forward, crying, "There you are!" Shino's eyes widened as he tried to block Lee's rapid attacks, but a heavy kick sent him flying to the side and disrupted his illusion. His form revealed, he unleashed all his Kakaichu in a defensive wave in the hopes that it would slow or deter Lee's attack. His efforts were in vain as Lee charged straight through the cloud, seemingly uncaring as many of them latched onto his form and began draining his chakra. Lee's movements did not seem hindered in the least, and Shino was unable to keep up as a series of heavy punches and kicks rained down on him. His own taijutsu abilities were not poor by any means, but against Lee he might as well have not been trying. Fortunately, he could tell that Lee was pulling his punches considerably or his bones would be snapping and breaking under the assault. He tried to endure to give his Kakaichu time to work, but his vision was already swimming and he felt unconsciousness approaching. He called off his Kakaichu and raised his arms in the air, signaling his surrender. Lee, seeing the shift in his stance and feeling the Kakaichu leave his body, halted his attack and stepped back slightly. He remained wary and ready to resume his assault at a moment's notice, however. "I forfeit," Shino called out, his voice calm despite the damage he had received. Hay-8 entered the arena and nodded. Winner, Lee Rock of Team 72. Cheering and clapping echoed through the arena as Lee celebrated his victory and ran back up to the balcony to join his teammates. Will Tenten Higurashi of Team 72 and Sakura Haruno of Team 70 please enter the arena? The 2 girls made their way down to the arena, Tenten looking confident and Sakura looking slightly unnerved. It had been her idea to send Shino against Lee, though her teammates and sensei had agreed with her reasoning. The complete failure of her plan had undermined her confidence about her own chances. It didn't help that she knew she couldn't take Tenten in weapons, either thrown or wielded, or pure taijutsu. She had no idea about the girl's ninjutsu capabilities, though her own weren't exactly impressive. Jinjutsu she almost certainly had an advantage in, but... She stopped across from Tenten and waited for the proctor's announcement. She mentally shook herself and refocused. She hadn't trained so hard and long just to wilt at the first sign of trouble. Her nerves steadied, a little, anyway. She began reviewing the layered jinjutsu she would use against Tenten. The 5th battle of the preliminary round is between Tenten Higurashi of Konoha and Sakura Haruno of Konoha. Begin! Sakura immediately began running through hand signs but was forced to abandon the jinjutsu and dodge as Tenten flung a hail of kunai in her direction. Despite her evasion, a few kunai still managed to scratch her. She turned to face Tenten only to find more kunai flying through the air towards her. This pattern continued until Tenten had her backed into a wall. Rather than throwing more kunai that were almost guaranteed to hit, and where the hell was she pulling all of those from, anyway? She had to have thrown at least 50 of them by now. Tenten opened a scroll and quickly unsealed a staff, twirling it expertly as she closed with Sakura. Sakura didn't waste her chance, racing through the string of hand signs required for her planned jutsu faster than she ever had in training. She completed the jutsu and launched it when Tenten was roughly a dozen feet away. The jinjutsu was designed in 2 parts. the outer and easily broken layer which shows Sakura morphing into a monster based on Tenten's fears, while the second layer which shows Sakura launching a rapid series of low-powered earth jutsu that would herd Tenten towards a specific point in the arena. Sakura herself would move to that point and prepare to ambush Tenten while she was still trapped in the Jinjutsu. Kakashi smiled at Kurenai as Sakura executed the Jinjutsu. "She's rather fast with those, isn't she?" Kurenai smiled proudly. "Of all my students, Sakura has had the most success integrating Jinjutsu into her battle style." Guy nodded thoughtfully. "A most youthful display, but it won't be enough." Kurenai frowned and turned to Guy. "I know you are a taijutsu specialist, but don't underestimate the power of Jinjutsu." "That's not what I meant," Guy responded calmly. "I appreciate the power of a well-applied Jinjutsu and would certainly not disrespect their potential. What I meant was that Sakura's plan will not be sufficient to defeat Tenten." Once she felt the Jinjutsu take hold, she rapidly moved away from Tenten. As expected, Tenten first tried to ignore the jutsu and lashed out with her staff, striking the area where Sakura was standing just moments ago. When that failed, Tenten focused and flared her chakra, attempting to force all foreign chakra out of her system and thus disrupt the Jinjutsu. Sakura was tempted to try to take advantage of Tenten's distraction then and there, but swiftly reconsidered as Tenten whipped the staff around her body repeatedly in an attempt to ward off any strikes she couldn't see. Instead, Sakura watched as Tenten began dodging a series of phantom attacks. Satisfied that the second layer of the Jinjutsu was working as intended, she began moving into position. Unfortunately, her control over the Jinjutsu wasn't good enough to launch another jutsu without disrupting it. Kurenai-sensei assured her that as she gained more experience in using Jinjutsu, that weakness would disappear. It wasn't a matter of chakra control so much as conditioning. She had demonstrated some of what was possible by locking her students in 3 different independent Jinjutsu while launching a series of ninjutsu shortly thereafter. None of the students had detected so much as a ripple in the Jinjutsu they were under, nor had they been able to detect the ninjutsu Kurenai was using until after they were released. She couldn't use another jutsu, but she had her kunai ready once she managed to get close enough to Tenten. All she needed was to hold the blade at her opponent's throat for a second and the battle would be hers. Sakura frowned when, instead of continuing to dodge as she expected, Tenten leapt high into the air and pulled out a pair of large scrolls. Her eyes widened in panic as she realized what Tenten was about to do, and she frantically began another series of hand signs, dropping her hold on the Jinjutsu. She barely managed to complete the jutsu in time and slammed her hand onto the tiles beneath her feet as Tenten unleashed wave after wave of weapons from within the ceiling scrolls. "Earth release, shielding wall," she cried desperately. The tile shuddered, and for a brief, horrifying moment she thought that she hadn't put enough chakra into the technique. To her immense relief, the tile finally cracked and the floor rose up to form a barrier several inches thick in front of her. The clang of metal striking tile and stone echoed throughout the arena as her barrier protected her from Tenten's attack. The clanging continued for several seconds before it finally trailed off. Sakura tensed and readied her kunai as she prepared to leave the protection of the barrier. Before she had taken more than a single step, however, a blur whipped around the barrier and smashed into her arm, forcing her to drop the kunai and spinning her body slightly. Before she even had a chance to react, she felt several more blows land, the blur moving so fast she couldn't even determine what sort of weapon it was. Her world spun crazily and she found herself lying on the ground with her ears ringing and her vision blurry. "Winner, Tenten Higurashi of Team 72, she heard the proctor call out, and her heart sank. It took several more seconds before her vision cleared enough to make out Tenten standing above her, a segmented staff poised above her throat. Shame and guilt warred within her as she realized that her failure to win the battle had just cost her team the chance to advance to the finals and possibly earn a promotion to Chunin. She felt tears burning her eyes, but she forced them back as Tenten helped her to her feet. The blond-haired girl had a faintly apologetic look on her face, but she just nodded politely before moving away to join her team. "How?" Sakura asked suddenly. "How did you know it was a Jinjutsu?" Tenten paused and looked back at Sakura. "I didn't," she replied easily, but either way you would be forced to defend against my attack, and if it was a genjutsu then you'd almost certainly lose control of it. Sakura swallowed thickly and nodded. Tenten eyed her for a moment before resuming her trek to join her teammates. Sakura followed behind her, moving slowly. Team 72 will advance to the finals, Hayate announced. Sakura winced as his voice rang out, followed by more clapping and cheering from the spectators. Each step up to the balcony seemed more difficult than the last, and she felt like her entire body was covered in lead weights as she reached the top. She turned to walk towards her team and saw Team Guy celebrating, Guy and Lee embracing and shouting while Niji was congratulating Tenten in a much more reserved and dignified fashion, a small smile on his face. Team Kakashi and Team Makoto were also clapping, their attention focused on Team Guy for the moment, and Team Kurenai, her team. Shino looked neutral as always, even as he nodded respectfully to her. Kurenai-sensei had a sympathetic expression on her face, and Sasuke looked angry and frustrated. She flinched when he looked at her, afraid that he was going to yell at her, all her talk about trusting his teammates, and here she lost before he even had the chance to compete at all. She felt all the old insecurities coming back, the feelings of loneliness and anxiety she had never quite forgotten from that first year in the academy. For a moment she contemplated just running from the tower altogether, but she forced that aside. Even if her team turned her away, she could at least face it with her head held high. She had done the best she could, even if it hadn't been enough. Damn Sakura, was that a layered genjutsu? Ino's voice called out, cutting through the haze that had begun to fill Sakura's mind. Indeed it was, Naruto added, and she did it without calling out the name and took less than 2 seconds for 13 hand signs. She's gotten a lot faster since we graduated, he finished, nodding to Sakura respectfully. Sakura gaped for a moment, her mind still locked in self-loathing and having difficulty understanding just what they were saying. Were they complimenting her? Kurenai-sensei stepped forward and laid a comforting hand on Sakura's shoulder. You did very well, Sakura, she said. It was just your misfortune to run up against a more experienced kunoichi. There is nothing to be ashamed of, she added quietly, her last words meant for Sakura's ears alone. Sakura nodded slowly, not trusting herself to speak at the moment. Kurenai led her over to her team as the other genin called out their own compliments and encouragement. Shino just nodded again, his message clear. Sasuke stared at her for a long moment before giving her a nod of his own. Good work, he said, and Sakura was startled to find that he actually sounded sincere. Tenten's had a year longer as a genin and you almost had her anyway, he added. We'll just have to get stronger for next time. He'd said. She took in Shino's calm demeanor and Kurenai-sensei's encouraging smile. Her team wasn't angry with her. Yeah, she said, and smiled even as a few tears escaped. We will. That concludes the preliminaries for the third phase of the exams, Hayate announced. Teams 30, 59, 71, and 72 will advance to the finals. Based on the numbers drawn earlier, in the first round of the third phase Team 30 will face Team 59 and then Team 71 will face Team 72 in the second round. The winners of those respective battles will face each other in the finals. I will now explain the format of the third phase. The third phase is a team-based single elimination tournament. All of you will fight as a team, but if one of your teammates dies or is otherwise eliminated you may still advance as long as your team as a whole wins the round. The tournament will be held in the Konoha Stadium and, unlike the first two phases, you will have an audience of civilians, nobles, and other ninja. Since we have 4 teams this year, the tournament will be spread out over 2 days. The first 2 battles will be held on the first day with the finals held on the second day. The winning teams from the first day will be sequestered until the finals on the second day to prevent any outside interference. They will not be allowed to receive any outside help in the form of advice or medical assistance, including from their jounin instructor. Should any participant sustain serious injuries, they may withdraw from the tournament in order to receive aid. They personally will not be able to continue, but their team will not otherwise be penalized. The arena itself will be divided into 3 sections. Each section will have a different simulated terrain type and a number of traps or hazards which you must avoid while battling your opponent. The terrain types and traps will be altered between the first and second days. Each section will also have an objective which you must find and take possession of. In order for a team to win, they must either defeat all of their opponents or maintain possession of all 3 objectives for 5 continuous minutes. You will obviously know who the members of the opposing team are, but you must choose which member of your team will enter which section prior to the beginning of the battle, much like we determined battle orders earlier. During the course of the battle, if one of you manages to defeat your opponent and gain control of the objective, you will have the option of moving into a different section to reinforce one of your teammates. Should only one genin remain on either team, all the barriers preventing travel between the sections will be lowered. As with the second phase, killing is allowed but only during the battle. If you kill an opponent outside of the official battle or an opponent who has been declared defeated, you will be charged with murder. Hey, eight-eyed the genin scattered around the balcony for a moment. Are there any questions? Temari coughed loudly as she raised her hand. Yes, when does the third phase start? Hey flushed slightly in embarrassment as he answered, August 1st. The first battle will occur at 10 in the morning and the second battle will occur at 2 in the afternoon. Ah, and for the foreign teams, in keeping with the customs of the international Chunin exams, a training ground will be reserved for your exclusive use from now until the third phase begins. You may contact your coordinator for details starting tomorrow. Any other questions? No one else spoke up. You may leave the forest on your own, with your Jounin sensei, or wait for a Konoha escort. Our foreign visitors are reminded that the movement restrictions for the duration of their stay in Konoha still apply. You are to be escorted by an approved Jounin at all times whenever you leave your lodgings or your training ground. We thank you for your continued cooperation. And with that, you are dismissed. Chapter 27, 1 Step Forward, 2 Steps Back. July 18th, 347 NE. -6:00 p.m. Inside the tower, arena. The assembled teams and observers began to slowly exit the arena, some heading back to their rooms and other leaving the tower immediately, but Kushu moved to intercept the Suna team with the rest of his team and his sensei trailing behind. Hey Gaara! Kushu called out, smiling. The Suna team paused and turned to look at him. Temari's and Kankuro's eyes widened and their Jounin sensei eyed him suspiciously, but Gaara himself just nodded in response, smiling slightly. It is good to see you again, he started, then trailed off. Kushu blinked in confusion before he realized he'd never actually told Gaara his name. He laughed and rubbed the back of his head sheepishly as he smiled widely. Heh, I never told you my name, did I? I'm Naruto Yamanaka. This is my sister Ino Yamanaka and my good friend and teammate Hinata Hyuga. Our lazy Jounin sensei over there is Kakashi Hatake. Gaara nodded, looking at each person as they were introduced. When Kushu stopped speaking, he turned to look at his own team for a moment before he turned back to Team Kakashi and replied. I'm Gaara Sayama. This is my sister Temari, my brother Kankuro, and my Jounin sensei Baki Sakamoto. Gaara's team didn't respond to his introduction, instead staring at him as if he'd grown a second head. The silence stretched for several seconds and Kushu could sense his own teammates shifting uncomfortably, wondering what was going on. He decided to step in to help ease the tension. A pleasure to meet you, Temari-san, Kankuro-san, Sakamoto Jounin, he said, and he heard his teammates adding their own pleasantries. That finally seemed to pull Temari out of her shock as she turned to look at Kushu. You were that guy at the gate, she said, just managing to keep her voice from rising to a yell. Indeed I was, Kushu replied, smiling. What did you do to Gaara? She demanded, stepping forward menacingly and putting a hand on her fan. Kushu merely raised an eyebrow in response even as his teammates tensed. Temari, Gaara said quietly as he laid a hand on her shoulder. It's all right. He helped me. She startled and then slowly relaxed, flushing slightly as she realized that Gaara had been talking quite civilly to this boy and apparently viewed him as something of a friend. Since when did Gaara even have friends? Or make introductions, for that matter? Sorry, she said as she removed her hand from her fan and stepped back. Not at all, Kushu replied smoothly. I would do far worse to any who threatened my family. His eyes strayed to meet Gaara's as he spoke, and Gaara nodded silently in response. How did you help Gaara? Kankuro asked, his voice a mix of suspicion and genuine curiosity. Due to a certain condition I have in common with Gaara, I was uniquely qualified to assist in the implementation of his new treatment, Kushu answered. His team and sensei were of course already aware of his status as a Jinchuriki Kakashi from the very beginning, Hinata once she activated her Byakugan, and Ino when she began her training in the Yamanaka Jutsu. Judging from the way Baki's eyes widened, he understood the hidden meaning immediately. Temari and Kankuro took a moment longer, as they exchanged a confused glance before turning to look at Gaara. Their faces suddenly paled and they whipped their heads around to look at the blond-haired boy in front of them again as they realized what he had meant. Kushu smirked. Technically he wasn't supposed to tell anyone outright without the Hokage's permission, but it certainly wasn't his fault if someone figured it out from a vague reference, now was it? Kakashi sighed and pulled Baki to the side to engage him in a quiet conversation. From what Kushu could make out, which was most of it, Kakashi was asking Baki to keep that revelation to himself. Kakashi then quickly moved on to giving the slightly edited version of Naruto's life to this point, emphasizing the accepting nature of those in the know in regards to his status. He apparently wasn't wasting this opportunity to try to impress the Suna team with the benefits of life in Konoha. Temari's eyes kept darting back and forth between Kushu and Gaara, apparently attempting to visually compare the smiling and cheerful blonde before them with her quiet, brooding brother. Kankuro took a much more direct, if carefully worded, approach. You haven't had any complications in the past, have you? It was difficult to find the proper treatment in Suna. Not at all. My family was very supportive and understanding, and many other people in Konoha are sympathetic regarding the nature of my condition. Not to mention that the medication available in Konoha is highly effective. There have been times when I forget I have this condition at all. I think Gaara's new treatment will be similarly successful. Kankuro cleared his throat several times before he managed to reply. That's good to know, he said, his voice slightly thick. Temari's expression was varying between anger and joy, and she finally looked away to compose herself. Ino and Hinata exchanged glances and nodded before they approached Temari and began talking to her softly. Kushu turned his attention back to Gaara, who had been watching the exchange curiously. So, what do you say we get some dinner and talk, get to know each other a little better, he offered. Gaara cocked his head to the side and thought for a moment. What did you have in mind? He asked finally. Kushu's grin widened. There's this place called Ichiraku's. Sarutobi watched as Naruto, he found it impossible to think of him as anything else, despite what he now believed, finally left the tower with his team and the Suna team in tow. His initial depression that the child he thought he had known had never existed had given way to a deep rage at the thought that the beast who had killed so many of his ninja had tricked the entire village, tricked him. For so long. That anger had in turn given way to confusion. Once he began analyzing the situation, nothing really made sense. The beast was clearly intelligent if it could pretend to be a human being for so long, highly intelligent, actually, since Naruto was widely considered to be one of the smartest ninja Konoha had ever produced, on par with the likes of the Nara, Itachi, Minato, or even himself. If it was intelligent, however, what was its goal? Even the most cynical examination of Naruto's actions couldn't find any truly malicious intent. At worst he was gathering allies. He had actually done a great deal to strengthen the next generation of ninja as the driving force behind the clan kids. There were also no indications that he was anything other than a loyal ninja of Konoha, hidden or otherwise. Given how closely Naruto had been watched by ANBU for most of his life, and how much time Inoichi had spent with him in counseling, if there was anything to find they would have found it. Sarutobi shivered slightly as he thought about the Yamanaka family. If his suspicions were correct, the Yamanakas, Ino especially, would be devastated. For their sake as well as the sake of Konoha, he hoped things weren't as bad as he feared. He hadn't entirely discarded the idea that the tailed beast's mind had been destroyed in the ceiling somehow. The death god had said he couldn't kill the beast or separate its soul, but perhaps he had destroyed whatever part made it evil? His heart longed for this theory to be true even as his mind and instincts told him that it was a fool's hope. The summoned tribes clearly believed that Naruto was the nine-tailed beast, and their veiled words and vague warnings hinted that the tailed beasts were more than they appeared. Enma's final warning that the beasts were far more dangerous than you can ever imagine sent chills down his spine every time he recalled it. The ninja world believed the beasts to be immortal engines of hatred and destruction. What could possibly be worse than that? He knew so little about the circumstances surrounding Naruto and found himself at a loss when he tried to make plans in the light of this revelation. The situation had lasted for nearly 13 years without any damage to Konoha, but he had no idea if that would last. He could ignore this new information and continue as if he'd never had that conversation with Enma, but that path went against everything he was and everything he believed in. He was known as the professor for a reason. Information was the greatest weapon in his arsenal. He sighed and began making his way out of the tower. There was only one place he could get more information at this point, and that was from Naruto himself. Before he could do that, however, he would need to prepare for the worst. If Naruto really was the tailed beast and he'd merely been biding his time since the sealing, it was entirely possible the confrontation could lead to his own death. He had lived long enough that the thought didn't disturb him as it once did, but his duty to Konoha had kept him going before and drove him onward now. There was much he could and would do to try to take the beast with him if it turned to battle, plans to make, traps to lay, seals and jutsu to prepare. He would make sure to subtly prepare his ANBU and the other ninja under his command for such an eventuality, perhaps under the guise of an emergency drill in preparation for the third phase, but his thoughts quickly turned to the long-term consequences of his death. It seemed it was time to finally make the decision he had delayed for so long. It was time to choose his successor. July 18, 347 NE. 7:00 p.m. Ichiraku's ramen stand. Ino shook her head in disbelief as she watched Naruto and Gaara sitting at the bar. This, Gaara, is the greatest food ever conceived by man, Naruto proclaimed. Grandiosely as Itachi placed a bowl before the Tsunejinin. Gaara's eyes widened in anticipation as he carefully lifted the first bite to his mouth. He chewed thoughtfully for a moment as everyone in the stand, which included all of Team Kakashi and Team Baki in addition to Itachi and his daughter Ayame, unconsciously held their breath, waiting for his verdict. He finally swallowed and turned to Naruto. "It's all right," he said. Silence reigned for a long moment before Ino burst into laughter, setting off the other occupants of the ramen stand. Itachi himself looked slightly disappointed. He had probably been hoping for another customer as dedicated as Naruto himself. Naruto's indignant voice rose above the din. "All right? All right?" How could such perfection possibly be described merely as all right? Gaara shrugged. "I prefer drier foods," he replied simply. Naruto huffed indignantly before he turned to Itachi. "I'll have my usual," he said sullenly. Itachi grinned widely as he began preparing a large batch of ramen. Ayame shook her head as she began helping out, giggling softly at the expression on Naruto's face. Ino turned her attention back to Temari, who was watching the scene with a slightly stunned expression on her face. "What's wrong?" she asked quietly. Temari shook herself and looked over at Ino. "It's just, he's so different now," she replied softly. "In a good way, I hope?" "Yes," Temari said loudly, momentarily drawing everyone's attention to her. She ignored their lacks as she continued her conversation with Ino, though she did lower her voice. "I mean, yes. He's so much more open and relaxed than he used to be." Ino eyed Ryuto's container for a moment, taking in his neutral expression and his reserved mannerisms as he continued eating the bowl of ramen and conversing with Naruto. "If you say so," she said dubiously. "He's still pretty quiet," Temari allowed, "but he's actually talking to people without, getting upset," she finished lamely. "He wasn't treated very well, was he?" Ino asked softly. "Naruto told me a bit about what Gaara's, medication was like." Temari shook her head, a scowl fixed on her face. "No, he wasn't," she bit off angrily. Every time I think that bastard did this to Gaara on purpose, she trailed off, her face flushing and her fists clenching. That bastard? Ino asked curiously. Temari blinked and calmed a little. She looked like she was considering whether to answer the question or not, but after glancing at Naruto and Gaara again she replied, the Kazekage. I thought that you and your siblings were his children, yes, not that he would ever admit it. I don't think of that bastard as my father anymore either. Ino grimaced and decided to change the topic as she noticed Temari's mood darkening even further. So, what do you think of Konoha so far? Temari continued fuming for a moment before she answered the question. It's been much nicer than we expected. That's great, Ino said, happy to have found a more pleasant topic. I know we'll both be busy preparing for the third phase, but we should try to find time so we can show you guys around Konoha properly, give you the full tour. Naruto and Gaara seem to be hitting it off great too, so it should be a lot of fun. Temari smiled slightly and nodded. I would like that. Same day. 10:00 p.m. Sarutobi compound. The Hokage sat back in his chair and stared at the two files lying on his desk. He had eliminated most of the ninja from consideration early on due to lack of experience, skill, or dedication to the village. Not that he doubted the loyalty of his ninja, but the personal sacrifices it took to function as Hokage were a step above what most ninja were willing to endure. He'd always had a short list in the back of his head, but unfortunately there was no ninja in the village as clearly qualified as Minato had been. He picked up the first file, staring at the picture of Kakashi Itachi. He was young, nearly 15 years younger than the other remaining candidate, but still older than Minato had been and much older than Sarutobi himself had been. He was also widely known outside the borders of Konoha, which would be a boon in attracting attention and dealing with nobles. His prowess on the battlefield was among the highest in the village and he was every bit as effective in missions that called for subtlety. His standing in the village was high, though some still resented his reputation as a genius and a prodigy. Sarutobi could sympathize, as there had been quite a few people who resented his own rapid growth when he was young. It would be a problem, but hardly an insurmountable one. Kakashi's political experience was lacking, though his time in ANBU had served to boost his skills considerably, but nearly all his leadership experience was limited to highly trained and dedicated ANBU teams. He rarely worked with non-ninja, but that could be remedied. He would have some misgivings about handing over the title to Kakashi immediately, but overall he was confident that Kakashi could grow into the role and serve Konoha well. He moved on to the second file, smirking at the lazy expression on Shikaku Nara's face in the picture. Unlike with Kakashi, he had no doubts about the ability of his Jounin commander to handle the political and administrative portions of the job, and those were, admittedly, the majority of the burdens involved. His incredible work as Jounin commander had helped Konoha greatly as the village recovered from the tailed beast's attack, and he was highly respected for that. He also had a good reputation as part of the Ino Shikacho team. Unfortunately, as an individual he wasn't widely known outside of ninja circles and in battle he was definitely weaker overall than Kakashi. Still an S-rank shinobi, without question, but no one would rank him among the strongest in the village without the support of his teammates. Being the strongest wasn't a requirement by any means, but nobles, potential clients, and even other villages judged the strength of a village partially on the strength of its leader. That was part of the reason for Konoha's success. Hashirama Senju, Tobirama Senju, Hiruzen Sarutobi, and Minato Namikaze had led the village, and all were known as some of the most powerful ninja to ever live. When you had a nickname like the God of Shinobi as he did or were rumored to have killed over 100 enemy ninja in less than a minute as Minato was, people took notice. From that perspective Kakashi was the obvious choice, but Shikaku would almost certainly be more effective performing the actual duties the job required, which would benefit the village more in the long term. The Hokage sighed, wishing yet again that Minato was still the Hokage and that he didn't have to keep making decisions like this. The fact that he was being forced to make this decision because Minato's son may or may not actually be an immortal beast that may or may not be bent on the destruction of the village just made it that much worse. His musings were interrupted by a rapid knocking on his door. "What is it?" he snapped. Dragon opened the door and walked in, his entire body tense. "Hokage-sama, we have a problem." "Great, just what he needed." He motioned for Dragon to continue even as he stifled his irritation. 26 teams entered the Forest of Death 3 days ago. Of those teams, 6 entered the tower and 4 left the forest after losing their markers. Once the exam ended, we sent in squads to retrieve the other teams. "Right," the Hokage said. "Those squads have just reported back after completing their search. They found 5 teams dead in the forest, but the other 11 teams are missing." "Missing? They couldn't find them?" "Yes, Hokage-sama. We were able to track their movements successfully, but those teams began disappearing towards the end of the first day. We are reasonably certain that they never left the Forest of Death, but a thorough search of the confines of the forest has revealed no trace of their current whereabouts." The Hokage rubbed his temples tiredly. He really didn't need an international incident on top of everything else going on. Still, no reason he couldn't use this situation to help resolve his current dilemma. "Have Shikaku, Kakashi, and the Chunin commanders report to my office in 20 minutes. July 20th, 347 NE. -7:00 AM. Otafukugai." Jiraiya waited impatiently at his private table, anticipating both the arrival of his breakfast and of his guest. As it turned out, his guest arrived first. The cloaked figure settled into the seat across from him. There were no identifying marks and no exposed skin, but there was no way he could even mistake the unique feeling of his former teammate's chakra from this range. He nodded silently and motioned for her to wait. After breakfast had arrived, he had thought ahead and ordered for Tsunade as well, and the waitress had departed after receiving a hefty tip to ensure privacy. He pulled out a few tags and set up a privacy barrier. Tsunade sighed in relief as she pulled off the cloak and laid it over the back of her chair. Despite the early hour, it was a sweltering day and she'd been forced to forego chakra techniques for the sake of discretion. Her blonde hair was plastered to her head and her clothing was damp with sweat already. "Thank Kami I can get out of that cloak," she exclaimed before gulping down her glass of water. "You can always strip down some more if the heat bothers you," Jiraiya said as he eyed her sweat-covered form appreciatively. "In your dreams, pervert," Tsunade snapped reflexively, smirking. She'd never admit it, but she occasionally missed the familiar back and forth of her banter with Jiraiya. "You know it, Tsuhime," he replied, a grin on his face. His face settled into a more serious expression. "How's Kushina doing?" Tsunade sighed before taking a few bites of her meal. Jiraiya waited patiently, consuming his own breakfast in turn. "She's still obsessed with killing Sensei," she finally replied, "and she still spends the vast majority of her time training. Physically, she's better than ever, but mentally, she's stable, but she hasn't really improved." Jiraiya sighed. "Sensei really fucked up back then." October 14th, 334 NE. -1:00 AM. Konoha's northern gate. A cloaked figure holding a small bundle darted across the street, moving swiftly and silently towards the gate that lead out of Konoha. The figure paused a few hundred feet away from the gates, watching the guards as they chatted quietly and observed their surroundings from within the confines of the gatehouse. "What are you doing, Kushina?" a voice called out from behind. Kushina startled and whipped around to find the Hokage standing before her clad in his ceremonial robes. His hat was missing, however, leaving his slightly balding head and gray hair exposed. He was backed by 2 squads of ANBU. Kushina glanced around warily, noting that she was now completely surrounded. "I'm leaving," she finally replied, her voice harsh. The Hokage's face appeared confused, but she could see the understanding and resignation hidden in his eyes. "Why would you leave in the dead of night? Just tell me where you're going and I can arrange for an ANBU escort to take you wherever you would like, and at a more proper hour." "I'm leaving Konoha, you old fool," Kushina snapped, glaring. The Hokage sighed, giving up his pretense of confusion. Why would you leave, Kushina? This is Minato's home, your home. Besides, Naruto-kun shouldn't be out on the roads at his age, regardless of how healthy he is. Naruto is the reason I'm leaving, she said, her voice rising slightly and gaining a manic edge. I know all about what happened at the council meeting. I know they want to kill my baby, that they think he's the tailed beast reincarnated. I won't let them. Sarutobi shook his head sadly. That was only a small portion of the council, and their misunderstanding has been corrected. No one knows who Naruto is in any case, so he's perfectly safe here. I would never allow any harm to come to your son. Don't lie to me, Kushina growled. I know how ninja villages treat their Jinchuriki. You just want him as a weapon. The Hokage's eyes hardened, but he kept his voice calm. You aren't thinking clearly, Kushina. I know the last few days have been very difficult for you, as they have been for everyone. Please, return home, get some sleep, and we can talk about this in the morning. I am more than willing to work out any arrangements you feel are necessary for Naruto's protection. Kushina shook her head, clutching the bundle tightly to her chest. He'll never be safe here, no matter what you do. I'll take him somewhere where no one will ever know who we are or what he is. I can't let you do that, Kushina. You are still recovering from childbirth, and Naruto is less than a week old. Even as strong as you are, so many things could go wrong if you go out there alone. I don't care, Kushina replied, began to back away towards the gates. The guards had noticed the confrontation taking place and were watching warily, prepared to support the Hokage if needed. He's my son, I will take care of him. No one will take him from me. The Hokage sighed again and signaled one of his ANBU. The tiger-masked ANBU stepped forward and shifted his mask slightly. Kushina whirled to face him, looking directly into his whirling Sharingan eye before she registered the threat. That brief contact was all that Tiger needed to trap her in a Jinjutsu. Kushina froze in place, her eyes locked with Tiger's. The Hokage moved forward and gently removed the bundle from her unresisting arms. Stepping back, he said, take her to the ANBU HQ medical wing, gently. She is to be treated with the utmost respect, am I clear? Yes, Hokage-sama. Same day. -7:00 AM. ANBU HQ, medical wing. Kushina slowly began to stir as the sunlight hit her eyes, turning her head slightly and starting to roll over. She stiffened when she felt the restraints holding her to the bed and her eyes snapped open. She was in a hospital room judging by the equipment, but not one in the main hospital. She must be in ANBU HQ then. Good morning, Uzumaki-san, an ANBU called out. Please don't fight the restraints too much. I apologize for them, but they were a necessary measure considering your state earlier. She didn't care about any of that. Where's my son? She asked. I'm sorry, the ANBU said, but I do not know his current whereabouts. The Hokage was looking after him personally last I knew. Kushina was no longer paying attention, however, her mind calling forth the last words of a dead man that haunted her dreams. Minato barely managed to choke out the words I'm sorry before he disappeared from the hospital room. Where is my son? Kushina growled, shaking off the unwelcome memory. Uzumaki-san, please calm down. Allow me to summon a doctor and we can get all of this sorted out. They had taken her son. Someone had taken her son away from her again, just like Minato had. She had begged and pleaded and he'd still taken her son, taken him to seal a beast in his gut and damn him to a lifetime of hatred and pain. That was okay, though. She'd just take him back. As she made her decision, Kushina felt her mind sharpen as an amazing sense of focus and clarity settled over her. She flexed her chakra slightly, feeling it respond swiftly and easily. They had neglected to use chakras suppressing seals on her, that was foolish of them, very foolish. They had clearly underestimated her, or believed her far more weakened by childbirth than she really was. The ANBU stiffened when he felt her chakra flaring. Use 'em dash. Nearly a dozen chains made of solid chakra exploded from her form, shattering her restraints as they ripped through the bed she was laying on and the medical equipment surrounding her. The unfortunate ANBU never even got to finish speaking as half a dozen chains impacted his form and slammed him through a wall. He barely managed to survive by using his chakra to absorb some of the blow, but his head received a nasty shock and several bones were shattered by the dual impacts and he quickly lost consciousness. Kushina stumbled to her feet and began walking towards the doorway. She didn't know where her son was yet, but she was perfectly ready to tear apart every building in Konoha if need be. Her face hardened in determination even as ANBU began to swarm around her, responding to the disturbance she had caused within their own headquarters. "Where's my son?" she asked. One of the ANBU, Tiger, stepped forward holding a bundle in his arms. "He's right here, Uzumaki-san. I'm sure he would like to see his mother as well, so if you would just calm down everything will work out fine." Kushina's face relaxed and the chains began dissolving as she stepped closer to the ANBU to take her son into her arms. As she reached out, however, she hesitated. Something was off, something was wrong. The bundle looked like her son, but it didn't feel like him. The presence of the beast locked inside of him was missing. Her hand suddenly jerked upward, seizing Tiger by the neck and squeezing harshly. Her chains reformed immediately and wrapped around him, preventing the ANBU from responding to her attack. The other ANBU were shouting at her, their words buzzing in her ears as she turned her gaze to them. None of them had Naruto, so they didn't matter. The chains wrapped around Tiger, responding to her will, began to squeeze even as more chains formed, waiting through the air at the other ninjas surrounding her. She could feel her body protesting the strain of using so much chakra, but she didn't ease up or even hesitate. She would not rest until her son was once again safe within her arms. Her face twisted into a snarl even as the other ninja rushed forward. Same day. 8:00 a.m. Hokage's office. The Hokage sagged back into his seat as Dragon continued explaining what had occurred in ANBU HQ. "We were eventually able to restrain her without any loss of life, but we sustained some serious injuries, Tiger especially. Uzumaki is currently locked down in a high-security cell with 2 squads keeping watch on her. We have also added chakra-suppressing seals in addition to a full set of restraints." "What is her condition?" "Minor injuries only. Nothing life-threatening or permanent." "Do you have any idea what caused her to react like that?" Dragon shifted uncomfortably. "She just kept asking about her son." Tiger tried a jinjutsu to make her think her son was there in order to keep things calm until she could be subdued, but she reacted very badly when she saw through the illusion. "I see, keep her there for the time being. I will visit later to judge her state for myself," the Hokage said grimly. Shortly after Dragon left, Tsunade barged into his office, looking panicked. "Sensei, I can't find Kushina or Naruto anywhere." "She was dash." "I know where she is," Sarutobi interrupted. Tsunade sagged in relief. "Thank Kami, where is she? Is she alright?" "She's in ANBU prison," he said flatly. Tsunade blinked rapidly for a moment before she shook her head. "Very funny, Sensei. Now where is she?" "I was not joking. She attempted to flee Konoha last night, taking Naruto with her." Tsunade's face betrayed her shock before it turned to anger. "And you threw her in prison for that?" she snarled. "No, I didn't. I had her rendered unconscious and left her in the ANBU hospital so that she could get some rest and hopefully think more rationally once she had done so. When she awoke, she immediately began attacking the ANBU taking care of her and nearly killed him, along with several others who responded to the disturbance." Tsunade paled as she realized what Kushina had done. What about Naruto? Was he hurt? Naruto was not there, thankfully. Instead of appearing relieved, Tsunade paled even further. "You took Naruto away from her?" "Temporarily, yes. I wanted to make sure she was in her right mind before returning him to her custody." "You took Naruto from her," Tsunade repeated flatly. "Why?" the Hokage asked. Sensei, Kushina has literally not let Naruto out of her sight since she got him back. She only manages to get any rest when she passes out due to sheer exhaustion or when I use a sleep jutsu on her. That sounds a little excessive, but I can understand her concern, I suppose, the Hokage said dubiously. No, I don't think you can. I don't think she's told anyone else, and I certainly haven't told anyone, but when Minato took Naruto from the hospital, he took him. The Hokage paled. What do you dash? He kidnapped Naruto for the ceiling, she said bluntly. Minato asked Kushina if he could hold his child, and shortly after that he left using the narration. He never once asked Kushina what she wanted or if she approved. In fact, she begged him not to do it. And now you've taken Naruto away from her again. The Hokage sighed tiredly and rubbed his temples. Damn it, this is such a mess. He sighed again and shook his head. It's unfortunate that it turned out this way, but Kushina clearly isn't in her right mind. Tsunade frowned. What are you talking about? Kushina is so obsessed with protecting Naruto from the supposed threats in this village that she was prepared to leave in the middle of the night, alone. No matter how strong she is, she can't possibly protect him all the time, and it sounds like she'd drive herself into the ground in short order if left on her own. She is also clearly a threat to other people while she is in this condition, as evidenced by her actions this morning, regardless of her reasons. Just give Naruto back to her and she'll calm down. Perhaps, but she'll also likely try to flee again, and there's no telling what she'd do the next time someone tries to stop her. I'll work with her, try to calm her down, Tsunade said firmly. I hope you will, the Hokage replied, nodding, but I can't return Naruto to her custody until I'm certain she won't try this again. Sensei, that's her son. You can't just take him away like that. I am not taking him away permanently, but until I'm certain she is rational I can't possibly trust her with a child, even her own. She's not rational because you took away her son. And I took him away because she was going to get him killed, along with herself, the Hokage shouted. Tsunade recoiled slightly. She stifled her initial retort and tried to calm herself. What will you do if she doesn't return to thinking rationally without being allowed to keep her son? She asked through clenched teeth. The Hokage shook his head. I will not risk Minato's son, he said firmly. Tsunade's eyes widened slightly and her fist shook. I see, she hissed through clenched teeth. In that case, I will not waste any more of your time, Hokage-sama, she snapped, then turned and marched out of the room. Same day. 5:00 p.m. Tsunade's residence. Tsunade paced furiously back and forth in her living room, muttering to herself. It wasn't that she couldn't understand Sensei's point of view, but she just couldn't bring herself to agree with it. She'd been working with Kushina ever since that first night and she'd already made some progress. It was clear she'd made a mistake in telling Kushina about what happened in the council meeting, but she felt that Kushina had a right to know about possible threats to Naruto. Even knowing how it turned out, she couldn't say she would have done anything differently. Despite that setback, however, Kushina was slowly relaxing as she spent more time with Naruto. Yes, she still had an obsessive need to make sure he was safe, but after just 2 days she was already having an easier time dropping off to sleep, and Kushina trusted her to look after Naruto while she rested. That fact alone convinced Tsunade that Kushina was far more rational than Sensei apparently believed. Further, given what had happened in the hospital and then later in the council meeting, Kushina's fears were entirely justified as far as Tsunade was concerned. Tsunade also knew how most Jinchuriki were treated, which only pushed her even further into Kushina's camp. Still, Tsunade had slowly been working to let Kushina know that there were still people she could trust in Konoha. Kushina already trusted her, and Shizen was making solid progress on that front as well. Between the three of them they could make sure Naruto was well cared for without putting undue stress on any one of them. It would also allow them time to work through Kushina's issues. Tsunade grimaced slightly as she recalled what Kushina had been doing last night. Clearly Kushina felt the danger. Same day. 7:00 p.m. Tsunade's residence. Shizen sat on the couch in stunned disbelief as Tsunade finished explaining the situation. Keeping her away from Naruto and sticking her in prison where she will be unable to see or protect him is going to kill her. Literally, there's no possible way she'll ever recover under those conditions. That's why we're going to break her out. Unfortunately, we'll have to flee Konoha without Naruto for now. Unlike Kushina, I do believe Sensei will protect Naruto, so we'll have time to prepare to hide from Konoha and anyone else who will be looking for us. Once we've done that, the three of us will be able to keep him safe and look after each other without any problems. We can figure out how to get Naruto out of Konoha from there. Shizen clenched her fists as she listened to Tsunade explain her plan. Tsunade was going to visit Kushina under the pretense of checking up on her, then bust her out, fighting her way through all of ANBU and the Hokage himself if necessary. The hardest part of this is going to be convincing Kushina to leave without Naruto. I can only hope she still trusts me as much as I think she does. Anyway, let's get ready, Tsunade said, heading towards her room to begin storing away all of her things. Shizen hesitated for a brief moment before she stood from the couch and faced her teacher, her fists tightening nervously. Despite her inner turmoil, she still managed to keep her voice firm. No. Chapter 28, Tell Me Why. October 14th, 334 NE. 7:15 p.m. Tsunade's residence. Tsunade turned to face her apprentice, a confused expression on her face. No? What do you mean, no? Shizen shook her head slowly. Tsunade's plan was typical of her. Her teacher always favored the direct approach whenever possible, and she normally had the strength and experience to handle anything that got in her way. This time, however, there was no way it could possibly work. They would be going up against a building full of ANBU and, far worse than that, the Hokage himself. That plan will never work, Tsunade-sama. Even you would not be able to fight your way out of ANBU HQ while carrying Kushina, and the Hokage is almost guaranteed to show up. Do you honestly believe you could take him on, even if he was alone? Tsunade growled, but had to admit that her apprentice had a point. We need a way to smuggle Kushina out without drawing attention, preferably without anyone even noticing she's gone until you are well away, and I have an idea, Shizen said, smiling wanly. October 15th, 334 NE. 10:00 AM. ANBU Prison. The ANBU guarding Kushina's cell nodded respectfully to Tsunade and Shizen as they approached. The chief medic of Konoha and her apprentice were a common sight in the prison cells at ANBU headquarters, as they had both the clearance and the skill necessary to deal with any medical issues that could, and often did, arise. I'll be erecting some privacy seals as we conduct a full physical examination, Tsunade said. The ANBU nodded, making a note in the ledger. You will be subjected to a search when you leave, the ANBU said apologetically. As you know, it's standard procedure. Tsunade just nodded impatiently and bustled into the room. Once the door was closed and the privacy barrier in place, Shizen immediately began removing Kushina's restraints while Tsunade began counteracting the combination of drugs and jutsu that kept Kushina sedated. Kushina awoke with a start, her eyes flaring wildly. Her arms and legs immediately began to pull against the loosening restraints, and Shizen stepped back to give her some room. The red-haired woman calmed considerably when she saw who was in the room with her. Naruto? She asked, her words slurred due to the drugs still present in her system. He's fine, Kushina, perfectly fine. We need to get you out of here before we do anything else, Tsunade said. Kushina blinked for a few moments then nodded. A few more minutes and she was freed from her restraints and much more clear-headed. She kept looking at the closed door and privacy seals curiously as her mind shook off its drug-induced haze. What's going on, Tsunade-sama? She asked. Tsunade sighed quietly before replying. This conversation was going to be very interesting. Your release isn't exactly official, Kushina. Short version is that we're smuggling you out. The Hokage has no intention of giving Naruto back to you anytime soon, and staying here will kill you. We're leading Konoha like you planned, but we can't take Naruto with us just yet. Kushina's eyes flared wildly and her face twisted into a snarl. I won't leave my son behind. Tsunade turned and grabbed Kushina's shoulders, her eyes boring into the red-haired woman's own. Listen to me, Kushina, she said forcefully. She was internally relieved when Kushina made no more than a token effort to break free of her grip. The younger woman had a great deal of respect for her, which she was going to be relying on heavily. If we take Naruto with us, they will never stop hunting us and he will never be safe. A life on the run would kill him as surely as any assassin. If you stay, you will be stuck in this cell for the foreseeable future, quite possibly the rest of your very short life. Kushina stood transfixed, her eyes boring into Tsunade's own as she listened to the older woman. I want to protect Naruto as much as you do, but it's going to take some sacrifices on our part to do that. We can't guarantee Naruto's safety while we are fleeing from Konoha's Hunter Nin. There's also the possibility that we will be placed in the bingo book and all of the elemental nations will be after us. We can't expose Naruto to that without thorough preparations. Tears were spilling down Kushina's face. Our best option is to leave Naruto here until we have prepared a safe place to hide away. But it's the only way, Kushina. However, Naruto won't be alone here. Shizune will be staying behind to look after him as best she can while we prepare a true home for him. You trust Shizune, don't you? Kushina nodded slowly as she struggled to get her emotions under control. Shizune spoke up softly, her voice firm and filled with determination. I will take care of him, Kushina, I swear it on my life. Kushina trembled under Tsunade's grip, her mind grappling with the situation even as her instincts screamed at her to charge out of the room and find Naruto that very moment. How long? She asked finally. Tsunade grimaced. As long as it takes. One way or another, Naruto will be safe, she said, pushing every scrap of conviction she possessed into the words. She mentally added, and so will you. Kushina's eyes flicked back and forth between Suanda and Shizune for several minutes as she warred with herself internally. Finally, the tension bled out of her body and she nodded. For Naruto. Tsunade finally released Kushina from her grip and turned to Shizune. Her apprentice nodded grimly and lay back on the bed, shifting until she was lying in the same position Kushina had been a few minutes before. I'm ready, Tsunade-sama, she said, her voice thick with emotion. Kushina glanced back and forth between them, confused. Tsunade swallowed thickly even as she began a long string of hand signs. Be safe, Shizune. Same day. 10:30 a.m. ANBU prison. The ANBU ran through the standard array of checks on Tsunade and Shizune while his partner checked the cell and confirmed that the prisoner was present and secured. The restraints were all back in place and the chakra-suppressing seals applied and functioning. He closed the door and reactivated the locking seals before signaling his partner. The whole process took less than 2 minutes as they performed their tasks with efficiency honed by years of experience. The ANBU bowed respectfully as the chief medic and her apprentice left. October 21st, 334 NE. 10:00 a.m. Hokage's office. The Hokage tried to keep his roiling emotions under control as he stared expectantly at the deer-masked ANBU. Tsunade-sama and Shizune-san reportedly left on the 15th heading for Atlasfanfics to conduct a tour of the medical facilities there and determine the feasibility of establishing a long-term A-rank mission to staff the hospital with one or more menins. As you know, Hokage-sama, they never arrived, Deer reported, fidgeting slightly. The tracking squads we dispatched report that neither Tsunade-sama nor Shizune-san entered or have been anywhere near the town within the last week. The squads have been unable to find any trail for either of them between Konoha and Atlasfanfics. The squads then began a circuit around Konoha, but none of them have been able to find a trail for either Tsunade-sama or Shizune-san in any direction. The Inuzuka have also reported that the scent at the area they were last reported is weaker than it should be. Deer swallowed nervously, knowing that the Hokage was not going to like this next part. We then moved to Tsunade's residence to attempt to retrace her steps, only to find that a great deal of her possessions, clothing, tools, and books, for instance, were missing. Deer barely managed to keep from jumping back as a small burst of killing intent swept the room. The Hokage's face became grim as he motioned for his ANBU to continue the report. Shizune-san's residence appears undisturbed, but we can't be certain. The Inuzuka also reported that the scent trail found at the apartment was noticeably stronger than at the place where they were last sighted, leading us to conclude that the persons cited were, in fact, clones. Despite this new lead, the Inuzuka were still unable to find any scent trail outside of Konoha. The Hokage's voice was cold as he spoke. "What are your conclusions, dear?" The ANBU hesitated a moment before he continued. It would appear that Tsunade-sama and Shizen-san were using clones and the cover of the visit to Otafukagai in order to confuse and delay anyone trying to find them. We estimate that they may have left as much as 24 hours prior to their last sighting. You think they have gone missing? That is the only conclusion that fits the facts we have available, Hokage-sama. The temperature in the room seemed to drop by several degrees. How many people know about this? ANBU Squad's Dog, Wolf, and Falcon, along with Teams Tsum, Mashiro, and Hatsuki. Dragon-sama is likely aware as well. I want those teams sequestered in ANBU HQ immediately. Find out if they've talked to anyone and detain those people as well. If more than 20 people know, come back to me for further instructions, the Hokage snapped. Also, have Dragon and Kensuke report to me at once, priority black. Deer bowed and left quickly, grateful to escape the office intact. The Hokage leaned back in his chair as he contemplated the situation. He found it difficult to believe Tsunade would simply abandon the village. He had certainly misread his students before, though, he admitted to himself bitterly. Orochimaru's madness and treachery made it clear that his perception when it came to his students was far from perfect. Tsunade exhibited none of the warning signs that Orochimaru had. However, there was no odd behavior or strange disappearances, no unexplained gaps in her time within the village. Other than this last week, at any rate. His secretary interrupted his thoughts, informing him that one of his jounin was here to see him. The jounin bowed nervously and immediately began his report once he was in the office. Hokage-sama, my team was assigned the mission to maintain the Namikaze compound this week. However, we were unable to gain entrance this morning. The blood seal on the gate has activated. The Hokage growled softly under his breath. This was probably some sort of automatic defense Minato had added. It had been nearly 2 weeks since Minato had sacrificed himself, and it would be just like him to prepare for this sort of contingency. This also reminded him that he needed to go through Minato's lab and make sure everything was secured and stored away. Although, now that he was thinking about it, it would probably be better if Jiraiya did that. He would have a better idea of how to organize everything properly anyway. This was assuming, of course, that he could convince Jiraiya to even enter the house. The Toad Sage was taking Minato's death hard and was still having trouble coming to grips with it. Thank you for informing me. Have your team come back tomorrow. I should have the issue resolved by then. Understood, Hokage-sama. Same day. 1:30 p.m. Outside the Namikaze compound. The Hokage poured the vial of blood he had personally collected from Kushina just a few short minutes ago onto the blood seal. Though Minato and Kushina had never officially married or even revealed their relationship, a mutual decision to avoid complications within and without the village, though they knew the secret would eventually leak out anyway, Sarutobi knew that Minato had added Kushina to the blood seal that guarded his compound long ago. Sarutobi frowned when the seal did not deactivate as he had expected. He stared at the vial in his hand for a long moment before his face paled and he vanished in a shunshin. Same day. 1:30 p.m. ANBU prison. Open that cell now, the Hokage roared, anger etched clearly on his face. The ANBU jerked to attention and hastened to comply, eager to do whatever he could to appease the furious Hokage. Sarutobi charged into the room and stopped next to the bed, staring down at the figure bound there. It certainly looked like Kushina. He flared his chakra to dispel any illusions hiding the true form. Nothing changed. Frowning, he focused and poured far more chakra into his efforts, actually forming a ram seal and calling out the name of the technique for the first time in years. Kai! There. The form rippled slightly under the force of his jutsu. He knew of only one jinjutsu that could withstand such a concentrated assault, Tsunade's personal jinjutsu that she used to hide her age. She had actually explained how it worked to him, years ago, happy to indulge his curiosity and still a little eager to impress her teacher. Thanks to that discussion, he also knew how to dispel it. He laid his hand on Kushina's forehead and began rapidly pulsing his chakra, adjusting it slightly with each pulse until the illusion shattered. His face darkened when he saw Shizen bound to the bed, her face restful and relaxed as she dozed away under the influence of the sedatives. "Get me a Yamanaka," he said, his voice razor sharp. Same day. -5:00 p.m. ANBU prison. I'm sorry, Hokage-sama, but I have not found any clear evidence. The drugs she was under have scrambled her recent memories and she can't fully differentiate between dream and reality for the events leading up to her visit to the prison. I found no less than 5 different versions of the events that may or may not have actually occurred that led to her being in that cell. Was she a willing participant in any of them? In one of them, yes, the Yamanaka finally admitted. And the others? She was coerced into it, ambushed once she entered the cell, hit with a jinjutsu, or, seduced into it. Seduced, the Hokage echoed, his voice faintly incredulous. By whom? I'd rather not say, Hokage-sama, as such information is highly personal in nature and I do not believe that to be the true version of events in any case. I cannot be certain any of them are, actually. Very well. That aside, in your professional opinion, do you believe that she is a willing accomplice? In my professional opinion, Hokage-sama, the evidence is inconclusive. Her psych profile suggests extreme devotion to her teacher, but her mind also shows signs of feeling betrayed. In her defense, I was able to confirm that she still feels loyal to Konoha. She also feels a strong drive to protect and shelter Naruto above and beyond assisting her teacher, though her feelings are somewhat tumultuous on that subject. The Hokage frowned thoughtfully. Do you feel a more thorough investigation is merited? The Yamanaka winced. I believe that would be excessive, Hokage-sama. The damage incurred by such an approach would be considerable, and I do not feel there is sufficient evidence of either guilt in this specific matter or treachery in general to call for such extreme measures. I will take that under advisement. Thank you for your time, you are dismissed. November 3rd, 334 NE. Well, we seem to be in the clear, Tsunade said. No sign of any tracker teams in over 2 weeks. Now we need to secure a base of operations. I may have an idea, Kushina said, frowning thoughtfully. July 20th, 347 NE. -7:30 AM. Otafukugai. Tsunade sighed. If he'd just left Naruto near Kushina, we may have been able to convince her to stay in Konoha. But once she thought someone else was trying to take Naruto from her, well, that pretty much sealed it. Jiraiya shook his head sadly, dismissing thoughts of what might have been. Well, I'm sure you didn't have me come here just to rehash bad memories. What do you need? Another mission? More supplies? Tsunade shook her head. No, we've been doing fine on that front. I'm actually here to help you for a change, or really help Naruto by helping you. Jiraiya smirked. Oh? I'm listening. We were recently approached about a job involving Konoha. Apparently there's going to be a big commotion during the 3rd phase that we're supposed to take advantage of. We were offered a choice of several targets to kidnap, with bounties ranging from 5 million Ryo to 100 million. Jiraiya choked. 100 million? Who would shit? That's for Naruto, isn't it? Got it in one. There were 2 Hyuga and 3 Uchiha for 5 million Ryo each, and Anko Mitarashi for 25 million. We managed to snag both Naruto and Mitarashi, but we have no idea who will be going after the others, or even if that was the full list. They made it sound like we were given first choice, but it wouldn't surprise me if they told everyone that. The Byakugan, the Sharingan, a Jinchuriki, and Anko, Jiraiya said, thinking out loud. Obviously someone wants the bloodlines, but who would want Anko and the kid? Who all knows about her cursed seal? Tsunade asked. Most of the Jounin in Konoha, I'd say. It was a fairly big deal when she first came back, but once I sealed it off and cleared her for duty it mostly died down and no one really talks about it now. Oddly enough, more people know Naruto's the container of the tailed beast, since so many clans can detect the presence of the tailed beast or have to know about him for their own safety. Anyway, do you have any more info on this disturbance or who is offering up all this money? Not much. Our contact in the Eastern Dragons said clients, plural, but that's what they always say. As for the disturbance, he specifically said it had nothing to do with the Fire Lord or any of the nobles, and that security would be distracted dealing with it, allowing an opening to kidnap the various targets. How certain were they? They offered a free pass if the distraction didn't show up, which means they are damn sure it's going to. You have any ideas what it could be? Jiraiya's face darkened as he thought back to the revelations from Baki and his team. Yeah, I can think of a few. July 22nd, 347 NE. -11:00 AM. Near the border between the Land of Rain and the Land of Fire. Sensei, one of the genin suddenly called out, stumbling to a halt. The rest of the genin and jounin came to a stop as well, turning curiously. What is it? One the jounin asked. The stone is vibrating again, the genin replied, pulling the small rock out of his pocket. The other ninja exchanged confused glances. When did it start doing that? His sensei asked. Just now. And it seems to be getting stronger. It didn't do this last time we passed through here, did it? No, sensei. The genin exchanged confused glances, but the jounin began eyeing their surroundings warily. They hadn't overlooked the fact that their commander wanted them to mark who was in the vicinity when the stones vibrated. They were meant to detect something very specific, which meant there was someone else out here with them. That they couldn't detect anything meant that, whoever it was, they were very skilled and thus very dangerous. Sensei! It's getting really strong now, the genin called out, holding the stone in his palm. Sure enough, the rock was beginning to jump about in his hand. Stay al dash. The jounin's words ended abruptly as his throat was torn out, the blood spraying into the air. The jounin reacted swiftly, their weapons in their hands moments later as they moved to intercept the blur that had killed their comrade. The genin could only stare in shock as the light faded from their teacher's eyes. The battle paused momentarily as a long clang rang out in the clearing. The two aim jounin were pressing their kunai against a large metal staff, trying to leverage their combined strength to overpower their opponent. They were also warily eyeing the strange hooked blades that capped each end of the staff, noting the blood that was slowly dripping from the point of the smaller blade. The other ninja was holding his staff in two hands and did not appear to be struggling, even against their combined strength. A green scarf was pulled up to hide the bottom half of his face, but his pink eyes and gray hair were clearly visible. Who are you? Demanded one of the aim jounin angrily. The other ninja didn't reply, instead pulling one of his hands off the staff and raising it in front of his face. The aim ninja paled when they pressed harder against the staff and it still didn't budge an inch. Then the ninja began forming hand signs with his free hand. The aim jounin sprang back, flinging kunai that were effortlessly deflected by the staff. Run! They yelled at the genin. Head for aim and don't stop. Water release, 8-armed embrace, the enemy ninja intoned softly. Water seemed to form from the very air behind the ninja, forming 8 large, long arms that hovered in the air for a brief moment before lashing out. 2 of them headed for the jounin while the other 6 went for the genin, the watery arms stretching swiftly and easily. The jounin managed to evade the first strike, but all of the genin were captured immediately. They struggled helplessly against the water, but their bonds might as well have been formed of solid steel for all they accomplished. The jounin cursed and turned their attention back to their attacker, their hands flashing through hand signs. They never got the opportunity to finish their jutsu, however, as the hooked staff flashed out from behind them. One brought his hands up to try to stop the blood streaming from his throat while the other found himself lifted into the air by the large hook that had pierced his shoulder. He managed to stifle his scream of pain even as he stared disbelievingly at the image of the attacker that flickered and faded, revealing itself to have been a Bunshin. He'd never noticed his enemy make the switch or felt the flare of chakra that accompanied the technique. His good hand moved towards his kunai pouch to try one last desperate attack, but he was whipped through the air and slammed into a tree head first, and he knew no more. Yagura dropped the unconscious aim jounin to the ground and shook the blood off of his staff. Turning his attention back to the captured genin, he began approaching them at a leisurely pace as he secured his staff on his back once again. "What do you want?" one of the genin cried, echoed by his comrades. Yagura ignored them, instead stooping to pick up the stone that was even now hopping back and forth on the ground as it bounced around. As soon as he touched it, the stone shattered. Small wisps of dark red energy drifted up from the broken remains. Blue energy streamed forth from Yagura's hand, coiling around the wisps of energy before retreating back into his body. He tensed and cocked his head slightly, then scowled. "Just as we thought, then," he said out loud, confusing the watching genin. "Will this serve as confirmation enough for you?" "Good, saves us a lot of trouble then." "What are you talking about?" another genin asked hesitantly. Yagura continued to ignore them. He moved towards the genin and began rifling through the pouches, finding 2 more stones, which immediately shattered and released more energy along with a series of papers filled with notes. He eyed the papers critically for a moment before turning to the genin. "What code did you use?" "Like we'd tell you," one of the genin spat. Yagura's hand twitched and that genin found himself completely engulfed by the watery arm that was holding him. He began thrashing around in the water as his air ran out while the other genin watching in horrified disbelief. "What code did you use?" Yagura repeated, looking at the other genin. We'll tell," the genin's teammate cried. "Just let him go." Yagura's hand twitched again, and the drowning genin's head poked out of the water. He began coughing and hacking as he drew in lungfuls of air. "I'm waiting," Yagura said evenly. After the genin had revealed the key to the code, Yagura spent the next 10 minutes translating and reading through their notes. Once he was finished, he turned his attention back to the genin, who flinched slightly, wondering what this madman would do next. "Why did you make these notes?" he asked. "That was our mission during the exams." "What are the stones for?" "We don't know, exactly. We were just told to record where the stones vibrated and who was in the area." Yagura referred to the notes again. After a few seconds, he nodded. "I agree," he said. "It has to be one of those 2. Fortunately they're on the same team, so if we find one we'll almost certainly find the other." He gathered up all of the notes and held them up in front of his face as he breathed out a small stream of fire. Once the notes had been completely destroyed, he walked over to the jounin. It took him a few minutes to bind the man's wound and rouse him from unconsciousness. "I have a few questions for you," Yagura said. July 22nd, 347 NE. 12:00 p.m. The jounin panted harshly as he finished explaining everything he knew about the tailed beasts and Jinchuriki, which was very little. His captor's questions had ranged from the defensive layout of AIM, which he had refused to divulge, even under threat of death, to his leader's appearance, companions, and personal habits. He had revealed some information, enough to keep his captor satisfied, without revealing any of the secrets he held that might compromise his village. The questioning had also made him realize just how little he knew about his leader, which he found slightly disconcerting in retrospect. "Do you have any other questions?" Yagura asked. The jounin flinched. He had learned quickly how to tell when his captor was talking to himself and not interrupt or comment. The first time had been unpleasant, the second painful, and he'd made sure there wasn't a third. "Neither do I," Yagura said. "Yes, I'll take care of it." Yagura turned his attention back to the jounin. "You were reasonably cooperative, and for that I will make this quick," he said, before driving a kunai into his captive's heart. The genin screamed in protest and struggled against their watery bonds that had kept them captive for nearly an hour. "Why?" one of them cried out. "He told you everything you wanted to know." Yagura shrugged apologetically. "Your village has declared war against my kind. If you must blame someone, blame your leader." His hand twitched, and the clearing fell silent. July 23rd, 347 NE. 2:00 p.m. Hokage's office. "Hey Hokage-san, you wanted to see me?" Kushu said as he strolled into the office. The Hokage wasn't at his desk as he normally was, though, instead standing at the window and staring out at the village. "Indeed I did," the Hokage replied, not turning around. "I have something very important I want to talk to you about. ANBU, please give us some privacy." There was no response for a long moment before 4 ANBU appeared behind the Hokage, kneeling with one fist planted on the wooden floor. "Hokage-sama," one asked. "Privacy, please," the Hokage repeated, still not turning around. "Very well, Hokage-sama," the ANBU replied, vanishing. Kushu felt them move just outside the room. After they had left, the door clicked shut behind them and the locking seals flared to life once more. The Hokage continued to stare out at the village. Kushu was about to repeat his earlier question when the old man finally spoke. "I have lived in this village all of my life," he began, his voice filled with nostalgia. "I was born here 68 years ago, graduated from the academy at the age of 9 and was placed on a Genin team led by the second Hokage. I have fought in and survived all 3 great ninja wars, and was appointed Hokage in one of the last battles in the First Great War. I led this village both on and off the battlefield during the Second and Third Wars, striving to protect as many people as I could. There were hardships and sacrifices, but in the end the village survived and even prospered. I have dedicated my life to serving this village, and I don't think it is arrogant to say that I have done well. Konoha is the strongest village in the elemental nations, and I am proud to be her leader and to serve with the many loyal and dedicated ninja who call her home. My greatest comfort, however, is the knowledge that my legacy will live on long after I have passed." Kushu shifted uneasily. The Hokage still hadn't turned to face him, instead staring out the window the entire time. He'd never seen the Hokage like this before, and it worried him that the old man he thought he knew so well could surprise him. "I thought to enjoy my retirement when I passed the title on to Minato, safe in the knowledge that I had found a successor who would in time surpass me and who was every bit as dedicated to this village as I was. When he fell 12 years ago, I reluctantly took back the title and once more dedicated my life to this village, knowing that I was the only real option at the time and that my village would need me to recover. These past 12 years have been, in many ways, the most difficult of my life. I was old then, and feel older now. The problems seem to just pile up faster than they used to, or perhaps I have simply grown tired of it all. Ever since my wife died, I find myself wondering why I keep going on. If Minato were still Hokage, I probably would have died already, if only to join her in the afterlife. As it is, I find my will of fire burning a little less brightly every day. One day, and it shall be sooner rather than later, I think, it will extinguish entirely." He sighed quietly, still staring out the window. Kushu stared at the Hokage's back. He had absolutely no idea why the Hokage was telling him this. He'd almost think the old man was going to appoint him his successor, but no matter how impressive he was already, he didn't think the old man was so desperate as to appoint a 13-year-old as the Hokage. "Ji-san," he started to say, but the Hokage resumed speaking. "However, it has not extinguished yet, nor am I ready to give up protecting this village." The Hokage finally turned from the window, allowing Kushu to see the old man's face as he moved over to sit behind his desk. There was no emotion there, it was a cold mask that could have been carved from granite. His eyes were burning with intensity, however, as they settled on Kushu's form. Even as Kushu absorbed this, the Hokage placed his hand on the desk and seals began flaring to life all over the office. There must have been hundreds of them, and they all seemed to be some variation of barrier or protection seals. They were all focused inward, however, designed to contain something rather than repel something, and it soon became obvious why. Layered over all of them were several very, very large explosive seals, shining brightly with stored chakra. The death god stated that the tailed beast would be banished for a period of 100 years upon the failure of the seal. "So, tell me why I shouldn't make my last act as Hokage to start that period of banishment right now, tailed beast." Kushu just gaped at the Hokage for a long moment, unable to process the rapidly changing situation. After a few seconds he snapped out of his shock and put on a confused face. "What are you talking about, Hokage-ji-san?" There was the tiniest moment of hesitation on the Hokage's part, but he shook his head slightly and his face grew even stonier. "Do not play games with me, tailed beast. I did not come to this course of action without being certain." Kushu continued to stare at the Hokage for several seconds, maintaining his confused expression. The Hokage's face never twitched and the intensity in his gaze never wavered. Finally, he sighed and dropped his act, slowly walking over to sit on one of the chairs facing the Hokage's desk. 12 years and it comes to this, he said, staring straight at the Hokage. The Hokage tensed slightly, his face paling a little. Kushu smirked in response. "Ah, so you weren't quite as certain as you claimed, were you? Or perhaps you held out hope that you were mistaken, that you could dismiss all of this as a bad dream. Ironic, since I have had similar thoughts myself." The Hokage said nothing, his eyes boring into Kushu's. So, what now? Kushu continued. Do you expect me to beg and plead for my life? Are you going to find another way to steal my power for yourself or your village? The Hokage frowned. We did not dash, he began, but was interrupted by Kushu's sharp, barking laugh. Ha! I may not have seen this coming, old man, but I am no fool. Ninja are always looking for new ways to gain power, and Jinchuriki are as powerful as it gets. A single adult Jinchuriki is considered a credible threat to any Kage. I doubt it's a coincidence that your ninja began assaulting me the moment I returned to the human realm, an assault that led to my sealing. Kushu observed the Hokage's reactions with some satisfaction. The old man had tried to seize control of this confrontation with those explosive seals, but Kushu wasn't about to let that stand. He had no intention of talking with the Hokage from a position of weakness. The Hokage scowled. We were acting in self-defense, he snapped. You would have destroyed the village had we not stopped you. Really? Kushu asked mockingly. How much of your village did I damage, exactly? The Hokage opened his mouth to reply, then paused, taken aback. Good, the old man was even more off balance now. Kushu mentally smirked as he continued to erode the Hokage's defense bit by bit. The answer you are having trouble saying is none. I damaged nothing and killed no one within this village. You killed hundreds of ninja, the Hokage countered angrily. I was acting in self-defense, Kushu replied smugly, throwing the Hokage's earlier words back in his face. Your ninja launched the first strike and never stopped. I believe I never even got within 2 miles of the village I was supposedly bent on destroying. The Hokage scowled but could not refute his words. He had been present when Minato gave the orders, and it was true that they had launched what they believed to be a preemptive strike against the tailed beast. Since we're having this little discussion, I've got a question for you, Kushu said. How did you get your hands on the Death God seal? Kushu had always wondered about that, and his curiosity had only grown when he read the scroll Itachi had brought him. The Hokage frowned thoughtfully, carefully considering his reply. Minato was studying the seal out of curiosity for some time prior to your attack. How convenient. Your successor just happens to be studying the very seal that banished me shortly before our return. Banished you? The Hokage asked, startled. You are clearly still in this realm, he said. This is not the first time I have been sealed. It would be 112 years ago now that I was first sealed. I was attacked for no reason while relaxing in the grasslands far to the west of here. The Land of Wind, I believe you call it. The Hokage's eyes grew wide. Yes, I'm sure you recall the so-called sealing experiment that devastated the area. That incident occurred when I destroyed the seal that bound me then, Kushu said, slowly rising from his chair and moving to stand next to the window. The blood drained from the Hokage's face. He remained nearly motionless as his eyes followed Kushu's movements. It really is a remarkable view from here, Kushu said. You can see most of the village that you love so much. He paused, raising his hand to stroke his chin thoughtfully. How large would you say this village is? 5 miles across? Perhaps 6? The Hokage didn't reply, his eyes locked on Kushu's form. How large do you think the explosion was that devastated the Land of Wind? The Hokage flinched, but remained silent. Kushu turned, a vicious smile on his face as he walked past the Hokage and returned to his seat. His eyes bored into the Hokage's own, and he allowed his Yuki to bleed into his eyes, completing their change to blood-red eyes with a black vertical slit. He also began leaking some of his killing intent, filling the room with an oppressive aura. The old man bore it well, but Kushu could see his breathing becoming labored and beads of sweat forming on his brow. You can try to destroy me with those explosive seals, Kushu said, his voice cold, but if you think by doing so you'll protect your village, you are rather sorely mistaken. So what will it be, Hokage? Chapter 29, What Shall It Be? July 23, 347 NE. -2:15 p.m. Hokage's office. The Hokage swallowed thickly before he replied, his voice hoarse. You're bluffing. You have no proof that will happen. Kushu smirked condescendingly. True, I can't prove that destroying this body will cause destruction of that magnitude without actually doing so. However, if you'll recall the death god's words, he specifically said banished once again. Why would he say that if I had never been banished before? The Hokage stared at Kushu for several seconds before he slumped back in his chair. The explosive seals slowly faded from view, though the privacy seals and other seals protecting the office from infiltration or eavesdropping remained active. Kushu nodded in satisfaction. The Hokage's gamble had failed while his had succeeded. Kushu himself wasn't entirely certain what would happen if some external force destroyed his body, but he suspected that it would not, in fact, result in such devastation. With Ino still inside Konoha, he also had no intention of destroying the seal himself, but the Hokage certainly didn't need to know that. It was debatable whether anyone else in the village would stay his hand, but it was a moot point at the moment. Silence reigned for nearly a minute as Kushu watched the Hokage. The old man's face was hidden from view by his hat, but his overall demeanor spoke of defeat. Kushu was actually rather surprised when the Hokage finally looked up, as his eyes were still sharp. It seemed he had not entirely broken the Hokage's spirit after all. I am still not convinced that you are not a threat to this village, the Hokage said finally, his voice firm. Kushu stifled his irritation, instead nodding respectfully at the old man as if he had made a good point. Of course he was a threat, but a combative attitude would probably not help at this point. What would it take to convince you then? I need more information, the Hokage replied immediately, his voice sharp. I need to know what you are and what you want. Once I have those answers, then perhaps we can come to some sort of understanding. Kushu snorted slightly at his choice of words, but nodded in agreement. Ask away then. Why were you approaching this village 12 years ago? Honestly, I can't say I was approaching the village, as I didn't even know it was there. Even if I had known, I would not have cared. There was no sign of my brethren in the area, and so no reason for me to remain. I had far more important things to do than bother with an insignificant human settlement. That he would have been perfectly willing to blast his way through the village should he have decided it was necessary or expedient he left unsaid. That particular insight wouldn't steer the conversation the way he wanted it to go. The Hokage seemed particularly weak to guilt, so guilt he would get. Why did you kill all those ninja then? The Hokage asked, his voice biting. Because they attacked me. Seeing the Hokage flinch, Kushu smirked and nodded. Yes, that's right, if you had simply left me alone, none of those ninja would have died, including the fourth Hokage and his son. The Hokage looked away, his expression pained, before his eyes snapped back to Kushu. You know? Of course I know, Kushu replied. I was aware of everything that happened to this body. I know who Naruto's parents are, and I'm also aware of that confrontation you had with this body's mother. And still you dare to claim that didn't seal me for my power. You stole her son because you were unwilling to let go of your newfound Jinchuriki. Among my kind, such an act would be considered sacrilege. Yes, that is the closest word, a crime of the highest order. Guilt warred with anger on the Hokage's face before he regained control of his emotions. When did you kill Naruto? He asked rather than responding to Kushu's latest accusation. Kushu just laughed. Oh, I never harmed him at all. You can thank the fourth for that one. Minato would never kill his own son, the Hokage shouted, slamming his hand on his desk. You killed him and took over somehow after the sealing. Kushu just shook his head. I'm sure it makes you feel better to think so, but you already know exactly what killed him, and when. All within death's domain and the boundary shall be taken in payment, he quoted, repeating the words the death god had spoken that day. You merely assumed Naruto was excluded from that because he was still alive after the sealing. He was not. Every moment after the sealing has been me, and only me. Seeing the horror etched on the Hokage's face, Kushu couldn't resist adding one more jibe. Face it, old man. The only time I ever harmed anyone or anything related to this village was in response to something Konoha started. You literally have no one to blame but yourselves. That seemed to have broken his spirit at last, judging by the haunted look in the old man's eyes. Which meant now was the perfect time to start getting something useful out of this conversation, other than the satisfaction he took from mocking one of his chief captors. He knew that Sarutobi wasn't directly to blame, but then the old man had just threatened to destroy everything he had spent the last 12 years working for. A little payback seemed appropriate. However, Kushu said slowly, pulling the Hokage's attention away from his self-recrimination, that isn't to say I view Konoha as my enemy. You aren't worthy of such a distinction. Even if you didn't know it was me, you have been kind over the years. Access to your knowledge has been very useful. Having seen what my younger brother went through, it's also clear that my situation could have been far, far worse. Although if anyone had tried that with me personally, they would have come to regret it very quickly. Get any ideas of changing my seal and I will destroy you. Kushu plastered a pleasant smile on his face as he stared at the Hokage. It didn't matter whether the old man took his words at face value or not. Either message would suit his purposes. The Hokage mustered up enough energy to look confused. Younger brother? Yes, the one you know as the one-tailed beast. Currently bound within Gaara, though under much improved conditions. He seems to have come through the experience mostly intact, thankfully. Sarutobi stared at him for a long moment. What are the tailed beasts? He asked finally. Well, first of all, we are not tailed beasts. We are properly known as Bijou, and we are something rather unique. You already think of us as immortal beings of immense power, but we are also intelligent. We have lived many, many years, after all, so it should be no surprise that we've learned a few tricks here and there. If we were truly bent on destroying the world, we would have had plenty of time to do so. The Hokage seemed to be recovering from his earlier depression and responded quickly. The tailed beasts, or Bijou, rather, only appeared a little over 100 years ago, and immediately began causing destruction wherever they went. Wrong, Kushu replied flatly, an annoyed expression on his face. The Hokage frowned at his response. That is the earliest recorded sighting of a Ta Bijou. No one has ever reported any peaceful contact of any kind. And wrong again. We have walked this world for hundreds of years. I won't claim we never killed anyone at all, but we did not view humanity as an enemy or even a potential threat. If anything, you amused us. We amused you? The Hokage asked angrily. Kushu shrugged. As I said, we have lived a very long time, and you humans were something new and different. With so many of you doing so many different things, there was always something interesting to witness. When did you first enter the human realm? And why is knowledge of the different realms forbidden? Kushu began to respond, then blinked. With a grin slowly spreading across his face, he replied, Oh, forbidden is it? Someone's been letting things slip. Why is it forbidden? The Hokage asked again. Why is it so important that we don't know about it? Well, it rather depends on your perspective, I suppose. Such knowledge is not forbidden to me or my brethren. We may travel as we wish and share it with anyone we care to. For the ones you know as summons, however, the situation is very different. To put it in terms you would be familiar with, they started a war in someone else's country, lost, and had to pay reparations. The Hokage thought for a few moments, attempting to translate that vague statement. What country did they start a war in? The human realm, Kushu replied, grinning. They attacked the human realm? The Hokage asked, shocked and disbelieving. Kushu shook his head. No, they've always had rather friendly relations with humans, actually. They attacked us, but they made the mistake of doing it here. I don't understand, the Hokage finally admitted. Why would it matter if they fought you here or elsewhere? Well, since you know enough to be asking these questions in the first place, I suppose I should fill you in the rest of it. It'll be an interesting experience, lecturing the professor. With a small smirk at the slightly irritated look on Sarutobi's face, he began. Reality as you know it is divided into 4 realms, the human realm, this one, the outer realm, where the so-called summoned tribes live, the demon realm, where myself and my brethren originate, and the divine realm, where the one you refer to as Kami resides. There's rather more to it, of course, but that will suffice to give you the basic idea. The Hokage's jaw dropped open. Kami exists? He asked, stunned. Kushu just raised an eyebrow. You know of the death god but didn't think Kami existed? That's rather ironic, since they are for all intents and purposes the same being. The Hokage's jaws sagged even further before he closed it with an audible snap. Collecting himself, he cleared his throat and said, "That's just rather surprising. We have proof of the death god, but no one has ever summoned or even claimed to have communicated with Kami in a meaningful fashion." Well, they wouldn't, would they? Kami only manifests in the realm as the death god. Why? Kushu shrugged. I couldn't tell you the reasoning, only that everything Kami does has a law behind it. Which leads us back to my little lesson. The summoned tribes had been visiting the human realm for many years before we showed up, and they didn't like our intrusion. This was not our first encounter with the summons. Of course, they have always showed a tendency to explore and had actually entered the demon realm several times in the past. Their incursions have always been met with fierce resistance and resulted in what you would call a war. Of course, to demonkind war has very different connotations since it's so much harder to kill us. You said you were immortal, the Hokage interrupted. The Bijou are immortal, other demons are just very hard to kill. Even in the worst wars, it's actually very rare for a demon to permanently die. Instead, they merely lose some of their power or energy, or in extreme cases lose cohesion entirely for a long period of time. They will eventually recover, however. At any rate, our relationship with the outer realm was set by that first encounter, and they have always met us with hostility thereafter. This was the first time we had met in the human realm, and they reacted, as they always did, by attacking us. And, as they always did, they lost. Our battle did considerable damage to the human realm, however, and that's where Kami got involved. You see, Kami also views the human realm as under his protection, and unlike the summons, Kami has the power to enforce his rule. Apparently one of his laws is that the human realm is to be considered neutral ground. Any damage caused by battles that were not instigated by the natives will be punished. Sarutobi's eyes widened. Then you dash. Yes, I would not have started anything. Unfortunately for you, he said, patting his stomach where the seal was located, this most certainly counts as instigation. Then why would the death god seal you away if you were not at fault? The Hokage pointed out, thinking he had found a flaw in the Bijou story. That is an entirely separate law, Kushu replied easily. You'll notice that he said quite clearly that demonkind do not fall under his domain. Without studying the jutsu used to summon the death god, however, I could not tell you what that law is, merely what it does. My best guess is that it is some form of exchange, the lives of everyone and everything in the area to seal the target. Getting back to the matter at hand, since the summons started the war, they were held accountable for the damage. As part of their reparations, they had to give up their right to travel the realms. The Hokage nodded thoughtfully, reconciling what the Bijou had told him with what Jiraiya had gathered from the toads and his own discussions with Enma, and coming up short, there were some definite gaps in the story. How are the summoned tribes able to travel the realms now? Strictly speaking, they don't. When you summon one of them, you actually get what amounts to a very powerful and durable clone. The real summon is still in the outer realm. I see, that would explain why they never retain their wounds, except for when Gamabunta fought you. How does that work? Kushu smirked, holding up his hand and letting a small bit of his yuki curl off of it. The red energy streamed into the air and waved slowly about, causing the Hokage to tense slightly. Kushu noted that none of the seal in the room flared in warning or reacted to his yuki in any discernible fashion. That is something you don't need to know, he said finally, still smirking. He was of course leaving out a great deal of information that would either present the Bijou in a more menacing light or that could possibly be used against demonkind in the future. His yuki, as with that of his brethren, was actually incredibly dangerous to the Outlings, which is part of the reason they reacted so negatively to the Bijou's presence in the human realm. Damage inflicted by the Bijou went far beyond the physical where Outlings were concerned, and his own yuki was worse still. Gamabunta was lucky the residual yuki in his wounds had been pulled into the seal along with the rest of his energy, or the Outling would not have survived the hour. How do you know what happens when we summon one of them? The contract spells it out rather clearly, Kushu replied offhandedly. The Hokage blinked slowly before asking, you can read the contract? What language is it? Kushu shook his head. Let's save that topic for another time, shall we? Jiraiya's summation of the terms of the contract had been quite accurate, actually, if lacking in the particulars. Allowing the Hokage to think there was more information to be gained than there actually was would strengthen his position for later talks. The Hokage frowned, but didn't press the issue. Why were the summoned tribes on the verge of extinction? He asked next. Kushu shrugged again. They lost badly, he answered. And the Bijou may have traveled to the outer realm and may have laid waste to great swaths of it in retaliation for their attacks in the human realm. Another bit of knowledge Sarutobi didn't need to know just yet, if ever. Kushu chuckled slightly, remembering his personal visit to the lands of the Dragon Tribe. That tribe had been particularly aggressive in their attacks in the demon realm, and he had taken great pleasure in wiping them out permanently. That they were also the ones who had killed Ryudo, or so it had appeared at the time, may have also had something to do with it. Yes, he had enjoyed that very much indeed. If the summons are so outmatched, why would they continue to attack you? Kushu shrugged again. Why does Kiba insist that he can beat me every time we fight? Why do the minor villages insist on competing with Konoha? They just can't admit that they have no chance, and so continue to throw themselves into battle again and again. The Hokage knew that the Bijou wasn't telling him everything, but he had no idea what it would be or how to pull it out of him. Frowning deeper in frustration, he moved on. That still doesn't explain why the summoned tribes can't share that knowledge. That was my sister's idea, actually. You see, the summoned tribes had been visiting the human realm for a long time, but no humans have ever traveled the realms, have they? Which means that the summoned tribes never shared that knowledge before, preferring to keep it to themselves. However, they had also become rather used to dealing with humans on a frequent basis, and certain aspects of their existence had become dependent on your kind. Now that they could no longer travel freely, it seemed rather fitting that their prior secrecy come back to haunt them. And, as the injured party, we had the right to influence their punishment to a certain extent. Sarutobi mulled that over. He got the feeling that the animosity between the summoned tribes and the Bijou went a lot deeper than he was making it seem, but there was also a certain amount of truth there. Enma himself had admitted that the summoned tribes had been visiting the human realm for thousands of years, and yet no humans that he knew of had ever traveled the realms without the summoned tribes' assistance. In fact, before the Toads made Jiraiya that offer, Sarutobi didn't think any human even knew there was such a thing as another realm. He had certainly not been aware of it on the few occasions he visited the home of the monkeys. If the summoned tribes are forbidden from talking about the other realms, then why could they tell us now? That I do not know the answer to. As they have not triggered Kami's wrath, however, they did not violate their punishment in doing so. I myself would be most interested in finding out what loophole they have discovered. How did you find out? That doesn't seem relevant to our discussion, the Hokage replied quickly. Kushu scowled. If you are going to refuse to answer my questions, then I don't see much purpose in answering yours. You are attempting to convince me you mean no harm to this village, the Hokage countered, a matching scowl forming on his own face, something which you have yet to accomplish. Kushu's face settled back into a neutral expression as he eyed the Hokage. The old man was proving rather stubborn, despite the many painful revelations he had endured so far. Upon further consideration, it shouldn't be so surprising, though, the man had been Hokage for the majority of his life and he would surely have experience dealing with unpleasant topics. Then it would seem we are at an impasse, Hokage, as you still seem to think you can dictate the terms of this conversation. I am not some foolish child or insubordinate ninja to be reprimanded. I am older than you by millennia, and have led a village of my own for centuries. So you claim, the Hokage pointed out. There is no actual proof of any of that. His expression shifted into a triumphant smirk as he stared at the Bijou expectantly. Kushu's face darkened and twisted into a snarl, and he almost lashed out to destroy the old man where he sat. Almost. Instead, his face cleared and he began chuckling, startling the Hokage. Oh, you're good, aren't you? Kushu said, his voice filled with mirth. You've been trying to play me this whole time. The Hokage's eyes widened slightly in surprise before he mastered his expression once again, but that was all the confirmation Kushu needed. Addition, you've been trying to trick me into revealing something, either by shocking me with the explosive seals, playing up your defeated attitude, or pretending to dismiss everything I have said in this conversation as a fabrication. The Hokage didn't reply, although there was a calculating gleam in his eye. A dangerous approach, to try my temper so, but you've already shown that you were prepared to sacrifice your own life to defend this village. Kushu lapsed into thoughtful silence for a moment, then nodded decisively. Very well, I'll play along for a bit. Let's look at things from your perspective, shall we? He stood and moved closer to the Hokage's desk as he began to pace back and forth. I think we can both agree that I am intelligent, or at least sentient, so I can possibly be reasoned with. At the very least I am not a mindless beast, yes? As he spoke, he released several small streams of Yuki from his feet and sent them towards the Hokage, making sure that they were hidden from the old man's view. The released Yuki began to pool under the desk, out of sight. The Hokage nodded carefully, betraying no emotion. Have I done anything in my time as Naruto to harm this village? Kushu asked. He kept careful watch on the seals around the room as he continued to pace back and forth, but none of them showed any signs of reacting to his Yuki. The Hokage seemed similarly unaware, as expected. His experiments with Ino had shown that when he twisted his Yuki the right way it was very difficult for humans to detect. The seals gave off enough chakra of their own to mask the few traces that remained. The Hokage frowned before replying, not that I am aware of, no. So we have two options to explain my behavior, either I have no intention of harming this village, or I am still too weak to do so. Would you agree with that analysis? The Yuki began seeping through the Hokage's sandals and into his skin. It was incredibly fortunate that he had taken the time to experiment within the Forest of Death and managed to figure out how to send his Yuki into other people's bodies without being detected. He would have been forced to take a far more direct approach otherwise. The Hokage watched him warily. There is also the possibility that you have managed to harm this village in ways that we have yet to detect, or that you are biding your time for some reason other than inability to act, he added. You must think very highly of my subtlety and patience, then, Kushu said, smiling pleasantly. I'm flattered. The rest of the Yuki hidden under the desk exploded upwards, wrapping around Sarutobi's form and slamming him into the wall in the blink of an eye. The Yuki already present within the Hokage's body was hard at work disrupting his chakra control. Despite the sudden and swift attack, Kushu barely managed to interrupt no less than 3 separate techniques the Hokage had tried to perform in those first moments. He personally could only recognize 2 of them as the Kawarimi and some variation of a clone technique. The third was a complete unknown. The Hokage's eyes widened in shock as he felt his techniques fail. He swiftly came to the conclusion that the bijou was responsible for that, though for the life of him he couldn't imagine how it could be accomplished. He tried to activate the warning seals located around the office, but that chakra pulse too was disrupted. Abandoning that approach, he paused to take stock of his situation. He quickly noted with some surprise that he did not feel any pain despite the tailed beast's chakra that was holding him against the wall. His mouth was still free, as well. You won't get away with this, he said, his voice filled with equal parts anger and conviction. Even if you kill me, the other ninja in the village will fight you. And you are still missing the point, old man, Kushu growled. You are completely powerless, yet still alive. If I am capable of defeating you in any fashion, do you honestly believe there is a single ninja in this entire village I couldn't take? In any other village? How many times have I been this close to you, or even closer? How many times could I have killed you before this? How many times could I have killed someone else? Kushu pulled back his Yuki slowly and deliberately, easing the Hokage to the floor. The Hokage stared at him as he did so, his face a mixture of confusion and disbelief. Kushu shook his head. You refuse to believe my words, so if this doesn't convince you that I am perfectly capable of harming this village and have chosen not to, then nothing will, he said, settling back into his seat. So I ask again, what will it be, Hokage? Are you going to accept that you can work with me, or shall we begin a battle that will result in my banishment and the destruction of this village? The Hokage slowly straightened up and moved back to his desk, noting that, other than the overturned chair, no damage had been caused by the bijou's attack. He slowly picked up his chair and set it back on its feet before sitting down. He leaned forward, his elbows resting on the desk and his hands laced together in front of his mouth as he simply observed the bijou in contemplative silence. Kushu forced himself to wait even as he began wondering if he had pushed too far. He was playing a very dangerous game, since he was trying to convince the Hokage he had no intention of destroying Konoha without giving the Hokage enough ammunition to call his bluff. He needed to gain the upper hand in some fashion, but he was all too aware that the combined might of Konoha would eventually overwhelm his defenses. He could outlast any one ninja, or even a group of them. All of them would be able to muster more than enough firepower to penetrate his Yuki and destroy his human body, thus banishing him from the human realm. "What is your name?" the Hokage asked finally, his voice neutral once again. Kushu relaxed slightly. "Kushu," he replied. That the Hokage was asking this now showed that the old man was finally accepting him as an individual to converse with and understand rather than an abstract threat to be studied and negated, or so he hoped, anyway. "Kushu," the Hokage repeated slowly. "What do you want? Long term?" "I want to find and free my brethren, and prevent anyone from ever sealing us again." The Hokage nodded slowly. Given what he now knew, assuming that Kushu's words were at least mostly honest, anyway, that answer was to be expected. "And you do not intend to seek revenge on the people who have sealed you and your brethren?" "Ah, now that's an interesting question," Kushu said, smiling slightly. "I'm sure that you mean Konoha and the other ninja villages, but that's a mistake." The Hokage frowned thoughtfully. "What do you mean?" "While the hidden villages may take credit for defeating the tailed beasts, you were not the ones who originally attacked us and sealed us. That particular distinction goes to a group known as Akatsuki. The hidden villages don't matter in the end, but Akatsuki I will wipe from existence." The hidden villages would also have their price to pay, but they were a mere nuisance compared to the real threat of Akatsuki. Akatsuki was the group that had created the seals in the first place, the group that had sealed his brethren. Once he and the rest of the Bijou were free and Akatsuki destroyed, then they would consider the fate of the elemental nations. And really, after how useful Konoha had proven to be, he couldn't muster much anger towards the village anymore. That Ino wouldn't like it was, of course, the deciding factor. What his brethren wanted was far more important and meaningless, if satisfying, destruction. Suna, on the other hand, had no such protection. The only question was whether Ryudo would handle it himself or allow his brethren to participate. "I'd never heard of this." "Akatsuki," the Hokage said slowly. "If they were the ones responsible, is it not possible that they were wiped out when you destroyed your seal the first time?" "I'm sure at least some of them were," Kushu replied, "but I have come across information that the group survived, or has reformed and become active once more in the years since." "What information?" the Hokage asked. Kushu shook his head. "I don't think we've reached the point where we can fully trust each other yet, unless you want to ask my earlier question about how the summoned tribes were able to talk to you." The Hokage inclined his head slightly, acknowledging the point. "Another time, perhaps," he replied. "So, your attention is focused on this Akatsuki as the group responsible?" "Yes." "And you are willing to forgive Konoha for attacking you?" His mouth twisted around the words as if they had a bitter taste. Kushu shrugged. "Honestly, my situation is not without its benefits, and knowing what I know now, I can understand why you reacted as you did, even if you were mistaken in your beliefs. I would not say that I have forgiven or forgotten, but I have no need or desire to seek further retribution from this village." "Then I think," the Hokage said slowly, "that we may be able to come to an understanding." "I'm glad to hear that," Kushu said honestly. "Our mutual destruction would have benefited no one but our enemies." The Hokage grimaced, but nodded. "So what now?" Kushu asked. "I need time to think on everything we have discussed so far. I am willing to trust you to a point, but I will verify as much as I can." "Of course," Kushu said, waving off the Hokage's words. "Just as I will be watching carefully to make sure you do not change your mind once I am away from the village on some mission." The Hokage smirked. "I won't claim that the thought didn't occur to me," he admitted. "There's something else you should keep in mind, Hokage," Kushu said slowly, teasingly. "You may be aware of the potential consequences of making me an enemy, but you should also consider the benefits of becoming my ally. I find that work as a ninja can be highly entertaining, and am inclined to continue as such for the foreseeable future." The Hokage nodded slowly. "That is indeed something to consider," he admitted. Kushu grinned. And don't forget that my family will need somewhere to stay in the human realm, somewhere friendly and accommodating. Other villages don't treat their Jinchuriki well at all, which makes Konoha rather appealing in contrast, wouldn't you say? The Hokage's eyes widened as he contemplated what Kushu was suggesting. There were risks, quite a few of them, but the potential benefits, in terms of both power and knowledge. Kushu smirked when he saw the Hokage considered his words. So, shall we meet again? Say, in a week, he said, interrupting the Hokage's musings. Yes, that should be sufficient time, the Hokage muttered, shaking off his thoughts. You do realize I'm going to have to reveal your real identity to certain people? Kushu shrugged. If you must. I certainly can't stop you. Just be very careful about who finds out. I may not seek retribution for past events, but I will not tolerate any future attacks on myself or my brethren. I will keep that in mind, the Hokage replied tersely. If anyone asks, we have been discussing your inevitable promotion to Chunin and some additional duties and training that you may take on, with the potential for fast-tracking you to ANBU. I asked you to keep the exact details to yourself, but you are free to share that much. As far as ANBU are concerned, we discussed that topic in addition to some recent developments in your condition that I wanted to let you know about privately. He deactivated the seals protecting the office before he continued. Make sure you think carefully on what I've said, Naruto-kun, he said for the benefit of the people outside the office. It's an important decision and you should consult with your family and teammates before committing yourself to anything. I understand, Hokage-san, Kushu replied solemnly. Thank you for this opportunity. He turned and opened the door, revealing the ANBU clustered nearby. Of course, Naruto-kun, the Hokage said pleasantly, smiling. If his smile was a little strained and didn't quite reach his eyes, no one noticed. Any time. July 23, 347 NE. -5:00 p.m. Yamanaka residence. What did the Hokage want to talk about? Ino asked once Kushu had returned home. He'd come across some new information regarding the state of the seal, Kushu replied, giving Ino a significant look. Ino blinked for a moment before she paled. Is everything all right? We had a frank discussion about things. It's hard to say right now, but I think everything will work out favorably, he said. Ino nodded shakily, the color slowly returning to her face. That's good, she said finally. All sorts of questions were swimming through her head, but she was mindful of their surroundings. Any open discussions would have to wait until they could retreat to their training ground, since that was the only place they felt comfortable using the mind delve. Naruto could wake them should anyone approach, and if anyone was curious they could simply claim to be taking a break or napping. By the way, she said suddenly, changing the subject, after you left, Temari mentioned the idea of taking another tour tomorrow, by which she means she wants to hang out with us. I don't think they have many friends back in Suna, Ino admitted, looking pensive. They probably don't, given their situation. Anyway, that sounds like a good idea. In fact, that will give me the chance to have that talk with Gaara that I wanted to have today. I'll need your help to keep his siblings occupied for as long you can while we have our chat. Of course, Ino replied. Chapter 30, Friendly Advice. July 24, 347 NE. -2:00 AM. Sarutobi Compound. This had better be important, Jiraiya, the Hokage snapped. His sleep, fitful and restless as it may have been, had been interrupted for the fourth night in a row and he was more than willing to spread the misery at this point. It is, Jiraiya replied, his voice completely serious for once. One of my contacts has come across information that a major disruption of some sort will occur during the third phase, and several people within Konoha are going to be targeted for kidnapping, including Naruto. The Hokage was instantly on alert, and one of his ANBU appeared kneeling nearby in response to his signal. Bring Shikaku and Dragon here immediately, priority black, Sarutobi said. He turned back to Jiraiya as the ANBU disappeared. While we wait for them to get here, why don't you bring me up to speed on Naruto-kun's training? Jiraiya blinked at the odd shift in topic, but shrugged. They had a few minutes to kill and he certainly didn't mind talking about his latest student. Well, he's picked up the Rasengan at a rapid pace. He's blown through the first 2 stages without a problem and is currently working on the 3rd and final stage. Once he gets past that, I intend to have him start experimenting with Minato's theories on adding elemental manipulation to it. How is his progress in the sealing arts? Boy is a damn genius, Jiraiya said, smiling widely. I haven't found a seal yet that he couldn't break down and analyze within an hour, tops. Some of those would have taken me a day or more when I was learning. I couldn't break down some of those that fast now. The Hokage nodded thoughtfully. That would make sense, given his desire to free himself and the other bijou from their seals. How is he at creating seals? Still damn good, though not quite at the same level. He does better at combining existing seals in unusual ways, but I haven't seen him craft a truly new seal on the fly yet. He'll get there, though. What types of seals have you focused on? Nothing specific, Jiraiya said. I've started with all the B rank seals I know and we're working our way up to the A ranks. Once he gets through those, I'm going to give him a scenario he has to create a new seal for before we move on to S ranks. Have you decided what that task will be? Not yet. I'm thinking it will be something to complement his massive chakra reserves, or perhaps something that utilizes his medical knowledge. Consider having him create a seal that prevents the placement or functioning of other seals in an area or on an object, the Hokage said. Jiraiya raised an eyebrow. That'd be a hell of a seal, he replied musingly. S rank, easily. I was thinking of something a little easier. The Hyuga heiress is on his team, the Hokage answered. I think you'll find he would be quite motivated to do so. That the caged bird seal had absolutely nothing to do with his motivation wasn't something Jiraiya needed to know right now. Both eyebrows rose this time. I see, something going on I need to know about? Yes. Not at the moment, the Hokage replied, closing his eyes in contemplation. Consider it insurance. Kushu would understand the message, Sarutobi was sure. Such a seal would likely take a long time to perfect, so it was a small gesture on his part that could strengthen their uneasy alliance. Fair enough, sensei. Further discussion was put on hold as Shikaku and the ANBU commander arrived. Once they were all gathered in Sarutobi's office, Jiraiya gave his report regarding the possible disruption during the 3rd phase. My contact didn't have anything specific that would reveal who was behind it or what the purpose could be, other than allowing the targets to be kidnapped, anyway. Shikaku shook his head. Any distraction large enough to prevent us from pursuing the kidnappers would be far too risky for that sole purpose. I suspect there are multiple groups involved in this, or at least some groups that are willing to take advantage of the situation for their own gain. I agree, the Hokage said, nodding respectfully at Shikaku, which is going to make any potential response on our part incredibly difficult. We have at least 3 different types of targets: children with active bloodlines, a Tokubetsu Jounin who was subjected to experimentation as a child, and a Jinchuriki. We have to at least acknowledge the possibility that there are 3, or more, distinct groups involved in this. What about the Eastern Dragons? Hisashi asked. Everyone in the room was aware of his identity, and he relished the chance to talk without that damn mask distorting his voice. What are the chances that they are directly involved, and how much can we trust their information? Normally I would say that they would stay out of something like this, Jiraiya said, but it's been a long time since they've suffered any sort of serious setback. The current leadership used to have a healthy fear of what ninja are capable of, but that can always change. As for the information, that something will happen I consider a fact at this point. There's too much other evidence to support it. That it won't target the Fire Lord or his court, hard to say. Shikaku spoke next. A successful attack on the Fire Lord within Konoha could very well destroy our reputation and quickly lead to the ruin of the village. An almost successful attack, on the other hand, would unleash the Fire Lord's wrath on the perpetrator. I would expect someone to go through the motions but make it obvious it's a feint. If the Fire Lord is never seriously threatened, I don't think he would bother with more than a token response in return. A good feint would still be enough to tie up some of our best ANBU, though, so I would expect that. Same with any other dignitaries. Jiraiya grimaced. Exactly how many dignitaries are we talking about? I haven't exactly been focused on the details for the 3rd phase lately. The Fire Lord, his wife, and his 2 youngest children, the Hokage replied. The Wind Lord, his wife, and his second daughter. Both of course will be attended by their respective retinues. No country has officially claimed Oto as their ninja village, so we don't expect any nobles to attend for them. The Hokage took a deep breath, then continued. Then there's the representatives from the lands of water, lightning, rivers, and hot water, not to mention all the prominent merchants and guild masters who will be attending. In all there's over 300 people who could be considered high-value targets for someone. And we can't afford to let anything happen to any of them, troublesome. Some would definitely be worse than others, but, in essence, yes. The room settled into an uncomfortable silence as each contemplated the possible outcomes. Now then, the Hokage said, we already have quite a few plans in place for attacks, but they could always use review. We have just over a week to update our plans in light of this new information, so I suggest we get started. Same day. 1:30 p.m. Yamanaka residence. Ino, Temari, and Kankuro were currently sitting in the kitchen, chatting about various topics and generally just getting to know each other. Baki and Kakashi were talking with Inoichi in the backyard, and Gaara and Naruto were currently sitting in the living room where they were ostensibly talking quietly about their respective experiences as Jinchuriki. Given their respective personalities, the fact that Naruto seemed to be doing all of the talking would not strike anyone as particularly odd. An observer would also be hard-pressed to detect the small thread of Yuki that currently connected Naruto and Gaara. Even if they did, they would not have been able to understand its purpose. Same day. 1:30 p.m. Inside Gaara's seal. Within the seal, the desert stretched as far as the eye could see in every direction. The sun hung high in the sky as its rays beat down upon the desert. There were almost no landmarks or deviations to break up the monotony, just flat, featureless sand everywhere except for one small area. The exception was a small patch of grass in the middle of the area. Placed upon the grass was a small, round stone table with 3 chairs around it. All 3 chairs were currently occupied. Kushu sat in one seat, his appearance currently that of his container. 2 Gaaras sat across from him, one with red hair and one with light brown hair. Kushu turned to the brown-haired Gaara first. How much do you think he can handle at the moment? All of it, I'd say, Ryuo replied, his voice serious. Gaara observed the exchange curiously, his eyes shifting from one to the other. Really? Judging from what you left me during the sealing, he'll take it even better than Ino did. No preconceptions to worry about. All right then, it's your call. Turning to the red-haired Gaara, he cleared his throat. I may have misrepresented my situation somewhat during our earlier conversations, he began. You're Kushu, Gaara said calmly. You see, when What? When you first appeared in the seal, you were in the form of a giant 9-tailed fox, Gaara stated, his tone flat, almost bored. You hesitated before answering when I asked if you were a Jinchuriki. Every time you've appeared here you've been alone, whereas Ryuto is always with me. Your mannerisms do not change significantly between the outside world and here, however, so you aren't 2 different people. Your prior conversation and the ease with which you addressed Ryuto confirmed my suspicions. Kushu gaped at Gaara even as Ryuto started laughing. Recovering quickly, he snapped his jaw shut and nodded uncertainly. Well, yes, I am, he finally replied. What happened to your container? Gaara asked, causing Ryuto's laughter to trail off. He died during the sealing, Kushu said. Gaara nodded slowly, considering that answer. His eyes shifted from Ryuto back to Kushu for a few moments before he shrugged. Very well. What did you wish to talk about? That's it? Kushu asked, surprised. I am still alive and in control, and as far as I can tell, other than for this particular piece of information, you have been honest with me. Technically, even then you never outright lied since the body you are sealed within is a Jinchuriki. It's all right, brother, Ryuo interjected, nodding firmly. Gaara understands. Kushu nodded slowly, shaking off his surprise. Well, that will certainly make things a lot easier. That was the most important issue I wanted to talk about, but there are some other things you need to be aware of. First off, the Hokage knows who I am now. Gaara's eyes widened slightly and Ryudo stiffened. Does he know about me? Ryudo asked tightly. Not for certain, but he probably suspects. For the time being we should claim that you are recovering and unconscious. That work for you, Gaara? Gaara just shrugged. It does not matter to me. I do not answer to the Hokage. Kushu grinned. Don't be so quick to decide on that. I mentioned the possibility that all 9 of us could reside in Konoha and he seemed receptive. Gaara shook his head firmly. I have business in Suna. Kushu's eyes turned to Ryudo, noting his darkened face and angry scowl before he looked back to Gaara. Will that business leave the village intact? Gaara shrugged again. It depends on how hard the Kazekage fights. I see. Ryudo, how good is his control over your power? It's complete shit, Ryudo replied succinctly. Gaara frowned. My connection to my sand feels stronger than it ever has before, and I can control it far more easily. Alright, let me amend that then, almost complete shit. Kushu barked a laugh. You don't honestly think sand is the limit of his power, do you? Gaara blinked slowly. I have never heard of any other powers of his, he said, turning to look expectantly at Ryudo. The Biju just shook his head, smirking. My brethren didn't name me the flowing earth because I threw dust at them. We'll work on it, he said, turning back to Kushu. It might take us a while, but he will be worthy of my name. Alright, in the meantime, do you honestly think you can take on Kage? Gaara frowned. I will kill him, he said firmly. And I'm not trying to stop you, I'm trying to make sure you actually succeed. Let's assume you could kill the Kazekage, what will you do about the other ninja? What are you going to do after you succeed? It doesn't matter, as long as he dies. What about Temari and Kankuro? Kushu pressed, frowning. Gaara's eyes widened and he frowned. I don't know. Ryudo shook his head. You have to get your priorities in order, my friend. Killing the bastard that did this to us is good and all, I'm all for it myself, no question, but in the end he's irrelevant. Family comes first, always. Always, Kushu agreed, shooting a grin at Ryudo. Besides, don't you think they would want to participate as well? From what Ino has told me, Temari and Kankuro have their own bones to pick with him. Gaara nodded thoughtfully. They aren't as strong as I am, though. I don't want them to get hurt. A noble sentiment, my friend, Ryudo said, but you are looking at it the wrong way. I myself am not as powerful as Kushu here, but that does not mean I am helpless. Kushu smirked. If they are weak now, then simply make them stronger. And don't let Ryudo sell himself short either. Each of the Biju are capable of certain feats none of the others can perform. You will find that our greatest works are a result of working together. Such as? Gaara asked curiously. It took 4 of us to create a permanent, two-way portal from the demon realm to the human realm, for instance, Kushu finally answered. Realms? What do you mean? Kushu sighed. I'll let Ryudo explain later. The point is, do you have any abilities or skills that complement your siblings' own? Gaara shook his head slowly. I never tried to work with them like that, he admitted, his head dropping slightly. Give it some thought. Better yet, why don't you get your entire team together and talk it over? Even if you don't come up with anything immediately, you will eventually. In the meantime, what jutsu do you have aside from your, fledgling control over Ryudo's powers? Gaara's frown deepened. None. Yeah. I was afraid of that. How's your chakra control? I don't know. Taijutsu? I never fight at close range. Do you have anything aside from the sand? Gaara just shook his head mutely. Well, on the upside, you're already incredibly dangerous with just that, so you've got a good base to work from. I doubt we'll get much of anything done before the exams, but I suspect Ryudo will be able to teach you a few tricks. I've got a shortcut that might help you in the meantime, Kushu said, extending his hand. A small stream of Yuki poured across the table where Ryudo reached out his hand and pulled it in. He cocked his head to the side and pondered the information Kushu had given him before his face split into a wide grin. Oh, that's just mean. Kushu had a matching grin on his face. Isn't it just? Ryudo turned his grin towards Gaara. Earth clones, he said, before bursting into wild laughter. July 26, 347 NE. 11:30 AM. Konoha. Hey Sakura, Ino called out, jogging forward to catch up with her friend. The pink-haired girl was currently walking down the road towards the market district but paused to allow Ino to join her. Hey Ino, Sakura replied, smiling. You guys done with training already? Nah, we're just breaking for lunch. Naruto's been off training with Jiraiya this morning, so it was just me and Hinata. I still can't believe Naruto is training under one of the Sannin. That is so cool, Sakura said. Ino shrugged. It's mostly been seals and a couple of jutsu. It might have been more impressive if he'd actually managed to sign the scroll for the Toad summons. She'd grown up hearing stories about the power behind a summoning contract, and having one that closed yet not being able to use it was a major disappointment. On the other hand, Naruto had promised to teach her the Rasengan once he had mastered it. She was definitely looking forward to that. Sakura nodded uncertainly. I see, she said, though her voice made it clear that she really didn't. So what has your team been up to? Ino asked, changing the subject. Kurenai-sensei has us focusing on physical conditioning and taijutsu during our team sessions, though all of us have other things to work on as well. I'm training to maintain a jinjutsu while using another jutsu. Ino whistled lowly. That would be damn useful, she mused. How's that going? Sakura frowned. Not well, she admitted. Kurenai-sensei insists it's just a matter of getting used to it, but I haven't even managed to pull it off once, even with the simple jinjutsu. What happens? As soon as I start building up the next jutsu, the jinjutsu just falls apart. Yeah, but why? Maintaining a jinjutsu just requires a small amount of mental focus and a bit of chakra, right? For the simple ones, yeah. The more complex ones take more attention and chakra. Well, is it falling apart because you lose focus, or because of the chakra? Focus, Sakura said quietly. Ah, you're still pouring everything into each technique, Ino said, nodding sagely. How is Kurenai helping you with that? She has Shino and Sasuke attacking me while I cast Jinjutsu. She says if I can pull off Jinjutsu while dodging attacks, then the focus problem should take care of itself. Ino nodded thoughtfully. That's one way to do it, I suppose, she said, trailing off. You have another idea? Sakura asked hopefully. Ino almost winced at the desperate edge to Sakura's voice. Her friend had not taken her loss in the preliminaries well, she hadn't fallen back into her old habits yet, but her confidence and enthusiasm had definitely taken a blow. In some ways Ino considered that a personal affront. Sakura was one of her greatest friends, right up there with Shikamaru and Shuji, but she was also the first person Ino had ever really helped using her family's skills. Turning the shy, quiet bookworm into the proud, vivacious girl who could handle any situation and was willing to assert her own opinion even if others disagreed had been Ino's greatest accomplishment to date. She didn't consider her work complete, though, not yet. Sakura was still too quick to seek validation from those around her rather than trusting her own conclusions, and her team's loss in the prelims was not helping on that front. Sakura had blossomed when she was included with the other clan kids, but at the same time she didn't have a niche, an area where she excelled above all others. Ino had been ecstatic when Sakura had gotten Kurenai as a teacher and had taken to Jinjutsu like a fish to water. Finally her friend would have her own area of expertise, and finally she would feel like she contributed something meaningful to the group. No one had been able to convince the pink-haired girl that she didn't need to prove anything to anyone in the group, that she was already a valued and vital part of their team. Still, if Sakura needed this to prove to herself that she could keep up with the others, then Ino would help. Fortunately, years spent watching Naruto experiment with some highly unorthodox methods of using jutsu had given her quite a few ideas to help Sakura out. Well, she said slowly, Kurenai basically wants you to do two things at once, right? Or rather she wants you to focus on dodging and fighting while casting a jinjutsu? Sakura nodded quickly, her eyes fixed on Ino. But you actually focus on casting the jinjutsu while dodging and fighting, don't you? Sakura blinked. I hadn't thought about it like that, but yeah, I do. Well, it's to be expected. You know the point of the exercise is to cast the Jinjutsu, and you will do everything in your power to make it work. Unfortunately, it sounds like you need to do just the opposite. From what you've said, you have to be able to use a Jinjutsu without really thinking about it. Sakura blushed and lowered her head, looking vaguely ashamed. Hey, none of that. Ino snapped, pulling Sakura to the side of the road. Kurenai is known as the Jinjutsu mistress because that's something very, very few ninja can do. She clearly believes you can pull this off, and so do I. Sakura's eyes widened and she nodded reflexively. However, I'd like to think I know you a little better than she does. I'm sure her approach will work eventually, but I think I have an idea that will challenge you in the right way and hopefully move things along faster. What is it? Sakura asked hesitantly. She'd seen what Ino and Naruto considered challenging before, and she was more than a little leery of any task along those lines. Do you have any Jinjutsu you can use without hand signs? A handful, yeah, Sakura admitted. Just the really basic and obvious ones though, like Black Vision and Deafening Burst. Perfect, Ino said, smiling. Why don't you try using those? I have dash. At the same time. Isn't that what I've been trying to do? No, I mean try launching them simultaneously. Sakura's jaw dropped. That's a A-rank skill. People usually don't try that until they're jounin, she yelped. Only because ninja usually manage to do that only after they've already become jounin, Ino said, waving Sakura's objections away. When you get right down to it, it's just a matter of chakra control. And what rating did your chakra control get during the last test? S, Sakura admitted quietly. Exactly. Sakura's mouth opened and closed several times before she finally asked, You really think I could do that? Sakura, I know you can do it, it's just a question of when. And that will help with my Jinjutsu problem? As I understand what you're trying to do, yes. Even if it doesn't, you'll still have an incredibly useful and versatile skill added to your arsenal, Ino added, smiling. Can you do that? Sakura asked, her curiosity plain. Ha! Not even close. My chakra control just barely merits an A rank. Can Naruto do that? Well, he can, but he also cheats. Cheats? Sakura asked, confused. What do you mean? You'll find out eventually. It's not all that important, but you can think of it as something unique to him that lets him use chakra in strange ways. And speaking of Naruto, I'm supposed to be meeting him for lunch. Later, Sakura said, smiling gratefully, and thanks for helping me. Anytime, Sakura. That's what friends are for. Same day. 12:15 p.m. Ichiraku's restaurant. Ino observed the crowd as she walked into the restaurant and headed for Naruto's personal booth. Tucci had insisted on creating a special booth reserved solely for Naruto-sama's use as a gesture of his appreciation. It was tucked away in a quiet corner of the restaurant, shielded from sight. Naruto had added privacy seals to the booth that served to dampen the sounds emanating from the rest of the restaurant and, if fully activated, would allow anyone sitting there complete privacy for as long as they wished it. That the booth was located conveniently close to the kitchens was not a coincidence. Aside from Naruto's booth, the restaurant was almost completely packed with both ninja and civilians. Ino noted several Akimichi among the crowd and smiled. Earning an Akimichi's patronage was as close to guaranteed success in Konoha as it got. Not only did the family consume a great deal of food on their own, but they were considered incredibly picky when it came to the taste and quality of their meals. It was very rare that they would venture outside of their own restaurants, but any other restaurant they decided to patronize was either highly successful or rapidly became so. Ino swiped her hand along the security seal on Naruto's booth, alerting anyone inside that she would be entering. The blurry barrier lowered a moment later to reveal Naruto sitting idly in the booth, alone. He was currently focused on reading a small scroll, but looked up and smiled when Ino settled into her seat. Hey Ino-chan, he said, putting the scroll away. How's Sakura doing? Ino snorted. She'd long ago gotten used to how Naruto knew what she'd been up to nearly all of the time. He could sense chakra signatures better than most full-blown sensors and made it a point to keep an eye on Ino at all times. Some might find it rather creepy, but she found it reassuring. She'd have done the same for him, if she had the option. "She's alright," Ino replied. Kurenai-sensei has them on physical conditioning and she's trying to figure out how to use a jutsu while maintaining a jinjutsu. I suggested she practice using 2 jinjutsu at the same time. Naruto nodded thoughtfully. She's got the control for it, though her reserves might be a problem. Would it help if I gave her some advice? Ino shook her head. Not just yet. She needs to make some progress on her own. Once she does, then you can step in if she gets stuck. Alright, Naruto shrugged. I went ahead and ordered for you when you started this way. Beef and vegetable ramen with a side of dumplings. Thanks. How was the training session with Jiraiya? Naruto motioned to the scroll. Got my first A-rank seal. This one is designed to completely rust through a metal structure over the course of a few hours, less if you don't care about anyone noticing. Other than a couple of tricks to define the boundaries of the effect, it's pretty simple. Only you would consider an A-rank seal simple, Ino said, smirking. He shrugged as he replied, it is what it is. It's well designed though, as long as the structure was crafted of mostly the same material, you could swap out the target material and the deterioration effect in a matter of minutes. He sighed. I keep hoping for something applicable to the Jinchuriki seals, but nothing yet. Their conversation was interrupted by the arrival of their food, brought to them by Iam personally. Here you go, Naruto-kun, Ino-chan, she said, smiling widely. Enjoy! They continued to chat about their respective training as they ate, simply enjoying the food and relaxing. Roughly 20 minutes and several more bowls of ramen for Naruto later, they were interrupted by someone other than Iam. The barrier lowered to reveal a young man of medium height dressed in simple, well-fitting clothes of decent quality. His face showed the wear and tear typical of someone who spent a lot of time outdoors, and his hands were lightly scarred, though his light tan indicated he had been spending less time exposed to the sun recently. His brown hair was cropped close to his head and his brown eyes were gentle and kind. His overall posture indicated both physical strength and pride. Ino got the impression of a manual laborer who had recently come into wealth, likely as a result of his own efforts. It's good to see you again, Naruto-kun, Ino-chan. Mind if I join you? The young man asked, his voice a pleasant baritone. Naruto's eyes widened before a large grin split his face, confusing Ino. Of course, my friend. Feel free, he said. Ino eyed the newcomer, trying to place him as he settled into a seat across from her, and the barrier rose once again. She thought she knew everyone Naruto did, but she couldn't recall this person. You have got to tell me how you're doing that, Naruto said, confusing Ino even further. I was inspired by your example, the young man replied, smiling softly. To hide your strength behind a facade of weakness, and then turn that weakness into a new source of strength. I started with my eyes, but it occurred to me that chakra itself could be considered a crutch. This particular use is an unexpected benefit of my efforts. Ino frowned. Those words reminded her of something in the back of her mind, something important. Naruto nodded thoughtfully. Clever. But, how are you? He trailed off, making a vague gesture in the air. The young man rolled up his sleeve, revealing a small woven bracelet. Ino could make out both cloth and paper woven together that gave the bracelet a startling variety of colors. Naruto leaned forward, studying the bracelet intensely. He finally leaned back, clearly impressed. Incredible. How quickly can you recover? That is the drawback. It takes at least 30 minutes before I'm at full capacity once again. On the other hand, even if the bracelet were broken or removed, I would not be immediately exposed. For my purposes, it works very well. Of course, if you wanted to examine my work and make improvements, I would be most grateful. I understand you are studying under Jiraiya-sama now, and I am certain you would be more capable than I. Don't sell yourself short, my friend. That bracelet is a work of art. Okay, what's going on? Ino interrupted, annoyed. What are you guys talking about? And who are you? Our friend here has once more waltzed into Konoha without so much as batting an eyelid, only this time he's in the heart of the village with no one the wiser, all thanks to that little bracelet. Ino's eyes slowly widened and her mouth dropped open as she stared at the young man sitting across from her. "Itachi?" she asked, her voice strangled. Itachi nodded, smiling pleasantly. "I trust you have been well, Ino-chan?" "But you how, what?" she finally asked. Naruto snickered quietly. "I told you he was good. But he looks nothing like Itachi. His hair, his eyes, his face, hell, even his voice is completely different." When Itachi spoke next, it was with the cool, even speech she had been accustomed to. "It is all a matter of practice," he said calmly. "Hair can be dyed, contact lenses can be placed in the eyes, and speech patterns and tones can be altered. I noticed you evaluating me," he said, his voice returning to its previous warm baritone. "I imagine you concluded I was some sort of laborer who had moved up in the world." Ino blinked before blushing slightly in embarrassment. "Well, yeah. There is no need for embarrassment," he said. "That is what you are trained to do and what you should have concluded from the available information. But, you don't have any calluses from holding weapons," she pointed out. "And you aren't using any jutsu to disguise yourself." "Not at the moment, no," Itachi replied. "I have concluded that ninja are overly reliant on chakra. Whenever a new technique is invented, someone else will create a technique to counter it. Always their efforts rely on chakra, when purely physical methods are every bit as effective. They simply require a great deal of preparation to pull off correctly. For instance, this a real tan," he said, motioning to his face. "And these are real scars," he added, raising his hands. "How long did it take you to do all of this?" Ino asked, fascinated. Kakashi had talked to her about specializing in infiltration, but Itachi's presence and words were opening up entirely new avenues of thought. "Roughly a week," he said, smiling again. "Just because I am not using any chakra now does not mean I couldn't use it then. Medical jutsu are surprisingly versatile, as I'm sure Naruto-kun can attest. Of course, all of this would be a moot point if I was unable to hide my chakra, which is part of the reason ninja rarely think about such things." Naruto grinned. "I'll definitely want to take a thorough look at that bracelet later. I might be able to adapt that for my own use, and I dare say Ino wouldn't mind having the option either." She just nodded mutely, her mind churning as she thought about all the ways those techniques could be used. "So, what brings you to Konoha this time, Itachi? Another scroll, perhaps?" "Not this time, Naruto-kun. I have information that is a little more urgent than that, as well as a request. I'll get to the request later, but as for the information. I was approached by a group of contractors who offer work to missing nin. They are not aware of my real identity, merely that I have established a good reputation as a freelancer. They offered me a job that would take place within Konoha during the third phase of the exams." "Oh?" Naruto said, leaning forward. "And what would this job be?" "They want me to assassinate Gaara of the Sand." Ino's eyes widened in shock, but Naruto just nodded thoughtfully. "Any idea who hired them?" "Nothing I am certain enough to mention." "Why would they want to kill Gaara?" Ino asked quietly. Naruto shrugged. "Killing Gaara would release Ryudo in the middle of Konoha. Given what most ninja think of the tailed beasts, they probably believe Konoha would sustain massive amounts of damage, possibly destroying it entirely or at least weakening it enough for a finishing blow. Were Ryudo still suffering in Gaara's old seal, they would have been right. There's also the possibility that they just want to weaken Suna by killing its most prominent genin." Itachi shook his head. "They specified that it must happen while he is within Konoha, preferably while he is in or near the stadium where the third phase is held." "There you are then," Naruto said. "We have to tell the Hokage," Ino said, shifting in her seat as if she wanted to rush to the Hokage's tower right then. "We will, probably today," Naruto said calmly. "But it is important not to reveal such vital information without getting something in return. I imagine that is where your request comes in?" Itachi nodded. "Yes, I require the assistance of a skilled medic nin." "Very skilled." "Ah, so you need me or Shizune?" "Yes, possibly both." I attempted to locate Tsunade-sama, but I have been unable to do so and dare not delay much longer lest the damage progress too far. Probably just as well you didn't. If she knew who you were, she'd likely try to kill you. I see. Anyway, what's the problem? You seem perfectly fine. It may seem that way, but I'm already noticing symptoms. If my condition continues to progress, it will end up killing me. That would be a problem, Naruto said slowly, staring at Itachi. Do you mind? He said, holding up his hand and allowing a bit of yuki to curl off of it. Please. Naruto extended his hand and sent yuki across the table where it poured into Itachi's body. Silence reigned for nearly a minute before Naruto sat back, a thoughtful expression on his face. I'm going to need help for this one, he admitted. I can see the damage. But I can't tell what's causing it. Short term I could fix everything, but that wouldn't solve the real problem. I'll see what I can work out. Thank you, Itachi said calmly. Chapter 31, Always Be Prepared. July 26, 347 NE. 11:00 AM. Otafukugai. 3 men sat around a small table in a large, dimly lit room. They appeared to be the only occupants, but each knew that nearly a dozen servants and nearly 30 guards were scattered all around them. They were in the heart of their territory, in a room few knew about and even fewer would ever see, but they had not lived as long as they had, nor accumulated their considerable power, by being careless. Once upon a time each of these men had joined the Eastern Dragons as lowly couriers or thugs, struggling to survive on their meager pay and attempting to impress their superiors with their loyalty and diligence. Many of their comrades had striven to do the same, but only these 3 had both the determination and cunning necessary to navigate the treacherous waters of the criminal underworld and rise to the very top. Among outsiders, it is commonly believed that the Eastern Dragons have a single leader, a single individual who holds the reins of power in an iron grip and answers to no one but himself. In the past this was indeed the case, but that changed 40 years ago when these men joined forces and agreed to share control. Their alliance was rocky and tense at first, but the astonishing results they obtained when pooling their knowledge and resources convinced them to continue on their present path. For decades had forged bonds between them that would put all but the closest knit of families to shame. These men moved with a single purpose, their minds unified in the pursuit of their common goals, power and wealth. All of our targets have been assigned, the first said, sipping sake slowly from a dish in his hand. Have our clients submitted their advance payments? The second asked. The last was delivered yesterday, 2 days ahead of schedule, the first replied. Excellent, the third said. And our personal requests? The second smiled. Those have been accepted as well. Each clan compound has a group that will attempt to infiltrate it during the disruption. We do not expect success on every front, but any secrets obtained should be very lucrative either for our own use or to sell to other hidden villages. The assassination contracts for certain of our rivals attending the exams have also been accepted. The first frowned slightly. We have acted decisively to take advantage of the situation, but where do we stand if Orochimaru's plan falls through? The room was silent for a few moments as each considered that outcome. Our reputation would take a small hit, the third conceded, but we would be largely unaffected. Our stake in this situation is mainly financial, and with the exception of a few advance payments we stand to lose nothing should the snake's plan fail. In the worst case it would take us roughly a year to recover our losses. And if we succeed, the second said slowly, then not only will we make considerable profits, but our reputation in other nations will rise as well. Not to mention the obstacles that will be removed from our path. The 3 men shared grins as they toasted one another. The dragons rise, they said as one. July 27, 347 NE. 10:00 AM. Hokage's Tower. The promotion assessment hearing for Tokubetsu Jian and Anko Mitarashi is hereby called to order. Attending are Hiruzen Sarutobi, Hokage, Shikaku Nara, Jianin Commander, Hiroshi Akimichi, Chunin Division 3 Commander, and Anko Mitarashi, Promotion Candidate. All other interested parties have previously submitted their assessments for the review of this panel, Hiroshi said. Anko stood stiffly in the middle of the room, for once wearing clothing similar to the normal ninja uniform. She still wore her trenchcoat, but she wore a short-sleeved black shirt over her mesh shirt and had swapped her miniskirt for a pair of black pants. She had her hands clasped behind her back and her head held high. The panel was seated at a long table in front of her, documents and scrolls spread out across the table. Everything from her mission records to personal recommendations had been gathered for this meeting, and some of the more prominent documents had been brought along so that they could be referenced during the discussion. The Hokage cleared his throat and began. "Mitarashi-san," he said formally, "I would first like to commend you on your nearly flawless mission record. You have completed a total of 24 A-rank missions, 67 B-rank missions, and over 300 C and D-rank missions. In addition, you have participated in 2 S-rank operations and received glowing reports from the commanding officers of those missions. To date, you have only failed 7 missions, and 5 of those were aborted due to grossly inaccurate intelligence. I note that the other 2 missions were failed due to a tactical retreat in order to bring an injured comrade to medical aid. That too deserves to be commended. I have made an official note in your record that, to this point, you have not failed a single mission where this panel feels you could have reasonably succeeded or should have continued. In light of this, we are awarding a bonus equal to mission pay for a single A-rank mission." Anko stood a little straighter at the praise and smiled. "Thank you, Hokage-sama. Thank you, Mitarashi-san. It is because of ninjas such as yourself that Konoha continues its legacy of strength and success." The Hokage paused for a moment, setting aside one scroll and picking up another. He cleared his throat again and continued. "However, while your personal skill is not in doubt, that is only a part of what makes a successful jounin. The difference between a Tokubetsu jounin and a full jounin lies not in personal skill, but in leadership and discernment." Anko swallowed and shifted uneasily, her smile fading as she grew tense. She had advanced to the rank of Tokubetsu jounin years ago on the merit of her combat skills and intelligence, but making the jump from Tokubetsu to full jounin had proven incredibly difficult. In the wake of her teacher's defection from the village and the suspicion that had fallen on her, her reputation had taken a considerable hit. Without the Yamanaka clan confirming her loyalty and Jiraiya-sama sealing off the cursed seal, she might not have even gotten that far. She had spent the last 10 years rebuilding her reputation and driving her skills farther and farther, and at long last she had the chance to see all that work pay off. She had led numerous successful missions and, she felt, proven that she could handle the strategic and tactical demands of leadership as well as keep her subordinates both effective and safe. As noted before, your mission record is exemplary, and you have personally led 9 A-rank missions and 42 B-rank missions. I also note that rarely were your team members the same for any 2 missions, and as such you have extensive experience working with other Tokubetsu jounin and chunin in many different circumstances and can clearly make use of the skills and experience you have available. Shikaku cleared his throat at this point, and the Hokage allowed him to take over. "Upon reviewing your mission records, we found an unusually high amount of complaints regarding your leadership style and overall effectiveness," he said, not bothering to refer to any documents directly. Anko winced. She could think of quite a few examples where she might have pushed things a little too far when one of her subordinates annoyed her or said something really stupid. On the other hand, it wasn't her fault most of the chunin she worked with had sticks shoved so far up their asses they were eating bark or couldn't think their way out of a wet paper bag. In particular, you have managed to accumulate an impressive 46 separate complaints regarding your, and I quote, violent tendencies. If I may ask, Nara-san, what instances were those complaints regarding? Anko said through clenched teeth. If some little chunin chicken shit cost her a promotion, she'd give him something to complain about. Hiroshi shuffled through the scrolls in front of him, pulling out 3. Let's see, this one says, when I offered an alternative course of action for neutralizing the bandit camp, Mitarashi struck several pressure points to cause pain before rejecting my plan out of hand. He lifted the second scroll. This one claims that you nearly dislocated his left arm because he pointed out a flaw in your battle plan, and this one claims that you threatened to castrate him with a rusty kunai if he wasn't in position in the next 5 seconds before throwing said kunai between his legs with great force. Anko's teeth were audibly grinding against one another as she forced herself to remain silent. Asking a question was one thing, but shouting at the Hokage, the Jounin commander, and her old Chunin commander was quite another. It didn't help her case that even with those descriptions she couldn't actually narrow it down to a single event. The members of the panel watched her reaction for a long moment before sharing a quick glance. Hiroshi then tossed the scrolls back onto the table. We have numerous other examples. They were of course noted and investigated at the time, and our review has caused them to be re-evaluated once again. Would you like to know what we found, Mitarashi-san? Anko nodded her head silently, already resigning herself to the coming rejection. In every instance the person filing the complaint was a chunin, and upon further review we have found not a single one of them has been promoted to Tokubetsu Jounin, much less Jounin. Further, we have found that many of them have filed other complaints against their various team leaders regarding similar issues. She blinked in surprise, having honestly not expected that. The Hokage spoke up next, a small smile on his face. It is our judgment, given the success of your missions and the pattern established by these chunin, that you acted well within the bounds of your authority to maintain discipline during a mission. We also noted that at no point have you caused injuries or lasting physical harm to anyone under your command. Anko relaxed slightly, just in time for the Hokage to pin her to the floor with a glare and a small bit of focused killing intent. I expect that to continue to be the case, Mitarashi-san. You have not crossed the line at any point, but some of your actions have come close. In the future, I expect you to find less physical means of maintaining discipline when leading missions. She nodded jerkily, small beads of sweat trickling down her face. She didn't trust herself to speak at the moment and so made no verbal reply. The Hokage held his glare for a moment before he relented, his face settling into a neutral expression once again. The next subject regards your recent A-rank mission to organize and lead the second phase of the Chunin exams. As you are aware, this mission was entrusted to you to allow you to prove that you had the skill and experience necessary to organize and lead a medium-scale non-combat operation. At a nod from the Hokage, Shikaku took over the discussion again. Your idea for using the team numbers proved effective and properly emphasized the need for information gathering and memorization. We feel that the test would have been more effective had the teams been forcibly spread out when placed in the Forest of Death, since analysis shows that despite the supposedly random nature of the assignments, the teams were mostly grouped in two sections of the forest. That said, overall the test was a success. We attribute the fact that 6 teams managed to reach the tower to the unusually high quality of the entrance this year rather than a flaw in the design. While the disappearance of most of the teams during the second phase has yet to be adequately explained, no fault lies with you for that. The mission parameters stated that the genin teams were not to be tracked while they were within the confines of the forest. In hindsight this was a mistake, but at the time the possibility of causing an incident with the other hidden villages due to accusations of tampering with the exams was deemed too high. Further, other than one disciplinary incident which is still being reviewed by the Chunin commanders, there have been no complaints or issues that arose before, during, or after the second phase that required outside intervention, Shikaku said, nodding to the Hokage to indicate that he was finished. The 3 ninja on the panel consulted briefly before turning to look at Anko, the Hokage once again speaking. There are no other subjects which we feel need to be addressed. Do you have anything to add that you feel we have overlooked or failed to consider, Mitarashi-san? Anko shook her head stiffly. No, Hokage-sama. Very well. Another brief consultation and all 3 were staring at her with stern expressions. It is the judgment of this panel that you, Anko Mitarashi, shall be promoted immediately to Jounin with all duties, responsibilities, and authority that such rank entails, the Hokage said, a smile growing on his face. Anko just stared at him blankly for a long moment before her face split into a grin. She barely managed to continue the victorious shout that threatened to erupt from her throat, instead saying, "Thank you, Hokage-sama. I won't let you down." "I'm sure that you won't, Mitarashi-san. In fact, as you are now a full Jounin, you are eligible for a mission that seems perfectly suited for you." Anko blinked before settling back into a professional demeanor and nodding solemnly. "I await your orders, Hokage-sama. Before that, we need to bring you up to speed on a developing situation regarding the third phase of the exams. Let us retire to my office." July 27th, 347 NE. 12:15 p.m. Hokage's office. Anko stared at the Hokage in disbelief. She wanted to laugh or crack a joke, but she couldn't quite manage to do so. "Someone is willing to pay 25 million ryo for my capture?" she asked, her voice sounding slightly strangled. The Hokage nodded solemnly. To our knowledge, you have no outstanding bounties in other countries, and while you have completed a few high-profile assassination missions, there is no indication that anyone has traced those back to you. Do you know why? Or who? We do not. Do you have any idea who could be trying to capture you, or why? Anko reflexively rubbed at the junction between her shoulder and neck, directly over the curse mark. Her gesture was not missed by the Hokage. The bastard might, but paying someone else to do his work isn't really his style. He always insisted that if you wanted something done right, you had to do it yourself. The Hokage nodded in agreement. He had taught Orochimaru for years, after all, and was quite familiar with his personality. Besides, Anko said bitterly, he tossed me aside like trash years ago. A small part of her rage at and loathing for Orochimaru leaked into her voice and her face, and she stared into the distance as she recalled the teacher she would have done anything for and the monster he had turned into. His loss, the Hokage said firmly, smiling gently at Anko. His insanity did not end with his experiments, and Konoha is the better for it. Anko nodded quickly, clearing her throat roughly. What was the mission you wanted me for, Hokage-sama? She asked, changing the subject to less emotional territory. I want you to form a rapid response combat team that will be active from 2 days prior to the third phase through its completion. Your mission will be to locate and neutralize any hostile forces that infiltrate Konoha, more specifically sectors 1 through 4. Team members? You are free to request any ninja in our standing forces, though I will need to review them to make sure they are not already assigned elsewhere. Obtaining prior agreement from the ninja in question would help significantly. Team size? Up to 3 squads of 4 members each, yourself included. Capture or kill? If feasible, capture without raising an alarm. If general fighting should break out, kill as quickly and efficiently as possible. What of casualties on our side? You will be provided with signal tags. Should any civilians or ninja be injured, mark them with a tag and move on. Other teams will be assigned to taking care of casualties. You or your team may provide a small amount of medical aid at your discretion if you believe it to be necessary, but you are to focus on limiting the damage as much as possible by removing the hostile elements. Understood, Hokage-sama, Anko said, before falling silent as she contemplated her assignment. Any other questions? The Hokage asked. Not at this time, Hokage-sama. Very well. Submit your team member requests to the Jounin commander by noon tomorrow. You should find him in Mission Room 4. Dismissed. July 27th, 347 NE. -3:30 p.m. Suna, Kazekage's office. Kazekage-sama, we have received confirmation that one of our teams successfully completed the second phase. Which team? Baki's team, Kazekage-sama. What of the other teams that passed? For Konoha teams and 1 team from the new village of Odo passed the second phase, but only 2 of the Konoha teams are advancing to the third phase. In addition, it appears that the death toll during the phase was exceptionally high. Of the 26 teams that entered the forest, only 10 left alive. The others are presumed dead, including 2 of our teams. I see, it seems the weapon was unable to control himself properly, the Kazekage said. The Jounin delivering the news opened his mouth to correct the Kazekage, then immediately snapped it shut again. The information he had suggested that Gaara was not responsible, since his team finished first, but then he couldn't say for certain that Gaara wasn't, and he had no desire to contradict the Kazekage with nothing but guesses and assumptions on his side. The Kazekage's temper was fickle at the best of times, and he had no desire to have it turned on him. He settled for saying nothing. Very well, the Kazekage said after a few moments of contemplation, unless you have anything further to report, you are dismissed. Yes, Kazekage-sama. The Kazekage stared out the window thoughtfully. He was unsurprised to hear that the weapon had killed Suna Genin. He had half expected for every Genin in the second phase to have perished. It seemed the weapon's teammates were more effective at controlling him than he had thought. He would have to correct that mistake. His secretary's voice interrupted his musings. Kazekage-sama, your next appointment is here. Send them in, he replied, returning to his desk. An old man slowly shuffled into the room, his back bent with the weight of his years. He wore traditional Suna attire of dull browns and faded blacks, the clothing hanging loosely on his frame but protecting his skin from the sun. He only retained a few wisps of gray hair on his head, and one of his eyes had turned milky white, revealing its blindness. The Kazekage's eyes narrowed as he wondered who this old man was. The Kazekage straightened in his seat, motioning to the guards around the room. "I require complete privacy for this meeting," he said firmly, his eyes slightly glazed. "Understood, Kazekage-sama," a voice replied from the shadows. The door clicked softly shut a moment later, the seals reactivating to prevent anyone from spying on the Kazekage. The old man walked forward with sudden grace, his back straightening as he walked around the Kazekage's desk and began methodically reviewing the documents located on top of the desk and within its many hidden compartments. The Kazekage did not react, his eyes staring directly ahead, unseeing. "Report," the old man said, his voice sounding far too strong to have issued from his seemingly feeble body. "I have carried out your orders as requested. The Jinchuriki was sent to Konoha and has advanced to the third phase. Reports indicate that he also killed many of the other teams, as expected. Their attention should be focused on him and he will likely be targeted for retribution during the third phase. Odds are high that one or both of his teammates will perish." "And Orochimaru?" "2 squads of ANBU are prepared to intercept his agents as they flee Konoha. In addition, all available infiltration specialists have been assigned to slip into Konoha during the third phase and cause as much damage as possible once Orochimaru's plan begins. Unless given specific instructions, they will target the civilian sectors of the village and focus on structural damage and injuring as many civilians as possible. They should be able to tie up a substantial portion of Konoha's ninja in rescuing the injured civilians, weakening their protections elsewhere." The old man read over one of the documents he had found carefully before placing it back in the drawer and moving on. "What of the Wind Lord?" "The Wind Lord has declined a ninja escort of any kind, choosing to rely on his samurai. He has also threatened to cut our funding even further if we do not represent his country well during the exams." "Did he promise to raise it if you did?" "No." The old man snorted softly. "Of course he didn't. What is the current sentiment regarding the Wind Lord among your forces?" "They resent his interference and condescension, though it has not reached the point they would be willing to act against him directly." "Do you have enough ninja willing to interfere with his operations to cause him problems?" "Possibly. I would need to recall some of them from the field, however." "Do so. Begin by raising the crime rates in the capital and killing off minor functionaries in his court. From there you may escalate as you see fit, as long as nothing connects your actions to Suna. In the meantime, leak the Wind Lord's ultimatum to the general forces and continue to stir resentment against him. I want all of Suna's ninja turned against the Wind Lord within the year." "Understood. Do you have any new materials for me?" "Yes. One Jounin died during a recent mission. It happened close enough to Suna that his team brought his body back rather than destroying it in the field. As per your orders, I replaced his body with a fake before it was cremated. The body is currently sealed in a scroll labeled February Economic Report, Part 3 in the second hidden compartment." "Excellent," the old man said, smiling slightly. He pulled out the named scroll a few moments later, tucking it away within his clothing. "Any other news of interest?" "No." "Very well. Other than what we talked about here, your orders remain the same." "Understood," Sasori-sama had quickly dealt with the old man's petty concerns and sent him on his way, the unimportant civilian already fading from his memory. He turned his attention to his upcoming trip to Konoha for the Chunin exams. He had many things to prepare. July 27, 347 NE. -4:00 p.m. Konoha Hospital. Shizen rubbed her temples, feeling the beginnings of a headache coming on. The Hokage had ordered her to review all the emergency protocols for the Mednin prior to the third phase, to make sure they were up to date and that all of her staff understood their roles and how they should respond to any of a dozen different situations. It was a daunting task, made even worse by the small amount of time she had available. A polite knock sounded at her door before it opened to reveal one of her most effective subordinates. "Ah, Kabuto-kun, I'm glad you're here," she said, smiling. Of course, Shizen-sama, he said, adjusting his glasses slightly. How can I help you? She motioned him to join her at her desk. I've got some A-rank menin restricted documents I need you to sort through. Take these 3 stacks, she said, motioning to the neat piles sitting on one side of her desk, and create enough pamphlets to distribute to every jounin menin in Konoha. Once you've done that, come back and I'll have some more stacks for you to work through. Kabuto smiled politely and picked up the papers. Of course, Shizen-sama. Shizen smiled at him apologetically. I'll need all of those done by tomorrow, Kabuto-kun. He frowned slightly, before nodding resolutely. I'll make sure it gets done, Shizen-sama. Once the Chunin exams are over and things settle down a bit, I'll see about getting you some bonus pay, she said. I appreciate the thought, Shizen-sama, but I'm happy to help in any way I can. Shizen shook her head. You are one of my best menin, and Kami knows they don't pay any of us enough for the crap we have to go through. Kabuto smirked slightly. I would not dream of disagreeing with you, Shizen-sama. Shizen bit off a quick laugh before motioning him out of the room. Time to get to work, Kabuto-kun, I've got many more of these to get through. Of course, Shizen-sama, Kabuto said, bowing and leaving the room, closing the door firmly behind him as he did so. He paused in the hallway, adjusting his glasses slightly as he eyed the top page of the papers he had been given. Emergency Response Plan IN 471A4, Deployment and Triage Procedures for Compromised Internal Security and Hostile Combatant Presence, it read. Yes, Kabuto said quietly to himself, always happy to help. July 27th, 347 NE. -5:00 p.m. Konoha Academy. Ichiraku signed the latest progress report for the academy with a smile. He placed the paper on the top of the stack and just spent a moment enjoying the sight of his clean desk. He was fully caught up on his paperwork for the first time this month, and a little celebration was due. Then he remembered he still had to carry everything over to the Hokage's tower so it could be read through and filed away. With a sigh, he started bundling everything up before he was interrupted by a knock at the door. Come in, he called out. The door opened to reveal one of the other instructors, Mizuki. Mizuki had joined the academy as a Chunin 3 years ago after the rest of his team was killed on a mission. He had retired from field work after that, preferring to stick to the village. Mizuki wasn't the best teacher in the academy, but he was a solid taijutsu instructor and did his share of the work. Anything you need, Mizuki? Ichiraku asked curiously. Nah, I was about to head over to the tower to turn in my reports and thought I would see if anyone else still had to turn in theirs, he said, hefting the stack of papers he was carrying for emphasis. I was about to head that way myself, actually, Ichiraku replied, motioning to his own stack of papers. Want me to carry those for you? No sense in both of us making the trip, Mizuki offered. Ichiraku glanced at the clock on the wall, noting that he was already an hour past his normal departure time. You sure? He asked hesitantly. It's fine, Mizuki insisted, walking over to pick up Ichiraku's papers as well. I'm going to grab some dinner in the area anyway. Ichiraku nodded, smiling. Thanks, I owe you one. Mizuki just shrugged. You helped me out a lot when I first started, this is the least I can do. Ichiraku clapped him on the shoulder as he headed out the door. Thanks again, and I'll see you next week. Sure thing. Mizuki called back. 30 minutes later Mizuki entered the records department of the Hokage's tower, nodding politely to the various clerks and guards as he passed. After 3 years at the academy he was a familiar sight to the people who worked here, and he was on a first-name basis with most of them. Dropping off this week's paperwork, Keiko-chan, he said, smiling at one of the clerks. Keiko looked up and returned his smile. Another large pile, I see. Are the other teachers still making you carry all their paperwork for them? She asked, frowning cutely. It's no problem, Mizuki replied. Besides, it gives me an excuse to come see you. Keiko smirked at him. Still not giving up, huh? Not until I at least get one date out of you. Keep it up, and you just might. Sign here. Mizuki grinned and bent down, signing his name with a flourish. He watched out of the corner of his eye as an ANBU deactivated the seals on the far side of the room, revealing the doorway that led to the more restricted section of the records department that housed sensitive documents and other important scrolls, such as Konoha's legendary Forbidden Scroll. His grin grew slightly. 3 years of drudgery and boredom would all be paying off very soon. Orochimaru-sama had given him a great deal of information on how the records department worked, but he hadn't found a way to get in and out that had even a 50-50 chance of success, much less the much higher rates that he preferred. Fortunately, with the upcoming third phase and Orochimaru-sama's assurances that security would be focused on other areas, he could take a more direct approach. He may not be able to get through the seals the proper way, but he had more than enough time and resources to figure out a way he could brute force his way through them. He could get in and out within 15 minutes, and then he would be fleeing Konoha with his prize. "Thanks, Keiko-chan," he said, straightening up. "Let me know if you change your mind." "I'll be sure to do that, Mizuki-kun," Keiko replied. With a wave and another smile he made his way out of the records department, confirming the positioning of the other guards. He knew himself well enough to know that he couldn't take an ANBU one-on-one unless he got very, very lucky. He'd requested that Orochimaru-sama provide him with a partner for this task, and had been assured that one would meet him on the second day of the third phase in order to assist him with any resistance. One more week, and then he could begin to enjoy the fruits of his labors. Chapter 32, Always Be Prepared, Part 2. July 27, 347 NE. 11:00 AM. Training Ground 9. Team guys sprinted into the clearing, panting heavily as they slowed to a jog and began circling the clearing to cool down. They had just finished the last part of their initial exercise routine, which culminated in sprinting around the perimeter of the training ground at full speed, for 10 laps. "Well done, my youthful pupils," Guy said from beside them. He had kept pace with his students, but had barely broken a sweat. "Let us now discuss strategies for your upcoming youthful battles," he exclaimed, leading them to the center of the clearing. Lee, Niji, and Tenten jogged over to join their teacher at a slow pace as they continued their cool-down routines. "Have you given further thought to your desired matchups?" "We have, Guy-sensei," Niji replied, his words coming out slowly as he sucked in lungfuls of air. "Barring unusual circumstances with the terrain, we believe it would be best if Lee faces Naruto while I face Hinata-sama and Tenten faces Ino." "And why is that?" Guy prompted. Tenten answered next. "Lee is the only one better at taijutsu than Naruto, and he's also faster. Naruto can neutralize the Juken through sheer chakra expenditure, not to mention he learned how to flare his chakra and blind Byakugan users temporarily, so Niji is out. I'm out since he can block my ranged attacks all day and he's just too fast for me up close. I'm still working on a ranged attack with more piercing power, but it won't be ready in time for the third phase. With his secret weapon, Lee should be able to overwhelm Naruto. Hopefully." Guy nodded sagely. "Well reasoned. I do not wish for Lee to use that technique rashly, but against the most youthful Naruto-kun he does indeed have the best chance. What about the other two? I am most familiar with Hinata-sama's fighting style as we have trained together for many years. While I have not won every bout in the past, the odds of victory are still in my favor. Should we be pressed, I too have a secret technique to employ." Guy beamed at Niji. Mastering the Kaiten at such a young age was easily Niji's greatest achievement to date, and one that he was proud to have been a part of. Still, he wasn't about to let their explanation go with just that. "What about Tenten's chances against Hinata, or your chances against Ino?" he prompted. "Guy-sensei," Lee called out, taking over the explanation. "Tenten has a better chance against Ino due to her ranged attacks. Ino has unknown speed and range with the Yamanaka techniques, and the only known method for resisting those techniques is to avoid them entirely. Niji, like myself, is focused on close combat and is thus vulnerable to such attacks. Ino's father is also noted as the most successful Yamanaka in employing their clan techniques in combat, and he will have certainly instructed Ino on how to do so as well." Niji grimaced but nodded in agreement. "Tenten will be able to keep Ino at range and thus maximize her chances of avoiding any Yamanaka techniques. As for Hinata-sama, Tenten is familiar with the Juken thanks to her spars with me, but she is used to facing my version of the style, which focuses on power and penetration. Hinata-sama's style is focused on speed and flexibility, and Tenten's instinctive reactions based on fighting my style would leave her exposed to Hinata-sama's attacks. I, on the other hand, have faced Hinata-sama many times and am well acquainted with her method of fighting and how to counter it. Yash! Tenten, how do you plan to combat the youthful Ino? Tenten grimaced. I had originally hoped to overwhelm her with kunai like I did Sakura, but after seeing her lightning jutsu that's out. The others nodded solemnly in agreement. Tenten's propensity to fling large quantities of kunai and other metal weapons would most definitely work against her in that situation. I have a few wooden weapons in my arsenal, a staff and a couple of other blunt weapons. I'll be adding some wooden throwing weapons and low-powered explosive tags in preparation for the battle. And for the battle itself? Keep the fight at long range and don't give her time to get any jutsu off. Once I create an opening, I'll charge in and take her out. She's definitely the weakest fighter of the three, so I should be able to control the flow of battle and defeat her quickly. From there I'll have to see who needs support. Guy frowned slightly. Do not become overconfident, my pupils. It has been many months since you participated in the group training sessions, and my eternal rival Kakashi is highly experienced. I would expect all of his students to have learned new abilities under his tutelage, just as you have learned under mine. Lee, he cried out suddenly. What is the first rule of planning? Yash. The first rule of planning is that no plan survives contact with the enemy, Guy-sensei. Lee cried out enthusiastical. Ly. Well said. Niji. What is the first rule of combat? The enemy always has another weapon, Niji replied, smirking slightly. Well said. Tenten. What is the second rule of combat? The only thing better than avoiding an enemy's attack is turning that attack against them. Well said. Keep these rules in mind and you will do well. Now, let us resume our training. Same day. 8:00 p.m. Outside of Konoha. Orochimaru's eyes snapped open as one of his subordinates entered the room. The Jounin, just one of many missing nin who had flocked to his banner in recent years, and one who was neither interesting nor powerful enough to warrant the effort it would take to remember his name, immediately knelt, his head bowed and his gaze fixed on the floor. Report, Orochimaru snapped impatiently. Yes, Orochimaru-sama. The chakra squads have completed their training and are on schedule. As ordered, they are now preserving their chakra as much as possible to prepare for the attack. Good. What of our agents within Konoha? Mizuki has signaled that his preparations are complete. With the attack, he estimates a 90% chance of success. Other agents report isolated incidences of suspicious activity among Konoha's ranks, but nothing that indicates they are aware of the attack. Mostly an extra training drill here or there or unexpected shifts in security rotations. Any word on the Eastern Dragons? Yes, Orochimaru-sama. They have filled all of our requested contracts, but have also offered a number of their own. A full list of known contracts is being compiled, but so far none of them seem to conflict with your own requests. I see, Orochimaru said, drawing out the word with a sibilant hiss. Unlike his idiotic subordinate, Orochimaru could actually read between the lines of the report. The Eastern Dragons had given away too much with their extra contracts and Konoha knew something was going to happen. The question was, just how much did they know? Anything else? No, Orochimaru-sama. Then you may go, Orochimaru said, dismissing the man. Once the Jounin had left the room, he closed his eyes once again and focused on the thread of chakra that stretched from his body off into the distance. Several miles away and within the walls of Konoha, his eyes snapped open once again and he sat up, stretching and twisting his body back and forth as he adjusted to the sudden change. His eyes turned to the other occupants of the room, who were eyeing him with a mixture of disgust, fear, and fascination. Just the way he liked it. I trust one haven't kept you waiting too long, he said softly, a small smirk on his face. Kidamaru and Sakan shook their heads quickly. Of course not, Orochimaru-sama, they replied. Orochimaru checked the privacy seals plastered around the room to make sure they were still operating correctly before he turned to his subordinates once again. The situation remains unchanged, he began, focusing intently on the two as he began pacing about the room. We will lose in the first round after putting on a decent show, but remain within Konoha to witness the second round of the third phase as spectators. Once the matches have started and everyone is focused on the battle, we will then leave the stadium to attend to our respective tasks. Kidamaru, you will assist Mizuki in retrieving the Forbidden Scroll along with any other documents you can acquire. Once you accomplish that, use the explosive tags I have supplied to destroy anything that remains. I don't expect you will do any real damage, but it will be one more thing to divide Konoha's attention. Sakan, Yukon, you two will accompany me until I begin the attack as my guard, then infiltrate the hospital and acquire any promising specimens you can find. I expect there will be plenty to choose from once I begin my work. You are to withdraw after 30 minutes and leave Konoha with whatever you have managed to acquire in that time. If you encounter any of our contractors, do not interfere with them. Meanwhile, I will be arranging our main entertainment for the day. With my own skill and the ninja located outside of Konoha providing the chakra, I should be able to keep Konoha on its toes for at least an hour. Then there's our little surprises we've been distributing around town. Kukuku, Orochimaru trailed off, chuckling to himself. It had taken him years to pull this plan together, and it had taken his fortuitous acquisition of that strange little black rod from AIM to provide the final piece. He spent months determining that the rod functioned as an incredibly powerful chakra receiver, and months more determining the best way to use it. Eventually he had latched onto the idea of combining his theory behind the body transfer jutsu with the capabilities of that rod. From there it had been a matter of acquiring or producing more, but with a template to work from that had been a minor challenge to someone of his genius. And now he was living the results, controlling a dead body from miles away with naught but chakra and pure skill. His abilities were severely limited in some ways, he had to make adjustments for the differences between this body and his own, and his awareness and reflexes suffered greatly. The more time he spent practicing, however, the better his control became. In time, he would be able to operate at something approaching the skill he possessed within his own body. Until then, he would have to be satisfied with what he could get. Beyond the obvious benefits in terms of safety and infiltration, however, were the unexpected boons to his original plan for attacking Konoha. Edo Tensei was an absurdly powerful technique when used correctly, capable of reviving the most powerful individuals of all time and binding them to the summoner's will. The resurrected retained the knowledge and skills they had in life, and gained a nearly perfect form of invulnerability by means of regeneration. As long as the summoner continued to feed chakra into the technique, the resurrected would continue to reform around the control tag that served as the anchor for the technique. Sadly, the chakra required to actually use the resurrected in battle was even more absurd. The resurrected may retain their skills, but they did not retain their chakra. Any technique used by the resurrected consumes the summoner's chakra, and often far more than if the summoner had used the technique themselves. Orochimaru's own experiments had shown that this could be alleviated somewhat by using skills the resurrected was highly proficient with in life. Their own knowledge of how to reduce chakra expenditure carried over into their resurrected form as well. Even with that knowledge, however, the jutsu was still almost prohibitively exhausting. His initial experiments had drained nearly half of his reserves within 30 minutes, and that was without using his more powerful techniques. Such a cost was unacceptable, and he had nearly discarded the idea altogether. Then he had found the black chakra rods, and everything changed. Not only had he personally learned how to transfer chakra to an external source with only moderate loss of chakra efficiency, he had also crafted his control tags for the resurrected out of the material that made up the chakra rod. This not only boosted his control over the resurrected even further, but raised the efficiency of the chakra transfer to nearly perfect levels. His original plan to attack Konoha had called for massive numbers of ninja to serve as distractions, so much so that it would in truth be more an army than a squad, and his plan an outright invasion rather than a mission. His new plan called for less than 100 ninja, the majority of whom would never set foot in Konoha at all. They would be scattered randomly outside of Konoha, pouring their chakra into metal rods that coincided with the tags that anchored the Edo Tensei. The few ninja actually entering Konoha would pursue one of two goals. One group was responsible for assembling and activating the explosive tags planted around Konoha. Unlike conventional tags, these were carved into wooden blocks that could be connected and primed at a later date. To any but a highly skilled and observant seal crafter, the lines that made up the seals would appear to be merely decorative. The seals were far from perfect, of course, and were generally inferior in both power and stability to paper tags of similar size, but the ones assembling them didn't need to know that. More than a few of the wooden exploding seals would either fail to activate entirely or else explode early, taking out the ninja putting it together along with the surrounding area. Enough would do their job to provide yet another distraction for Konoha, however. The other group was assigned to retrieve information or useful objects during the attack. Clan scrolls, mission records, anything and everything he thought might serve to strengthen him or weaken Konoha would be targeted. He would be targeting sensitive locations during his own attack in order to cause damage and provide an opportunity for his subordinates to enter the area under the guise of would-be rescuers or medics. He chuckled to himself. All of that planning was long-term, and only partly why he was doing this. More than anything, he wanted revenge on the village that had rejected him after everything he had done for it, and he wanted to show them what their prodigal son had managed to accomplish. They had turned up their collective nose at his research, at his unquestionably effective methods, at him. Now he would show Konoha just what his efforts had wrought. One man would be all it took to bring Konoha to its knees. His chuckles devolved into maniacal laughter as he recalled the 3 resurrected bodies waiting to be unleashed upon Konoha. It was a shame Tsunade had left. He was sure she would have enjoyed the reunion almost as much as he would. July 28, 347 NE. -10:00 AM. Konoha Hospital. Thanks for helping me out, Shizune-chan, Naruto said, smiling slightly. I'm always happy to help you, Naruto-kun, you know that. Besides, I'm not about to leave someone to suffer if I can help them. Now, what have you figured out so far? Well, I identified some scarring in the lower regions of his lungs, but couldn't determine any cause for it. He has also complained that he occasionally has trouble catching his breath for no apparent reason, and that he had begun to feel a little fatigued. I see, Shizune said, nodding thoughtfully. Anything else? Not that I could see. All right, I suppose it's time I take a look for myself. With that, she pushed open the door to the examination room and walked in, smiling. Good afternoon, Mikawa-san. How are you feeling today? Fairly well, all things considered, the young, brown-haired man said in a pleasant baritone. That's good to hear. I'm Shizune, the chief medical ninja here at the hospital. Naruto-kun has filled me on everything he found so far, but I'll be performing my own examination to see if I can find anything he missed. Thank you, Shizune-sama. I really appreciate someone as important as yourself taking the time to help me. It's no trouble at all, she replied, her hand already glowing green. The room fell silent as she focused on her jutsu, her hand slowly traveling back and forth across her patient's chest as she frowned thoughtfully. After a few minutes she lowered her hand and stepped back, looking pensive. Well, I've got some good news and some bad news, she said. Naruto and the young man both stiffened slightly. The bad news, Shizune said, smiling apologetically, is that I have no idea how to cure this. What's the good news? The young man asked slowly. The good news is that I have seen this before when I was studying under my teacher, and she determined that as long as the damage was corrected periodically, anyone suffering from this would not really feel any ill effects. I see, the young man said. How often would I need to be treated? My teacher determined that every 6 months would likely be optimal. Given your otherwise excellent health, I would say you could go up to a year between treatments if you had to. The young man nodded thoughtfully. Would I need to come to Konoha every time, or would another medical ninja be able to perform the necessary treatments? Oh, any decent menin could do this. I can give you a quick rundown of what they would need to do if you end up seeking treatment elsewhere. That would be greatly appreciated. I am only in Konoha for a short time, and do not expect to be able to travel easily. I'll do that then. In the meantime, I'll go ahead and correct the damage now. Naruto-kun, make sure you pay attention. What you need to do is same day. -11:00 AM. So, What's your plan now? Kushu asked as he left the hospital along with Itachi. The streets were already beginning to swell with travelers and merchants arriving for the third phase of the exams, so they kept their conversation lighthearted and innocuous, mindful of the many people who could overhear what they were saying. I will be staying to attend the third phase of the exams, Itachi replied quietly. I've always wanted to see ninja fight, and I hear that this year will be particularly interesting, he added. And what are you going to do if things are a little more exciting than you expect? As I am now, the excitement would be too much for me, and since I have delivered my messages and visited the hospital, I consider my official business concluded. From here on out I will be enjoying my stay in Konoha as a tourist, nothing more. Kushu frowned slightly, but nodded. Fair enough, Kushu conceded, though I hope that won't always be the case. Itachi shrugged. That remains to be seen. I find my current situation to be pleasant. I do not wish it to be disrupted without good reason. You never did tell me exactly what you've been up to lately. I certainly appreciate all the letters you've sent me, but you haven't exactly talked about yourself much, Kushu prompted. Itachi just smirked and kept walking. Same day. 2:00 p.m. Council Chambers. Esteemed counselors, thank you for attending this meeting on such short notice. I realize all of you are busy with preparations for the third phase, and so I will keep this short and to the point, Sarutobi said, smiling at the assembled civilians and ninja in the room. After the fiasco with the Uchiha, the council had settled down into something much closer to its original purpose. The Ogawa and Kurama clans had gained their seats and brought valuable perspectives and resources to the board, and the Uchiha seat had reverted into a temporary position currently filled by Hiroyama Shita, one of Konoha's Chunin commanders. The other major change had been the addition of the Konoha Chief of Police to the council as a distinct seat. The Hokage appointed the Chief of Police at his sole discretion, and the position was currently ably filled by Tsume Inuzuka. Tsume and her clan had proven very effective at tracking down criminals, and no one was stupid enough to question their loyalty to the village. As you know, it has been nearly 13 years since I once again took up the mantle of Hokage, and nearly 20 since I first retired. I can feel my age growing on me, and I fear that I will not live much longer. Sarutobi smiled softly at the denials that rang out in the room. I appreciate your concern, and rest assured I have no intention of dying just yet. However, as Hokage I must acknowledge and prepare for such an event. To that end, I have decided to name my successor to the title of Hokage. The room fell into a stunned silence. Each understood that the Hokage would not live forever, but for most of the people in the room he had been Hokage longer than they had been alive. It was difficult to imagine someone else as their leader, especially since there was no obvious successor with the skill and charisma that Minato had possessed. As you might imagine, this is one decision that I have given a great deal of thought to over the years. To serve as Hokage is simultaneously a joyous duty and a terrible burden, and anyone who takes up the mantle must be prepared to sacrifice both themselves and others to secure the safety of the village as a whole. They must also have the respect and trust of the village in order to succeed. The Hokage has a great deal of power, but it is a power born of loyalty, not force. Thus, after a great deal of careful thought and consideration, I have chosen Shikaku Nara as my successor. The council remained silent for a few seconds as they contemplated that choice, then slowly smiles and nods began to spread. Many of them already looked to the Nara for guidance in various matters, and he was well known as one of the Hokage's greatest advisors. His work as Jounin commander had also proven that he had what it took to get things done under his own volition. Unsurprisingly, it was Inoichi and Shuza who began clapping first, both smiling widely as they congratulated their friend and teammate. Soon the whole room was standing on their feet as they acknowledged their future Hokage. Troublesome, Shikaku muttered, though he was smiling slightly at the praise. He had already known for some time, and the ANBU commander and certain others had been informed, but this was the first time the council had heard anything about the decision. After a minute the room quietened down and the Hokage resumed speaking. I will be retiring once again shortly after the Chunin exams have concluded, and Shikaku's appointment will be announced at that time. I have already agreed to serve in an advisory capacity moving forward to help smooth the transition. Honestly, after serving this village for so long, it would be strange to stop doing so entirely. The council chuckled quietly and nodded, feeling a little relieved to know that Sarutobi would still be watching over the village. They liked and respected Shikaku, but he wasn't Sarutobi. The third Hokage was truly one of a kind. I believe that Shikaku had a few things he wanted to say as well, the Hokage said, nodding to the Nara. Shikaku stood up, looking around the room slowly as he spoke. I appreciate the level of trust and acceptance you have shown me, and I vow to do everything in my power to serve this village to the best of my ability. As I will be taking on the mantle of Hokage, we will obviously need another Jounin commander. After consulting with the Hokage and the ANBU commander, we have decided that Shibi Abiram will be stepping into that role. More nods around the room. Shibi was also well respected and absolutely meticulous, and seemed well suited for the position. Shikaku exchanged a quick glance with the Hokage. Shibi had been their second choice, although they both knew he could do the job. Their first choice had been Kakashi Hatake, as they had hoped to use his time as Jounin commander to give him more experience dealing with the political and administrative side of Konoha with the aim of preparing him to eventually take on the mantle of Hokage himself. Kakashi had refused. The one-eyed Jounin had insisted that he would continue teaching his team until all of them had reached Jounin, and only then would he consider taking up the job of Jounin commander. The Hokage could have pressed the point or even ordered him to do it, but the last thing Konoha needed was a Jounin commander who didn't like his job. That had disaster written all over it. The Hokage had been disappointed, but it had also reaffirmed his decision to appoint Shikaku as his successor. Kakashi simply wasn't ready for the type of responsibility and sacrificed the position required. Shikaku sat down once again and the Hokage took over the meeting. I remind you that none of this has been announced to the public, nor will it be until after the third phase has concluded and our many guests have departed. We don't want rumors flying around with everything else that is going on. Sarutobi smirked internally. He figured most of Konoha would know by the end of tomorrow. The ninja were astute enough to note that he never actually said not to tell anyone, and the civilians would inevitably tell someone, who would tell someone else, and so on. Any hostile forces within Konoha would pick up on these rumors and take them as a sign of weakness, possibly leading to overconfidence and mistakes. And with that, this meeting is concluded, the Hokage said. With that bit of business out of the way, he could turn his attention back to the preparations for the so-called disruption during the third phase. Naruto's, no, Kushu's, he reminded himself, warning that someone was trying to assassinate Gaara and release the bijou he contained had shifted their focus away from Suna onto a more widespread threat. There was no way Suna would be willing to simply sacrifice their Jinchuriki like that. Unfortunately, Gaara's identity was possibly the worst-kept secret in the elemental nations, and Konoha had plenty of enemies who would be willing to strike at them in such an indirect manner, so they were no closer to determining who exactly had ordered the boy's assassination. Kushu had also been very tight-lipped about the identity of his mysterious informant, and Sarutobi wasn't yet willing to reveal exactly how and why Jiraiya had gotten his information about the realms, which was Kushu's price. In fact, Sarutobi thought with a sigh, he'd actually made very little headway in confirming anything Kushu had told him. Both the toads and monkeys continued their litany of I can't answer that question, and the little time he had to search his own records hadn't revealed anything useful. Oddly enough, the one thing he had been able to confirm was that Kami and the Death God were one and the same. That piece of information was tangential at best to the things he really needed to know, but it was confirmation that Kushu hadn't been making everything up on the spot. Still, he had 2 more days before his next meeting with the bijou, and at the moment he had no idea what he was going to do. He didn't trust the bijou nearly enough to simply accept his words on faith, but he also had no leverage to use against him. Not to mention that he wasn't at all certain how the bijou would react even if he did have leverage. Kushu obviously didn't want to be banished, but to an immortal being 100 years might as well be nothing. Should Kushu deliver on his threat, and that much, at least, he believed, Konoha would suffer far more than the bijou would. That left the carrot approach, which in some ways could be just as bad. Judging by Kushu's actions as Naruto, he wanted power and knowledge and cared little for anything else. Unfortunately, everything he learned would make him more of a threat. If he was, not so much loyal, but willing to work with them, then Konoha would benefit. If he was an enemy, Konoha would lose out in the end. For the moment, working with Kushu seemed the best course of action. He would keep his eye open for any sign of weakness or anything he could take advantage of, however. It was not in his nature to work from a position of weakness, and Konoha was not well served by having to bow to the whims of a bijou. Chapter 33, 3x3. July 31st, 347 NE. -3:00 p.m. Hokage's office. The ANBU left the room and sealed it behind them, once again leaving Kushu alone with the Hokage. Sarutobi was seated behind his desk this time, his face impassive as he stared at his guest. Kushu waited for the Hokage to speak first, more than willing to wait as long as it took. He didn't have to wait long. "I confirmed some of what you told me," the Hokage said, "but not all of it. The Toads in particular had a rather different perspective on the events you described." Kushu just raised a single eyebrow, knowing full well that the Toads would not dare speak a word of those events. "I'm sure they did," he said, amused. The Hokage didn't say anything for a few moments, then nodded slightly. "I think that, for the time being, we would be best served by focusing on the here and now, rather than on events in the distant past that, ultimately, do not involve Konoha." "As you like," Kushu replied impassively. "Indeed," the Hokage said, his gaze fixed on Kushu. "To begin with, I would like to discuss the terms of your continued service to Konoha." The smile slid off of Kushu's face, replaced with a scowl. "There is no service," he said firmly. "Do not for one moment believe that you can compel or command me in any way, shape, or form." The Hokage raised one hand in a quelling gesture. "I misspoke," he said smoothly. "I merely wish to discuss the manner in which you would continue to function as a ninja of Konoha, or at least continue giving the appearance of such. Even if you are not beholden to the village in reality, allowing that to become common knowledge would attract a great deal of scrutiny to your situation, scrutiny that we both wish to avoid." Kushu smoothed his expression and nodded in reply. "First is your promotion to Chunin," Sarutobi said. "The reports from Kakashi, along with your team's performance in the exam, means that your promotion is already confirmed. Ino and Hinata are borderline, they have the skills and work well as a team, but they tend to follow your lead and haven't demonstrated much personal initiative. The third phase will determine how well they can act and react on their own. That said, you have the option to leave your team behind once you are promoted to Chunin. I am prepared to order such a move if you find it necessary to maintain your cover as a loving sibling. I'm sure you would be able to move about more freely if you aren't shackled to teammates." Kushu quickly stifled his anger at the Hokage's suggestion. The old man undoubtedly believed he didn't care about Ino or the others at all, a belief he had intentionally tried to foster. His position would be greatly weakened if they knew Ino could be used against him on any level, and reacting to relatively innocuous statements like that would give the game away. "Perhaps, but I've invested quite a lot of time into my team, after all. And I think it would raise more questions if you suddenly ordered me split apart from the other clan kids, don't you?" The Hokage nodded thoughtfully. "Possibly. It wouldn't be too hard to come up with a reasonable excuse, but if you would prefer to remain with your team after the promotion, there is plenty of precedent for that as well. If the team remains as a single unit, you won't have to establish a track record with a new team, which in turn means that you will move on to the more difficult types of missions and training more quickly." Kushu smiled at that. "That would be quite useful." "Yes, I'm sure it would," the Hokage said. "With that settled, let's move on to the other bijou, shall we?" Kushu's face went blank. "I understand that Gaara's new seal has been quite successful, and both his siblings and his sensei report that he is more relaxed and is settling into a normal sleeping pattern. Using your own chakra as a basis for comparison, we can also confirm that the traces of bijou chakra in his system are minimal and nearly inert. Your point? When can we expect to make contact with the one-tailed bijou, or whatever the bijou's real name happens to be?" "It may be quite some time," Kushu said, adding a hint of frustration to his voice. "My brother was tortured constantly for nearly a century. Even for us, recovering from something like that will take time." He ignored the other part of the Hokage's question, having already decided to dole out additional information slowly and with great care. In some ways he may have already revealed too much. "I see," the Hokage said slowly, looking vaguely disappointed. "I must admit, I had hoped to have the chance to talk to another bijou, for a variety of reasons. Is there anything we can do to speed the process?" Medical jutsu, perhaps? Kushu snorted. If such a thing were possible, I would have already done it, he said, sneering slightly. Yes, I suppose you would have, the Hokage replied, appearing unconcerned at Kushu's tone. Nonetheless, the offer remains open. If we are to become allies in the future, we need to help each other. Kushu didn't miss the slightly expectant note in the Hokage's voice. To that end, the Hokage continued, I believe we should pool our resources in regards to the current locations of the other bijou. Seeing Kushu snort again, he said quickly, I'm sure you have researched them extensively, but there is much information that is not available to the general public or low-ranking ninja. For instance, Konoha has confirmed the identities of no less than 5 Jinchuriki, in addition to yourself and Gaara. The Hokage stopped speaking, raising an eyebrow and looking at Kushu expectantly. Kushu frowned. That was definitely much more than he had been able to accomplish on his own. The best he had been able to do is confirm that Saika and Itsuzan were likely still in Kumo, and that had been years ago. His best information was badly out of date. Very well, he said finally, what do you want to know? The Hokage smiled slightly. It is considered to be common knowledge, he said, his voice twisting in disgust as he spoke the words, that the so-called tailed beasts are nothing but mindless engines of destruction. Since that has obviously proven false, I have begun reviewing all the actual evidence we have concerning the bijou and the powers the various Jinchuriki have demonstrated, and would like you to confirm my findings. Supposedly, the bijou are ranked in terms of power according to the number of tails they possess. Until you appeared, the 8-tailed bijou was considered the most powerful due to the devastation in the Land of Lightning. Are the bijou actually ranked in such a manner according to the number of tails? Kushu snorted. Not at all. The tails are an affectation, nothing more. We are beings of pure energy, we can have as many or as few tails as we desire. For example, he said, standing up. He smirked at the Hokage as he tensed, then turned so that he presented his profile to the Hokage. Meaningless information such as this should serve to satisfy the Hokage with little risk. I could have 1 tail, he said, sending a streamer of energy out of his tailbone to form the rough shape of a tail, or 100. So saying, he split the single tail into 100 streamers of energy. They only vaguely resembled tails, being too small and thin for such definition, but there were 100 of them nonetheless. He drew the energy back into his body and sat back down. The Hokage's face was pale, but the color was slowly returning. I see, he said, his voice slightly strangled. It's good to know that even if we were to encounter 100-tailed, his voice broke slightly, and he cleared his throat roughly, 100-tailed beast, it would not be particularly meaningful. The Hokage drew in a deep breath, then focused his attention back on Kushu. What do the tails mean, then? What would be the closest thing? A and BU masks? No, think of it like a cross between an ID code and a tattoo. We don't need them to identify each other, but they are useful in our dealings with other beings. If they were to see 9 tails, they would know it was me, regardless of what other features they observed. I see, the Hokage said to himself, to a species where form is a choice rather than a fact, I suppose such identifiers would be necessary. Kushu just shrugged. If you want to think of it as such, feel free. How do you explain the difference in devastation caused by the 1-tailed and the 8-tailed, then? Kushu considered that question for a moment. Would he give anything important away by answering, or could he twist what was recorded in the history books to his own ends? I'm shocked you have to actually ask that question, Hokage, Kushu sneered finally. Tell me, who is stronger, Gaimedo or Kakashi Hatake? Do you mean physically or, Exactly. My 8-tailed brother caused more damage due to a difference in circumstance, not a difference in power. And really, how much devastation can you cause in a desert, anyway? No one cares if a sand dune is over here or over there, but you level a mountain and everyone notices. The Hokage coughed slightly. A fair point, he said, his voice sounding slightly strained. So the 8-tailed isn't much stronger than the 1-tailed, then? Kushu smirked. Better to say that the 1-tailed isn't much weaker than the 8-tailed, I should think. Well, what powers does the 8-tailed possess that would make the circumstances in the Land of Lightning so ideal for causing destruction? That isn't what you need to concern yourself with. Your concern is the powers the Jinchuriki are capable of manifesting, which I dare say you know better than I. There is no guarantee that we have seen everything the Jinchuriki can do. Aside from the large chakra reserves, there seems to be little commonality between them. There's no guarantee you haven't either. The room fell silent as Kushu and the Hokage locked gazes. After nearly a minute of tension, the Hokage finally spoke. Knowing the potential limits of a Jinchuriki's power could mean the difference between life and death for any ninja facing them in combat. I wouldn't know the limits of the Jinchuriki's power to begin with. And besides, you won't need to worry about any of your ninja facing them in combat. You need merely avoid them until I can deal with them. You believe you could take on an S-class shinobi in open combat? You may have gotten the better of me once, but I think you'll find that particular success difficult to repeat. I am, as I'm sure you'll understand, uniquely qualified to deal with Jinchuriki, Kushu said, not rising to the Hokage's bait. He hadn't missed the fact that the Hokage's chakra signature was oddly muted, though he wasn't sure what that actually meant. It was the Hokage's signature, certainly, but it was less, somehow weaker. At first he thought the Hokage had simply expended a lot of chakra before the meeting, but upon closer inspection, and with the seals around the office preventing him from sensing anything outside the office, the Hokage's signature was the only thing he had to focus on. There was a very subtle difference. He couldn't quite figure out what it was, but it wasn't quite the same as what he sensed when Ino or the others had used up a lot of chakra. Perhaps you are at that, the Hokage admitted, thinking back to the situation with Gaara and how Kushu had contributed. And speaking of Jinchuriki, Kushu prompted. Ah yes, aside from yourself and Gaara, Konoha has confirmed that IWA has two Jinchuriki known only as Han and Rashi, the containers for the four-tailed gorilla and the five-tailed dolphin horse, though which is which we don't know. Both appear to have retired from active service following the end of the Third War. Similarly, Kurabi of Kumo is known to be the Jinchuriki of the eight-tailed ox. He is known as the Guardian of Kumo, and is kept in reserve to defend the village itself. Kumo also has the two-tailed cat, though we don't know who the current Jinchuriki is. Yagura, the Mizuki, is, or perhaps was, the Jinchuriki of the three-tailed turtle. Kushu couldn't quite keep the interest from his face at that. He wanted to see all of his brethren, of course, but making contact with Kanori would be, without a doubt, the most beneficial. What do you mean, perhaps was? Kushu asked. Yagura has been missing for years. We do not believe he has been killed, but no one has seen or heard from him since he disappeared. Kushu frowned at that, before motioning the Hokage to continue. The last confirmed Jinchuriki we know of actually belongs to one of the minor villages, Taki. The Jinchuriki, a girl known only as Fu, is the container for the seven-tailed beetle, the Hokage concluded. Kushu hummed thoughtfully. Taki, you say? I'm surprised a minor village has managed to maintain control of a Jinchuriki. The Hokage nodded in agreement. Taki is small, even among the minor villages. Their only advantage is their location, which is incredibly easy to defend. Outside of their own village they are mediocre at best, and have no S-class ninja on record other than their Jinchuriki, who rarely leaves the village. Interesting, Kushu said. And are the other Jinchuriki treated as Gaara was? It varies, the Hokage admitted. Yagura managed to become the Mizuki, so he most likely was treated well. Kumo seems to have great respect for Kurabi, and that probably spills over to their other Jinchuriki. We don't know much about Han and Rashi's situation, since our information within IWA itself is very limited. Fu's situation is very similar to Gaara's, perhaps even worse since they don't seem to fear her as they do Gaara. Kushu growled lowly. Fu will be first, then, he said firmly. First? It's possible Fu's seal is like Gaara's, so that must be dealt with as soon as possible. The Hokage sat back, studying Kushu's expression thoughtfully. And how do you plan to accomplish that? Abduct the Jinchuriki, kill her, whatever it takes. Bringing the current Jinchuriki into Konoha's fold would benefit us both the most, I believe, but that is hardly the only option. We aren't going to be able to help one another if you kick off the Fourth Shinobi World War, you realize, the Hokage said slowly. The situation with Gaara is already going to be very delicate. If Konoha suddenly starts stealing Jinchuriki from other villages, they will be forced to react. Kushu shrugged. That is little concern of mine. If you wish to maintain the peace, then come up with a plan that will allow it. I do not care how it happens, as long as it happens. The Hokage scowled. Starting a war that destroys the village is little different from destroying the village yourself. If that is your plan, then I might as well kill you now and at least get the benefit of taking you down with us. Kushu blinked, then sat back thoughtfully. The room settled into silence once more as the two stared at each other. This time, Kushu was the one to look away. You have a point, he admitted. Very well, if you agree to prioritize the matter of the Taki Jinchuriki seal, I will work with you to avoid starting a war or situations of that sort, and we'll see how things go from there. Is that acceptable? The Hokage held his gaze for a long moment before nodding. For now, that is acceptable. Same day. 6:00 p.m. Hokage's office. Shikaku sat back thoughtfully after the Hokage had finished relating the events of the earlier meeting. I'm beginning to see where his act ends and his true personality begins, he said finally, but I'm not sure what to make of his insistence that he remain on Team Kakashi. Yes, I did not fully believe his reasoning either, the Hokage replied. He hit it quickly, but there was a flash of anger there. That situation requires further observation. Agreed, as does the situation with Gaara. The official story from his Jounin sensei is that the changes to the seal have altered his own powers, and he is training to become accustomed to those changes. However, we have observed no appreciable change compared to his rampage outside the walls of Konoha. According to the ANBU present at the time, he actually seems to have an even easier time of it. You believe that the one-tailed Bijou is awake? We don't have enough information to conclude either way, but Kushu stands to gain much if we discount the one-tailed Bijou's influence in our plans. What of his focus on Taki's Jinchuriki? He appears to equate Taki and Suna's treatment of their Jinchuriki with the type of seal used. I am uncertain of his reasoning on that, but I feel that it is important. Especially since he reacted to the mention of the three-tailed Bijou more than any of the others, but still chose the seven-tailed as his first target. That could be a matter of convenience, but his reaction to Gaara shows that he can detect the other Bijou somehow, so searching for the Jinchuriki known to be out in the open would be less of a risk in many ways. The Hokage nodded thoughtfully. I had similar thoughts. I think we should explore the possibility of renewing our trade agreement with Taki after the Chunin exams have concluded. Of course, by that point, it will be your decision, the Hokage said, his voice tinged with amused satisfaction. Troublesome, Shikaku muttered. August 1st, 347 NE. 9:30 a.m. Konoha Stadium. The crowd had been slowly drifting into the arena since dawn, some even before then. The pace had picked up an hour ago, when the nobles and wealthy merchants who could afford the more comfortable and much more expensive box seats began entering the arena. Conversations around the arena focused on a few topics: the betting odds for the two matches to be held today, the fact that two Konoha teams and one Suna team, Konoha's ally, had made it to the finals, the surprising success of the previously unknown Odo team in making it all the way to the finals in their first entry into the Chunin exams, what the purpose of those wooden frames and rolls of cloth that lined the edge of the arena were, and, with increasing frequency, just what the hell was going on with the arena floor. Konoha citizens, who made up the majority of the attendees to the exams, since only the wealthy could afford the travel and time off required to attend the exams otherwise, knew that the arena floor was usually a straightforward dirt affair with a few trees scattered about to break up the monotony. They also knew that starting 3 days ago the floor had been hidden by an opaque barrier. The barrier started at the top of the wall that lined the arena floor and covered it completely, creating a flat surface. A few adventurous souls had tested the barrier and found it to be as solid as rock. Rumors were rampant about what was hidden by the barrier. The ideas started relatively mildly, with mentions of traps being placed around the arena floor or items buried in strategic locations, but quickly ballooned into outlandish or outright insane ideas such as monsters from the Forest of Death being held inside the barrier to threaten the teams, who would be thrown into the pit and forced to fend for themselves with the survivors declared the winners. With 3 days to conjure ever more outlandish ideas, even the visiting nobles had gotten into the act and entirely new betting pools had sprung up around what secrets the barrier contained. The crowd slowly fell silent as a lone ninja appeared in the middle of the barrier, standing in the middle of the flat surface, suspended in midair nearly 100 feet off the ground by nothing but chakra. Most of the crowd was impressed by the feat and cheered appreciatively, while the visiting dignitaries and foreign ninja recognized the difficulty of the feat and the complexity of the seals which made it possible. "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Konoha Chunin exams," proclaimed Hei Geku, fully enjoying his role as announcer and referee for the third phase. He paused to allow the crowd to cheer for a few moments, then resumed speaking. "Konoha would like to welcome all of you, citizens and visitors alike, and thanks you all for attending this event. We are honored by the presence of nobles from nearly every country in the elemental nations, including our valued ally the Wind Lord and, of course, our very own Fire Lord." Hei called out, motioning grandly towards the most ornate set of box seats in the stadium. The crowd roared out its approval again, cheering and stomping their feet. For most, this was the closest they would ever get to the man who ruled their country. Hei let the crowd cheer for nearly a minute before he motioned for silence. "In honor of the Fire Lord's visit, Konoha would like to take this opportunity to unveil our latest sealing breakthrough, a breakthrough that will be used today to show you the Chunin exams as they have never been seen before." Sarutobi smiled as Hei made his announcement, greatly enjoying the reaction of the crowd. "Your ninja has a way with the crowd," the Kazekage observed. "I should hope so," Sarutobi replied. He was chosen for this duty because of that, along with having sufficient skill to easily interfere in the fights if need be. "I certainly hope I didn't agree to have my genin participate in this display for no reason. This will work properly, I trust?" "Of course," Sarutobi replied, his voice confident. "Jiraiya-kun has been working on this for years, and I have personally observed several successful tests in various areas. What better time to announce his success than during the Chunin exams, when nobles from around the elemental nations are in attendance? I must admit that I am surprised you aren't keeping this one entirely to yourself," the Kazekage said. "I certainly considered it, but we stand to gain much more than we lose by offering this service. And, of course, it's not as if we're going to reveal everything, now is it?" the Hokage said, smirking. "Besides, you wrangled your own concessions out of us for this." "True," the Kazekage said, frowning slightly as he turned back to watch the announcement. "You may have noticed the wooden frames lining the arena, and the rolls of cloth upon them. Our very own Jiraiya-sama, one of the only 3 acknowledged sealing masters in all of the elemental nations, has worked tirelessly to create one of the most complex sealing arrays ever conceived, and these simple wooden frames and rolls of cloth are an integral part of that array." The crowd murmured in anticipation. If there was one thing Konoha citizens loved above all else, it was reminders about how they were the best in the elemental nations, regardless of the field in question, even more so when it was such a powerful and mysterious field as the sealing arts. Hei signaled the ninja waiting around the arena, and the rolls of cloth were loosened and stretched out across the wooden frames, then securely fastened in place. Each frame was nearly 30 feet tall and 30 feet across, and it took nearly a minute before the ninja, working as efficiently as they could, had each roll of cloth secured to the frame properly. Many ninja have techniques that allow them to peer into the distance or determine what is happening in another location, but they have been limited to only seeing that image for themselves. Never before have they been able to allow others to see what they see, until now. As Hei spoke, each ninja activated a seal at the bottom of the wooden frame, and the white cloth shimmered before resolving into 9 evenly divided sections, each displaying a different image. All of the wooden frames were now displaying the same 9 images. Temari adjusted her forehead protector again, growling in annoyance as it pulled uncomfortably at her hair once more. "Why did we have to do this, again?" Kankuro shrugged. "Kazekage's orders," Konoha asked, "and we had no real reason not to comply," he said, then smirked. "I can't even tell anything is different. You're the only one who actually wears his forehead protector around his head normally," Temari grouched, adjusting hers once more. "Stop messing with it," snapped a Konoha ninja. He was old, with wrinkled skin and gray hair. His fingers were stained nearly black and he wore civilian clothing that was similarly stained. Other than the forehead protector tied around his own head, there was nothing to indicate he was actually a ninja at all. Then again, the pouches filled with ink, brushes, and paper indicated to most ninja that he specialized in sealing rather than the more physical arts. Temari froze and slowly pulled her hands away. "I'm not going to break it, am I?" "Of course not," the old man replied, sounding almost offended. "I do good work. Whenever you move it around, the image shifts along with it. It needs to be positioned front and center for the best results." Temari relaxed slightly, then paused again. "They can't hear us, can they?" she whispered quietly, blushing slightly. The old man snorted. "Not with these, they can't. Jiraiya-sama might be able to whip something like that up, though. I'm just working off of his template, and this is sight only." He paused, watching as the tags slapped on top of their forehead protectors flared slightly before dimming again. "Well, that's the signal. The people up in the stadium are now seeing whatever those tags are pointed at." "Try not to look stupid," the old man said, chuckling. He gathered up his tools and left, still laughing as he closed the door behind him. "Thanks," Temari said sourly. She reached up to adjust her headband again before growling slightly and forcing her hand down. "This is so annoying." Gaara stood up and began moving towards the exit. "It's time," he said quietly. His own headband was placed securely around his forehead for the first time in years, but he showed none of the discomfort Temari did. Temari and Kankuro exchanged quick nods before following their younger brother out into the arena. "You can try to figure that out all you want," the seal crafter told the Oto team, smirking. "Jiraiya-sama built all sorts of protections and traps into the seal. I couldn't tell you how to make one from scratch, and he trained me personally." Jirobo simply stared silently at the Konoha ninja, who began to shift uneasily. "Ah, good, they're working," the crafter said when the tags flared briefly. "I'm done here, so you guys can go do your exam thing," he said, moving quickly towards the door. Jirobo watched him leave, then turned to face the other Oto ninja. The commander would be most impressed to see these for himself, he mused softly. The other two nodded before following him out into the arena. Sarutobi turned his gaze to the screen that had been set up in the Kage's box, noting that both the tags placed on the individual competitors and the tags placed in the individual sections to provide an aerial view were working well. The slight swaying of some of the images as they moved with the ninja they were attached to was a little off-putting, but also unavoidable. They needed to pull off something no other village could possibly do, and giving the audience a first-person view of the battles about to occur would certainly accomplish that. "Impressive," the Kazekage grudgingly admitted. "I take it this was based off of the Kage viewing orbs?" "The concept seems very similar." "In part," the Hokage admitted. "It took Jiraiya a very long time to make the necessary changes to the array, however," he added, emphasizing the magnitude of the accomplishment and the difficulty of reproducing it. The Kazekage made a noncommittal sound and turned back to the arena. The crowd watched in amazement as images from many different parts of the arena were displayed in front of them. The clapping and cheering started after a few moments, soon rising to a fever pitch as they realized they were about to witness a battle between ninjas from a vantage point they would never otherwise see. Hey-8 smiled at the audience's reception. The remote viewing arrays were going over very well, and he knew the Hokage was already calculating how much they could charge for their use based on that reaction. Konoha had mostly recovered from previous setbacks, but they also didn't have a lot of breathing room at the moment, financially speaking. Konoha will be offering this sealing array as a service to prospective clients, though the exact details have yet to be worked out. Our sealing experts will be available to answer any questions you may have during the intermission for the third phase. And, speaking of the third phase, Hey-8 motioned again, and the Oto and Suna teams were led out of different tunnels. Each team was led to stand at the top of a set of stairs on opposite sides of the arena. In the first two stages of the Chunin exams, each team worked together to overcome obstacles and achieve their goals. Unfortunately, in the real world that may not always be possible. The third phase will determine if the individual members of a team can stand on their own merits. In the previous two phases it was entirely possible to complete each phase successfully without entering combat at all, and some teams did indeed manage this feat. Such an outcome is nigh impossible here. Instead, each individual must rely on their own skills, abilities, and experience while combating their opponent and securing their objective. Within each area is a simple object that one ninja must maintain control of in order to pass. The first team to either defeat all of their opponents or maintain control of all three of these objects for 5 continuous minutes will be declared victorious. The arena floor has been divided into 3 sections, each designed to emphasize an aspect of shinobi combat. The top left image before you shows the section designed to emphasize mobility. The image showed a flat, featureless dirt floor. Only the occasional small rock served to break up the monotony of the area. In the middle of the field was a small black box. There are no obstacles, nowhere to hide and, other than small rocks, no objects in the environment to use in combat. In such situations, the ninja who can outmaneuver their opponent will often be victorious, Hei proclaimed, his voice rising and falling as he worked the audience. The top middle image displays the section designed to emphasize flexibility. This image showed countless trees clustered together tightly. There were only a few small breaks in the foliage, allowing the viewers to see that the ground was covered with crisscrossing tree roots. If there is a similar box in this section, it was not visible. Unlike the first section, there are numerous obstacles at all levels of the forest, providing both hazards to avoid and opportunities to ensnare or trick your opponent. Movement requires either great care or great skill, and visibility is extremely limited. The winner in this section will most likely be the ninja who can best make use of the terrain. The top right image displays the section designed to emphasize endurance. The third image showed a deep pit that had narrow rock spires jutting out of its depths. Each spire tapered off to a narrow point less than half a foot wide, and the sides of the spires appeared to be perfectly smooth. The bottom of the pit was shrouded in darkness. Another box was tied to the tip of a spire in the middle of the section. Merely remaining on the battlefield will constantly drain any ninja who enters this section, never mind attempting to battle their opponent. Any attacks will have to be carefully considered lest the ninja wear themselves out and find that they are unable to continue. Hei paused a moment to allow the crowd to absorb his words, then resumed speaking. Only one ninja from each team will enter a given section. To determine this, the Suna team will choose the section they would like to fight in, while the Oto team will choose which opponent they will face. Neither team will be aware of the other's choices until they actually enter the arena. Once they have made their choices, they will be escorted into the arena and we can begin. Chapter 34, Fake It Till You Make It. August 1st, 347 NE. -10:00 AM. Konoha Stadium. The Suna team made their decision quickly and were escorted down into the arena. The Oto team followed them a short time later. The crowd watched eagerly as the contestants disappeared from view, their speculation and last-second betting reaching a fever pitch as they watched the screens to determine which Chunin would be facing off against one another. Very well, Hei announced once everything was ready. The first battle of the third phase of the Chunin exams begins, now. Open field. Gaara stared at his opponent impassively even as the sound of a bell echoed throughout his section of the arena, signaling the start of the battle. Across from him stood the tallest member of the Oto team. The nearly bald Chunin wore a plain white shirt and black pants accented with a large purple rope that was tied in an elaborate knot. The Oto nin was staring back, a small smile on his face. Gaara waited a moment, wondering if the other Chunin would make the first move. When he just stood there, continuing to smile, he shrugged and reached over his shoulder to pull the cork off of the gourd strapped to his back. He twisted his hand sharply and the cork came loose with an audible pop. Tossing the cork to the side, he almost negligently willed his sand to flow out of the gourd even as he began grinding the earth beneath his feet into a fine powder. Ryudo had spent most of their available time working with him, teaching him how the Biju's power really worked, but Gaara had only made minimal progress in the time they had available. Ryudo had shown him an image of what he would eventually be capable of, however, and the mere memory of it made a maniacal grin cross his face. "You'll be a good test," Gaara told his opponent, still grinning. Kukuku, his opponent chuckled softly, seemingly unconcerned by the increasing amounts of sand floating in the air around Gaara. "I was thinking the same thing about you." Forest. Kankuro grinned to himself as he leapt into the trees, leaving his gray-haired opponent behind rapidly as he bounced from tree trunk to limb to root-covered ground and back. He wasn't worried about losing sight of his opponent. Like any good puppeteer, he had trained extensively in tracking and detection. His art worked best if he could keep his enemy at a distance, but that also meant that he had to work correspondingly harder to make sure he knew where his enemy was and what they were doing. There were techniques to allow the puppeteer to see through the puppet's eyes, not terribly unlike the ridiculous tag he had slapped on his forehead protector right now, but those could be a double-edged sword. The simpler versions supplanted the user's natural sight with the puppet's sight, rendering the user effectively blind to his own surroundings. The more advanced versions allowed the user to see both at once, but required extensive practice to use effectively. Either could be useful at times, but most found it more expedient to combat their enemies through more mundane means. He unwrapped Karasu and performed a hinge to make the puppet look like himself, then extended chakra strings to take control of his prized creation. The forest terrain allowed him plenty of opportunity to maneuver his puppet close to his opponent, even if the many trees would make maintaining his chakra strings a little trickier than usual. They could travel through solid objects, but the minor variations introduced by doing so altered the way the puppet functioned ever so slightly. Accounting for all of these little nuances while fighting a battle taking place dozens of feet or more away was the heart and soul of his art. He lived for moments like this, moments that stretched his skills and broadened his experience. He circled back around with Karasu leading the way, easily picking up the other ninja's trail. The gray-haired Otonin had stopped in the only clearing within the heavily forested section, apparently giving up on engaging Kankuro within the confines of the forest. Kankuro just shook his head in disgust even as Karasu leapt into the clearing and dashed forward to engage the other ninja in hand-to-hand. He took a moment to admire how realistic Karasu's movements looked, even if it was stiffer and slower than what he himself was capable of. It was passable taijutsu, but Karasu wasn't dangerous because he could hit the opponent. No, Karasu's real danger came when the opponent struck back. Sure enough, the gray-haired ninja smirked and began pressing forward, clearly believing he had the superior skills in taijutsu. Kankuro was just about to engage Karasu's hidden blades when he detected someone circling around behind him. He quickly leapt aside while simultaneously disengaging Karasu from its own fight, and not a moment too soon. Several kunai flew out of the forest behind him and whipped through the air where he had previously been crouching on a tree branch. How ironic. Apparently his puppet had been fighting some sort of clone. He mentally raised his estimation of his opponent even as he vanished into the forest again, prepared to engage in a game of cat and mouse, the kind of game where he excelled. Pit. Temari growled in annoyance as she eyed the black box tied to the nearby spire. Her opponent was staying well away from her, far enough away that her standard ranged attacks were easily dodged, and yet he was stubbornly refusing to let her approach the box. Whenever she moved closer, he would launch an arrow from that ridiculous bow of his and she would be forced to dodge. She would have scoffed at the mere idea of a ninja using an actual bow of all things, but the Otonin fired arrows faster than most ninja could fling kunai, and he was disturbingly accurate. The fact that the arrows lanced straight through the solid stone spires, sometimes two in a row, meant she had to respect their potential lethality, if nothing else. She had initially tried to counter his arrows with her fan, only to find herself nearly overwhelmed by a steady barrage of projectiles. The Otonin had launched arrow after arrow, spread out such that she had to use a new winjutsu for each one. He seemed perfectly content to keep up that pace without end, so Temari had quickly abandoned that approach lest she drive herself into chakra exhaustion. Which led to her current situation, staring across the seemingly bottomless pit at her bow-wielding opponent, who was staring right back at her with a bored expression on his face. He had made no move to approach the box or do anything other than preventing her from seizing it for herself. Truthfully, she didn't really need to do anything herself either. The rules meant that each team had to incapacitate or outmaneuver all of the opposing genin in order to advance, and she had no doubt that Gaara would win his own bout easily, regardless of who his opponent was. Any delaying tactics would surely benefit her more than her opponent. Unfortunately, her pride wouldn't let her leave things at that. She wasn't about to rely on her younger brother, even if she freely acknowledged that he was the most dangerous member of their team. So first, she had to find a way to counter or negate his arrows. Stands. Kurenai sat with her team in the ninja section of the stands, observing the first round of the third phase. The team that beat her own, Team Guy, would be fighting in the next round and had already been sequestered somewhere within the bowels of the stadium. She had heard that they would still be able to observe the match somehow, she assumed through the use of a screen like the one she was watching now. The Jinjutsu work that went into the projection was both astonishingly simple and absurdly complicated. She didn't know what the seals attached to the Jinin were doing, but the screens before her were using a Mirage-class Jinjutsu, a chakra construct that was anchored to a physical object and then showed a predetermined image. The only limitations were chakra and imagination, as both the size of the image and its duration were determined based on how much chakra was fed into the technique, while the image itself was determined by the caster. Jiraiya-sama had somehow managed to alter the technique so that instead of a predetermined image, the Jinjutsu changed on the fly to display whatever the connected tag was observing. She could count on 2 hands the number of people within Konoha capable of altering a mirage after it was set, and aside from herself all of them were in the Kurama clan. Even Sakura, who she felt was already well on her way to following in her own footsteps to become a Jinjutsu mistress, wasn't capable of that particular feat yet. Shaking her head slightly, she focused her attention back on the battle at hand, or one particular part of it. Gaara, Suna's Jinchuriki, appeared to be completely dominating his own match as he flung his sand back and forth, forming grasping hands and writhing tendrils as he attempted to ensnare his opponent. Yet, despite the speed with which he manipulated the sand and the sheer amount of it he commanded, his opponent continued to evade his grasp. "Kami," Sakura breathed. "Are those really Jinin down there?" Kurenai shook her head as she glanced at the other battles in progress. Temari and her opponent seemed to be playing a waiting game, with Temari making the occasional move to seize the black box and her opponent preventing her from doing so, but nothing else. Kankuro was engaged in a strange game of tag with his own opponent. Kankuro was a puppet user, and a damn good one as far as she could tell, but somehow his opponent kept slipping out of his grasp and nearly getting the drop on him. "Well," Kurenai said, addressing Sakura's question, "from what I've seen so far, all of the ninja on both teams are a solid B rank at least. Even if they lack proper leadership skills for the full Jounin track, their combat prowess means they should be well on their way to Tokubetsu Jounin already." "I am not familiar with the style of jutsu the red-headed Suna Jinin is using," Shino said quietly. "He does not appear to employ any distinct hand seals, and I have never heard of a jutsu that allows one to command the elements so freely, even for something as loose as sand." "That's a skill unique to Suna," Kurenai replied eventually. Technically it wasn't Konoha's secret, or even much of a secret at all for that matter, but she didn't feel like explaining the concept of a Jinchuriki at the moment. The academy only touched on the most basic details of the tailed beasts and didn't address the particulars of how they were defeated at all. The subject of Jinchuriki was usually covered along with the profiles of prominent bloodlines and ninja from other villages when an individual began taking missions outside of Fire Country. Until then it was felt that their time was better spent training up their skills and studying more generally applicable tactics and information. Sasuke cursed quietly under his breath, and Kurenai turned just in time to see him deactivating his Sharingan. She raised her eyebrow and he responded with a rueful shrug. "It was worth a try," he said. "I wanted to see how it worked." Kurenai allowed herself a moment to enjoy the irony. Since the images were essentially a Jinjutsu, anyone using their Sharingan would actually see nothing at all, rather than dissecting and potentially copying the movements and jutsu displayed. "I doubt you could copy it in any case," Kurenai said, smirking slightly. "I dare say that particular technique requires massive chakra reserves, far more than most genin would have." Stands. Kakashi frowned thoughtfully as he watched the scene before him. He was sitting in the Konoha ninja section of the stands, located directly below the Kage's viewing box. Surrounding him were nearly 100 Chunin and a small handful of Jounin, all focused on the match currently taking place. "Something's off about that forest matchup," he commented idly to his companion. "It is a most youthful battle of wits," Guy replied boisterously. Kakashi shook his head. "Judging from the images, the real Otonin was fighting the puppet the whole time, so what attacked Kankuro? I didn't see the Otonin perform any jutsu that could explain that, and he certainly never caught sight of Kankuro himself." Guy said, assuming a thoughtful pose. "The images from the most youthful invention of Jiraiya-sama's do not show us everything. It is possible he performed a jutsu that simply did not have any visible results where the seal was pointed." "Possible," Kakashi allowed, frowning. Open field. Gaara frowned slightly, the only outward sign of his increasing irritation. Never before had he come across someone so annoyingly agile that his opponent appeared slightly out of shape and built more for power than speed only annoyed him further. If he didn't know better, he would have thought his control over his sand had slipped. That wasn't the problem, however, as he could easily tell that he was able to move the sand faster, more easily, and while expending less chakra. No, the problem was that his opponent was simply that fast. Of course, his opponent had also failed to get within 5 meters of him, and all of the Otonin's ranged attacks with kunai and shuriken had failed to penetrate his sand-based defenses. Gaara had yet to take a single step since the beginning of the battle, as he simply did not see the need. He was gradually increasing the amount of sand he had available, and it was only a matter of time before he had enough to cover the entire section of the arena he was in. Gaara had seized the black box sitting in the middle of the arena with his first wave of sand, mindful of the nominal purpose of the exam. His opponent didn't seem to care about that and made no move to stop him or reclaim the box. He made another sweeping gesture with his hand and a wave of sand moved towards the Otonin. Rather than appearing worried, the large genin almost leisurely dodged away, avoiding the tendrils which branched out of the wave just as easily. "I'm rather disappointed," his opponent taunted, his voice slightly sibilant as he spoke. "I had expected rather more variety from Suna's not-so-secret weapon. I guess this is the limit of what you can do." He wore a mocking smile, and shook his head sadly as he spread his hands and shrugged. Gaara's frown deepened, out of anger this time. He wasn't sure if his anger stemmed from the suggestion that he was nothing more than a tool for Suna, the idea that he was weak, or if his opponent was just that annoying. Ultimately, it didn't matter. He had a new technique to try out, and while he had originally intended to save it for his battle with Kushu the next day, now would do just as well. He brought his hands together in front of him and began slowly going through the hand signs required for his next jutsu. Even by genin standards, his speed with the hand signs was abysmal, taking nearly a second to position his hands correctly for each one. By his own standards, he had improved by leaps and bounds since Jiraiya-sama had corrected his seal. Then again, improvement wasn't necessarily the right word, since he'd never bothered to practice hand seals before. Which, he reflected, meant this was the first time he was using an actual jutsu in battle. "Earth style, earth clone," he intoned, his gruff voice ringing across the field. 9 shapes rose out of the ground around him, all of them slowly changing as they gained both color and definition until 10 Gaaras stood in the arena, staring solemnly at the Oto genin. The Otonin was no longer smiling. Then sand began pouring out of the gourds on the clones' backs, and his opponent looked worried for the first time since the battle began. "Stands. Guy?" "Yes, my eternal rival," came the reply, the Jounin's normally boisterous voice unusually solemn. "Is the hopefully not crazy anymore Jinchuriki using clones, all of which appear to have just as much command over sand as the original does?" "Yes, my eternal rival. Just checking." In a nearby section of the stands, an ANBU looked out from his post and observed the images displayed on the screens. This ANBU had been present during Gaara's breakdown, and had witnessed firsthand the destruction caused by the out-of-control Jinchuriki. The ANBU's sentiments were much more concise. "Oh, fuck me. Kage box." Sarutobi turned to look at his counterpart, who seemed to have choked on the water he had been drinking. "Are you alright, Kazekage-dano?" he asked, sounding concerned. The Kazekage cleared his throat roughly, holding up one hand. "I'm fine," he said at length, just a little startled. "Thank you for your concern, Hokage-dano." Sarutobi eyed the Kazekage's expression, or at least what was visible of it behind his veil. His jaw was clenched and he seemed to be glaring at the screen, but there were small beads of sweat forming on his brow. "Interesting." Sarutobi turned back to the screen and studied the clones Gaara had just created. Each seemed to operate semi-independently from the original, but they still moved as a cohesive unit as they began to quickly corner the agile Otonin. He couldn't get a good read on their physical capacity relative to the original, as the original had yet to take a single step and the clones were walking as they slowly spread out around the arena. He mentally elevated Gaara's threat level to AAA, possibly even S. There was no good way to gauge just how autonomous the clones would be in a more open setting. Earth clones tended to be fairly simplistic and less directly controlled by their creator, but the one-tailed Biju's influence could alter that in unforeseen ways. Similarly, there was no good way to determine the potential range of the clones or the extent they could use Gaara's own control over sand. The Hokage was more interested in what the use of a jutsu, a clone jutsu at that, indicated about the state of the Biju within Gaara. The use of a human jutsu might indicate that Gaara was exploring options that didn't rely on the Biju's powers, a sign that he was seeking independence from the being sealed within him. On the other hand, he seemed to be using the jutsu primarily as an additional channel for the Biju's chakra, another way to manipulate the sand, which could indicate increased influence from the Biju. Sarutobi mentally sighed and set the matter aside. He was grasping at straws now. Better to reserve judgment for when he had more information. Konoha. Anko sauntered casually through the city streets, idly chewing on her fresh skewer of dango. She could hear the distant roar of the stadium, which meant that the Chunin exams were officially underway. Part of her wanted to be there to witness the coming battles, especially since she knew that 2 teams from the clan kids were competing. Then there was the Jinchuriki kid from Suna. It wasn't often a ninja got the chance to observe a container in action without being the target of said action. On the other hand, she was drawing AA rank pay for this particular mission. That was a lot of dango. It was also her first official mission as a full jounin, and one that could prevent a lot of damage to Konoha in the coming days. She wasn't about to botch such an important mission. Even as she walked down the street, drawing the envious and admiring stares of the civilians unable to attend the exams, her team was following her discreetly, keeping an eye on the people around her. If anyone was going to try to infiltrate Konoha, they would be active now, while the exams were drawing the majority of the ninja away from their normal posts. This would be their best chance to access areas normally guarded or watched by ninja or even civilians. She already interrupted 2 would-be thieves trying to break into unguarded stores, though she didn't think either of them were enemy agents. She'd sent them on to TNI anyway, better safe than sorry and all that. Her nose twitched slightly as she felt the telltale signs of a jutsu being used. It was small, almost imperceptible, but it was there. She wasn't a full-fledged sensor by any stretch of the imagination, but she had been trained relentlessly until she was the next best thing. She could detect most jutsu used within 100 meters, and in most cases could narrow it down to a specific type of jutsu if she was within 20. This particular jutsu was a sustained illusion type, most likely a henge. She pulled the last dango off the stick, chewing slowly to savor the taste, before breaking the stick in half and tossing it aside, the sharp end just happening to land pointing towards the area where she had detected the jutsu in use. Her team caught the signal and began to move in that direction, ready to follow and possibly apprehend the suspect. Anko lifted one arm straight up and looped her other arm behind her head as she rose onto her tiptoes and arched her back, stretching languorously in the middle of the road. Her coat gaped wide open at the motion, revealing her tight mesh bodysuit and the lithe body it contained. She snickered to herself as she heard someone drop a tray of dishes nearby, then turned and resumed her walk in a seemingly random direction. Time to get to work. Forest. Kankuro was not happy. He had cornered his opponent no less than 4 times in the last 10 minutes, but every time it turned out that he had been attacking some sort of advanced clone and he ended up nearly falling into his opponent's ambush. Not only was this incredibly irritating in terms of the fight itself, but it also meant that his tracking and ambush skills were inferior to his opponent's, and that was a direct affront to his pride. No more playing around, he growled lowly to himself. His fingers twitched, and a series of hollow clicking noises emanated from his puppet. The next time he found his opponent would be the last. Pit. Temari carefully examined the arrow, keeping one eye on her opponent as she did so. As she thought, the arrow was heavy and turned out to be fashioned entirely of metal, even the fletching. That also explained the speed with which her opponent fired the arrows. He did so not because he could, but because he had to if he wanted them to strike their target properly. The rigid metal fins would not stabilize the arrow nearly as well as real feathers would. She couldn't detect any sort of poisons on the projectile, but knew enough about the use of toxic substances from her brother's art to know that meant nothing. She used a small cloth to avoid making direct contact with the arrow in any case. Satisfied that she wasn't going to find a weakness to exploit in the arrows themselves, she sighed and tossed the arrow aside. It looked like she was going to have to use one of her stronger jutsu to break this stalemate. She hefted her battle fan and opened it completely, beginning to wave it back and forth in the air with one hand as her other began forming hand seals in time with the fan's motion. The wind around her began to churn. Open field. Gaara's opponent was in constant motion now, leaping and diving and rolling to avoid the sand all around him. The clones stared at him impassively even as the sand under their command whipped through the air, forcing the Otonin into a smaller and smaller area. There was enough sand flying through the air that Gaara began to fashion a solid wall out of it, surrounding the Otonin on each side and gradually closing in. The ninja was trapped now, and Gaara decided to savor the moment as he ceased sending out grasping hands and tendrils and allowed his doomed opponent to stare at the slowly encroaching walls. The ninja's hands twitched and his expression turned slightly annoyed before he raised his hand and shouted, "I forfeit." Gaara paused, the walls of sand no longer advancing, as he cocked his head to the side. It took him a moment to remember that his opponent was allowed to do that, and that he wasn't supposed to kill or even hurt the other genin now. "A pity. Jirobo of Odo has surrendered," Hayate announced, "a wise decision in the circumstances." The crowd booed and jeered the Otonin, but the ninja among them just nodded sagely. The ability to recognize certain defeat was essential, and the lack of it had led to the death of many a foolish ninja. Gaara of Sand may now lower the barrier to one of the other areas, Hayate continued. Gaara waited a moment before shrugging slightly and moving to the right. It didn't really matter which way he went, he doubted the other ninja would be as agile as his own opponent, and with the amount of sand he now had available the battle would end quickly in any case. Pit. Temari cursed when one of the barrier walls shimmered and disappeared, suddenly and drastically altering the wind currents within the area. She scrambled to make adjustments to her jutsu, then noticed who was entering her section and decided not to bother. She lowered her fan and let the jutsu die out. Her opponent apparently noticed as well, because she heard him crying out, "I surrender," a moment later. Forest. Kankuro frowned when he saw the shimmering blue field in the distance disappear. Gaara or Temari must have won already, he concluded. He didn't mind the help, but he had really hoped to defeat this slippery bastard on his own. "I give up," he heard a voice calling out, more than 30 feet away from where he had thought his target to be. He cursed loudly even as the announcer declared his team would be advancing to the final round. His complete inability to control the battle left him feeling like he personally had lost, even if his opponent had never actually managed to land a hit on him. Stands. Kakashi was frowning deeply now. "They gave up far too easily," he muttered. Indeed, their flames of youth were most lacking in that regard. "No, look at them," Kakashi said, motioning to the Odo team. The images from the seals attached to the genin were still displayed on the screens, allowing them to get a close look at the teams. "Do any of them look winded to you?" Guy frowned. "No," he admitted, "they do not. In fact, even the one who faced Gaara does not appear to have exerted himself much. The Suna team, other than Gaara, anyway, looks like they've been doing something, but even they look like they could keep going for quite some time." "I see," Guy said, rubbing his chin. "Now that I think back on it, none of the Odo genin used ninjutsu of any kind that I recall. There could be a reasonable explanation for this," he allowed, "but—" "Yeah," Kakashi agreed, "but—" Arena. The Suna team advances to the final round. Hayate proclaimed, allowing the crowd several seconds to cheer the victorious genin. They will now retire to a specially prepared suite within the stadium where they will be allowed to rest and recover in preparation for tomorrow's battle. "Our next fight will begin at 2 in the afternoon, Hayate announced. "Until that time, you are free to remain in the arena and witness some of the demonstrations and exhibitions that will be held for your entertainment, or you may exit the arena and partake of the many attractions Konoha has to offer. I would also like to remind our visitors that many of Konoha's sealing experts are located in and around the arena to answer any questions you may have regarding Konoha's latest innovation." Team Kakashi's suite. "Well, that was rather interesting," Kushu said. "Kinda boring if you ask me," Ino muttered. Gaara dominated from the start and Kankuro kept screwing around with his opponent, even if the whole puppet thing is pretty cool. Temari's opponent surrendered just when she was about to do something impressive, too. I wanted to see what sort of awesome ninjutsu she was going to pull out. Aside from Gaara-san, all of them seemed to be holding back significantly, Hinata observed. Kushu snorted. I'm not sure Gaara even knows what holding back means, he said. Still, what makes you say that? None of them showed any signs of strain, and they were not sweating significantly either. Gaara-san's match seems to have been the deciding factor from the start, given how quickly the other Otonin surrendered once that match was resolved. Kushu tapped his fingers along the edge of the couch rhythmically as he recalled the battles they had just witnessed. You're right, he said finally. None of them were trying very hard. They weren't upset about losing either, Ino added. Or they hit it very, very well. Kushu shrugged silently. It was expected for a ninja to study their opponents whenever possible, but they had more immediate concerns to address. In any case, we've got a few hours before our fight and some new rules and battle conditions to take into account, he said, motioning to the screen that dominated one wall of the suite. We don't know if we'll be picking the section we fight in or the person we'll be fighting, so we need to be prepared for both. 12:00 p.m. Hokage's office. The Hokage reviewed the reports spread out on his desk. The team sweeping Konoha during the exams had captured 11 suspects, but so far most of them had turned out to be petty criminals. Anko's team had captured a foreign ninja using a henge, and while the suspect had not been able to adequately explain his purpose for doing so, they had also not found anything more damning than that. Further, he did have legitimate papers that identified him as a grass ninja visiting to observe the Chunin exams. The Yamanaka were working on him, but it would be slow going. Since they didn't have sufficient cause to destroy his mind in order to retrieve information. At the very least, they would keep him locked up until after the exams were concluded, as a precaution if nothing else. Shikaku and the rest of the ninja involved in the emergency planning all agreed that the so-called disruption was going to take place tomorrow, though they differed on the exact timing. Some felt it would happen during the match, some during the closing ceremony, and some felt that it would be time to match the peak of traffic flowing out of Konoha. Then there was the matter of the Odo team. He hadn't been the only one to notice that the supposed genin were much more skilled than they should be and yet were not showing off. They had expected such a new village to send experienced ninja in order to make a good impression, and the Odo team certainly had the skills to do so. They had demonstrated a level of poise and experience most Chunin would be hard-pressed to match. However, that was all they displayed. They hadn't put on a show for the crowd, quite the opposite, in fact. Most civilians probably thought that the Odo team, and thus the village itself, was pathetic. Their actions in the exam did not match up with what their purpose should have been, which meant that they had some other purpose. It wasn't a difficult step to connect their actions with the disruption that would be taking place the next day. Their behavior would make perfect sense if they were conserving their strength for another task. The only question was if they were connected to some piece of it Konoha was already aware of, or if they were yet another side in the coming mess. Shikaku, he said finally, who do we have monitoring the Odo team? Team Noburo, consisting of a Tokubetsu Jounin and 3 Chunin. They have been assigned to the Odo team since they first arrived, Shikaku recited from memory. I see, based on what you saw earlier, do you think Team Noburo could subdue them if required? Impossible to say, Shikaku replied immediately. The only thing we can say for certain is that Odo team was holding back significantly. Based on their poise, speed, and endurance, I would rate the team as a whole a B-rank threat, minimum. Sarutobi nodded. I think the Odo team merits additional attention. Supplement Team Noburo with an A-ranked assault squad. If the Odo team is involved with the mess tomorrow, I want them dealt with. Capture, if possible, but only if feasible. Understood, Hokage-sama. Chapter 35, Tricks of the Trade. August 1st, 347 NE. 1:45 p.m. Arena. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed nobles, Wind Lord Sama, Fire Lord Sama, welcome back to the Chunin exams. Hey, proclaimed. I hope you were suitably entertained during the intermission and that you found the food available in Konoha to your liking. Now, what you have all been waiting for, the next round of the exams. This battle will pit 2 Konoha teams against each other. The first team is Team Guy, a Chunin team that has been together for nearly 2 years now who are participating in the Chunin exams for the first time. Their record is impeccable, with 14 C rank and 3 B rank missions to their name, a highly unusual feat for a team without a single Chunin among them. Surprisingly few people in the crowd noticed that Heiei was providing a great deal more background information about the Konoha teams than he had either the Suna or Odo teams, as they were too caught up in the excitement of the moment. The first member of Team Guy is Tenten Higurashi, a civilian-born kunoichi who rose to the top of her class to graduate as Kunoichi of the Year, and who has since proven herself a very effective and promising ninja. The crowd cheered loudly at that, especially the civilians among them. Tenten's expression remained focused and stoic, but there was a slight blush staining her cheeks as she took in the crowd's reception. The next member of Team Guy is Neji Hyuga, who graduated Rookie of the Year, is considered one of the most powerful Jukin users of his generation, and possesses the famed all-seeing eye. The crowd cheered again, although for different reasons. In the wake of the Uchiha Rebellion, the Hyuga clan had become the most prominent and favored clan in Konoha. Most of the crowd had never heard of Neji before, but they still recognized the Hyuga name. The final member of Team Guy is Rock Lee, a civilian-born ninja who is widely considered to be a future taijutsu master, a future many believe to be not so distant. Heiei paused for a moment to allow the crowd to settle down before he moved on to the rest of the introductions. Their opponents will be the members of Team Kakashi, who have been Chunin for less than a year. Don't let their supposed inexperience fool you, however, for they have amassed no less than 6 C-rank missions in that brief time, all successful. Team Kakashi consists of Hinata Hyuga, the heiress of the Hyuga clan who, like her cousin Neji, is considered one of the most powerful Jukin users of her generation and possesses of the famed all-seeing eye. If we are lucky, we may witness a battle between these two ninja, a battle between two Jukin users, a sight that you will never have the chance to experience anywhere but Konoha. The next member of Team Kakashi is Ino Yamanaka, who graduated Kunoichi of the Year in one of Konoha's strongest graduating classes. She is the heiress of the Yamanaka clan and is able to wield her family's jutsu to devastating effect. And last, but certainly not least, is Naruto Yamanaka. The volume in the crowd rose sharply as Konoha cheered its little hero with all of their might. The foreign visitors were stunned at the village's reaction to a mere Chunin. Naruto graduated Rookie of the Year and is already regarded as one of Konoha's strongest Chunin. He is also a fully qualified Mednin who trained under Konoha's own Shizunkata for a number of years. With the last of his introductions made, Heiei let the crowd's cheering continue for a bit before he spoke up again. This match promises to be one to watch closely. Before we begin, Team Guy will select the battlefield while the members of Team Kakashi will select their opponents. Each team has 2 minutes to decide, starting now. It took much less time than that. Both teams had their answers ready. Open field. Yash. Naruto-kun, I had hoped I would be facing you in battle. Lee proclaimed. Kushu just grinned widely and settled into a loose stance. Forest. As expected, Hinata-sama, Neji said calmly. Our Byakugan is best suited to the forest, just as we are best suited to face one another in battle. Yes, Neji and I-san, Hinata replied, every bit as calm and collected as her cousin. It has been some time since we last faced one another. I hope you have trained hard, for I have learned much in my time with my team. As have I, Hinata-sama. Pit. Ino frowned at her opponent as she crouched on the side of a spire. You look way too happy right now, she noted sourly. Tenten just nodded eagerly, managing to balance in place even as she stood sideways on the rocky pillar. Arena. With the Chunin in place and the barriers prepared, the second round of the third phase of the Chunin exams, Team Guy vs Team Kakashi, can now begin. Open field. The sound of the bell had barely begun to fade before Lee launched himself forward. Kushu rolled to the side to avoid Lee's spinning kick and was back on his feet and in his stance a moment later. Leaf whirlwind. Lee cried out enthusiastically, seemingly not caring that his initial attack had failed. You've gotten faster, Kushu said, a bit of admiration in his voice. He respected few things, but power was one of them, and for a Chunin Lee certainly had that. As have you, Naruto-kun. Lee replied. He bounced on his toes twice, then was suddenly moving forward. Kushu began dodging and waiting around Lee's attacks, but unlike his battle with Kiba, he had to focus to do so. He soon found himself forced to block when dodging failed him, his forearms and shins trembling under Lee's assault. His Yuki was hard at work correcting the damage Lee caused, but his opponent's blows were powerful. A couple of those hits had severely stressed his bones, and one of them would likely have cracked by now were he not continually healing himself. He tried to counter, to force Lee away and shift the fight in his favor, and immediately regretted it. He used a quick jab, his hand blurring through the air. Against another opponent it would have made contact, and if properly placed might have been sufficient to end the fight. Against Lee it was an opening that was ruthlessly exploited. He felt Lee grabbing his arm and pulling, shifting his center of gravity forward. The next instant he felt Lee's foot making contact with his stomach and he was flung off the ground. A moment after that Lee was next to him, somehow managing to stay behind him as he moved through the air. Shadow of the dancing leaf. Lee announced happily as bandages began to wrap around Kushu's body. Kakashi had warned him about this particular maneuver, and he knew better than to let Lee complete it. Abandoning the taijutsu battle as a lost cause, he wasn't terribly surprised that Lee had proven once again to be better than him in that regard. Though he was a little annoyed, he brought his hands together before they could be restrained by the bandages and began rapidly moving through hand seals. "Wind style, burst," he called out. He didn't need to announce the name of the jutsu any more than he needed to use the hand seals, but countless ninja were watching and it wouldn't do to give away his true abilities unnecessarily. The air around him shimmered for a moment before gale force winds exploded outwards, with him at the center. The bandages attempting to bind him were ripped and torn and Lee gave a shocked cry before he was blown away. Kushu continued his descent to the ground and landed in a crouch, easily absorbing the impact. He turned to face Lee, finding the other genin already on his feet with a wide smile on his face. "As expected, Naruto-kun. I knew that wouldn't be enough to defeat you." "Then why did you try?" Kushu asked curiously. "One must kindle the flames of youth properly. The flames of youth must grow at a measured pace lest they burn themselves out prematurely." "Right," Kushu finally replied. "Yash, Naruto-kun," Lee announced, stomping each foot on the ground once and slapping his hands on his forearms in some odd ritual. "Let us continue." Forest. Hinata and Neji closed in and engaged in their Juken duel as they had literally thousands of times before, each knowing the other's moves almost as well as they knew their own. Hinata flowed around Neji's strikes, her movements quick and sharp, while Neji met her attacks head-on, his entire body moving with precision as he carefully deflected each blow with minimal effort. Hinata was counting on that, counting on using Neji's familiarity with her style and his admittedly well-founded confidence that he would likely emerge battered but victorious. She slid around Neji's hand, her own blurring forward in a practiced motion, but her real attack came from another direction entirely. Kakashi had given her a challenge on their second day as a team, one that had shocked her with both its simplicity and its ambition. The idea had probably come up in the early days of the style's creation, but had been dismissed due to its difficulty and the fact that it clashed with the fundamental principles of the style. The majority of the Juken users, Neji included, would likely never be able to pull off what Kakashi had suggested. Hinata, on the other hand, was uniquely suited for it. Hinata's foot lashed out, aimed at Neji's ankle and primed with a spike of chakra that would penetrate the major Tenketsu point there. In this difficult terrain where they were both using chakra extensively to solidify their footing, such a blow would cripple him and would in all likelihood end the fight with that one strike. Hinata didn't miss the flare of chakra Neji emitted, but she was so stunned by what it implied and the fact that Neji was capable of that jutsu that she almost didn't react in time. She eventually did react, throwing herself backwards, but not in time to escape entirely. The sphere of chakra that exploded from Neji's body caught her in midair, launching her towards a nearby tree. She landed heavily, but still on her feet and ready to move again if she needed to. The sphere also shattered the root they had been standing on, causing Neji to abandon the jutsu almost as soon as it began in order to leap to firmer ground. "Kaden?" Hinata asked, her voice tinged with awe. Kaden was one of the most powerful and difficult techniques of Juken, beyond the capabilities of most Hyuga to accomplish at all, never mind so young. Neji nodded, a similar look of astonishment on his face. Guy-sensei and my teammates helped me master it, he admitted, but you... I didn't think that was even possible. Niji had probably seen the chakra gathered in her foot and reacted, just as she had seen the warning signs of his Kaiten and responded accordingly. Still, while her surprise attack had failed, she had come out of that particular exchange the victor. The Kaiten's major flaw was that it took an incredible amount of chakra to maintain, even for the brief seconds Niji had kept it going. Her own attack, on the other hand, took no more chakra than any other Juken strike. Unfortunately, she had targeted the Tenketsu in Niji's ankle not because it was the easiest target, but because she was not confident she could seal anything smaller with her current level of skill. Hinata herself had not believed it was possible at all until Kakashi pointed out that, as she should well know, a human foot actually had more Tenketsu than a hand did. If anything, he insisted, using her feet should ultimately be easier than using her hands. The reason the Juken style was and would always remain the exclusive domain of the Hyuga clan was because the Byakugan was the only known way of locating the Tenketsu and judging the amount of chakra required to seal it. Tenketsu were located in roughly the same positions in every ninja, but the exact locations could vary by as much as an inch. When dealing with targets a quarter of an inch in size or smaller, the margin of error was too high for anyone to possibly use the style through guesswork alone. Even if someone were to get lucky and accurately target the Tenketsu, they would have no means of determining how much chakra to use in order to seal it. Too much and the chakra overflowed, mixing with the target's own chakra and eventually getting pulled out of the Tenketsu entirely. Too little and the target's chakra would flow in, ultimately leading to the same result. If the proper amount of chakra was used, however, the Tenketsu itself formed a natural barrier that resisted the movement of chakra while it was full. That behavior was vital to the use of jutsu, but it also formed the basis of the Juken as the target could not easily expel the foreign chakra when their own was not in contact with it. It was possible to do so. The Hyuga clan was aware of 3 such methods, as well as 2 known methods of negating the Juken entirely, but most ninja were not aware of them and they were nearly impossible to use in the heat of battle anyway. Hinata's greatest challenge had been timing the pulse of chakra that filled the target's Tenketsu when using her feet. She had spent years practicing and honing the Juken style until the subtle adjustments and precise timing required to completely fill the opponent's Tenketsu with her own chakra was instinctive when using her hands. Once she had the timing down, which differed significantly from using her hands for reasons she didn't fully understand, she found that in one respect Kakashi's theory had been right. The subtle manipulations of chakra actually were easier to perform with her feet due to the presence of the additional Tenketsu. The use was different, but the rapid alteration and adjustment of chakra emitted from the foot was very similar to the concepts behind tree and water walking. Hinata smiled, a slightly predatory grin adorning her face that she had unknowingly acquired from Naruto. "I told you I had learned much," she said, and launched herself forward to resume the battle. "Pit. I hate you," Ino started as she dodged yet another handful of kunai Tenten had flung in her direction. "So much," she continued, throwing herself off of a spire moments before the exploding tag wrapped around the handle of a kunai detonated and caused the top of the spire to break off and plummet into the depths of the pit. "Right now," she finished, panting slightly as she came to a stop on the opposite side of the pit, glaring at Tenten. Tenten just cackled, sounding slightly deranged as she pulled another set of her seemingly infinite supply of kunai out of her pouch. "Do you know how much time I spent worrying about that lightning jutsu of yours?" she asked rhetorically. "I had to change up my entire battle style just to avoid giving you kunai to use against me, and then we end up facing each other here of all places. All that time, wasted. That is so not my fault." Ino snapped back. She was a little bemused that Tenten had been that worried about her lightning technique. It was useful, true, but only because there had been so few kunai scattered around at the time, all of them strategically placed for that exact purpose. The more points there were for the lightning to jump to, the harder the technique was to control. Making sure there were no kunai near her when she used the technique was also a major factor, since the jutsu could just as easily turn back on her if she wasn't careful. She wouldn't take as much damage from it as her opponent might, but it would still be a setback best avoided. "Don't care," Tenten replied just as quickly. "Now shut up and take it like a kunoichi," she yelled, leaping forward and flinging more kunai towards Ino. "Fuck this," Ino muttered to herself as she dodged. Rather than leaping to another spire, however, she headed straight down into the hidden depths of the pit. "Oh no you don't," Tenten yelled, snapping more kunai towards Ino in an attempt to force her back towards the tops of the spires, where she had a clearer aim. Ino backflipped off the spire and let herself drop through the air, vanishing into the darkness. She heard Tenten trying to follow her, but she was already slipping away, letting stealth accomplish her retreat where speed had failed. She had wondered what was at the bottom of the pit the entire first round, but neither Temari nor the Otonin had moved more than 10 feet from the top of the spires. It turned out that, as she had guessed, the spires continued to widen until they met at the bottom of the pit, which was nearly 100 meters from the top. The footing was awkward, as there was no even surface anywhere. The spires all met in steep VS at the bottom, and Ino found herself hopping quietly from one slope to the next rather than attempting to straddle the areas where the spires met. She would likely have slipped and broken an ankle by now if she hadn't employed the owl-sight jutsu the moment she vanished into the darkness. That jutsu, at least, was one that she could do without words or hand seals. Kakashi had drilled all of them relentlessly until they could do so, and she was glad for it now. Tenten had broken off her pursuit and returned to the open area above, though Ino couldn't make out anything further than that. She wasn't about to just charge out there now, especially since it would take her a moment to make the adjustment from darkness to light. Ino didn't have to wonder what Tenten was up to for much longer, as she heard a not-so-distant clang of metal on stone, followed by an explosion. She realized what Tenten was doing immediately. That crazy bitch was dropping explosive kunai into the depths in an attempt to flush her out. She knew enough about exploding notes, hard not to learn about them when Naruto spent his spare time making them, to determine that these were relatively low-powered examples, but a direct hit could still do some serious damage, possibly even fatal damage. Ino smiled in the darkness. She could use that. Stands. Kurenai stared at the screen. It was difficult to believe that Genin were performing the feats she had just witnessed. Naruto and Lee were both moving at frankly absurd speeds for their age, and most of the civilians in the crowd were unable to keep up at all. Taijutsu was not her strong suit, but she never thought she would meet a 12-year-old who could possibly give her trouble in a hand-to-hand fight. Then there was the fight between Neji and Hinata. She knew enough about the Hyuga to know that the move Neji had pulled off was a big deal, but she couldn't figure out why Neji looked more stunned than Hinata did. She glanced briefly towards where Hayashi Hyuga was sitting, but from this distance his expression looked as calm and stoic as ever. The battle between Tenten and Ino was more along the lines of what she'd expected from Genin, except for the fact that Tenten apparently had a storage seal on the inside of her pouch and could throw 4 kunai at a time with more speed and accuracy than most Genin could throw one. Even with the distance between them, she was impressed that Ino had managed to dodge all of them. Her spatial awareness and midair acrobatics weren't as flashy as what some of the other Genin were doing, but they spoke well of her skill all the same. She turned to look at her students to see how they were taking this display, only to find that none of them seemed particularly shocked. "You think Lee is going to kick Naruto's butt this time?" Sakura asked idly as she watched the screen. "Naruto finally pulled out his ninjutsu, which is the only thing that let him win last time," Sasuke muttered, not taking his eyes off of the images before them. His gaze was rapidly shifting between all 3 battles as he attempted to take in everything at once. Despite that, Lee-san seems quite confident. "I believe he has a plan to deal with Naruto-san's arsenal of techniques," Shino commented quietly. "You aren't surprised by this?" Kurenai asked. Her Genin spared her a glance before they turned back to the battles. "Oh, you never did make it to one of the Clan Kid training sessions, did you?" "Not that we had that many after we graduated," Sakura said. Shino spoke up next. "Lee-san and Naruto-san have faced off once before, and Lee proved then that he could defeat Naruto-san in a taijutsu battle. Naruto-san was forced to rely on his ninjutsu then as he did just now, and ultimately managed to defeat Lee at the time. I believe we are about to witness Lee's response to that defeat." Open field. Kushu watched as Lee began to spin in place with his arms pulled tight against his body. Shaking off his surprise at the odd maneuver, Kushu prepared to launch a barrage of earth jutsu against the Genin, planning to corral and eventually trap the taijutsu expert without having to engage him directly. He abandoned that plan along with his position when a projectile of some sort emerged from the whirling blur that was Lee, the object whistling as it shot through the air towards him. He rolled to the side, narrowly dodging it, and prepared to counter Lee's next move. The sound of an enormous hammer striking a massive gong assaulted his ears. He could actually feel the vibrations traveling through his body as something happened behind him. He didn't have time to see what it was, however, because 3 more objects were hurtling towards him. He pumped chakra into his limbs, consciously reinforcing his body for the first time during the battle as he blurred away from the projectiles. He saw it happen this time. The objects struck the barrier separating the different sections of the arena one after another, the sound assaulting his ears each time. The barrier flared brighter and brighter after each hit, and after the 4th he could actually see cracks forming. Without any further punishment, however, the cracks slowly began sealing themselves once again. His examination of the objects and the barrier was interrupted when something slammed into his body, throwing him up into the air. The impact was repeated rapidly, tossing him back and forth in the air like a ragdoll even as he struggled to respond to the sudden assault. He began pushing more and more chakra into his body, even some pure yuki to aid in healing as the damage reached dangerous levels, and eventually he could make out his attacker. Lee was moving much faster than he had been before and was currently keeping him suspended in the air with nothing more than the force of his blows. Kushu growled lowly in his throat, time to put a stop to that. Not bothering to even pretend to use hand seals this time, he used another wind style, burst to force Lee away. It didn't catch his opponent. Lee kicked him away the moment the air around him shimmered, but it gave Kushu enough time to recover. Lee was circling him on the ground, face alight with eagerness as he waited for the technique to die down enough that he could return to melee range. Kushu thrust his hands below him, using an intentionally flawed wind style, gust to push himself upwards. The jutsu, when used properly, did not impart any momentum to the user, the incomplete stages did, however, and he took advantage of that now to force himself high enough to reach the ceiling created by the barrier. He flipped in midair, landing upside down in a crouch. His feet didn't want to stick, his chakra slid off of the barrier rather than anchoring him as he had intended. With a snarl he shot out spikes of chakra from his feet, forcing them to dig into the barrier. A high-pitched whine filled the air and the barrier shuddered under his feet, but he was now firmly attached. He turned his attention back to Lee, who was already trying and failing to run up the barrier as if it were a simple tree. The other genin looked frustrated for a moment, before he suddenly grinned and darted towards the corner of the field where the 2 walls of the barrier met. Kushu watched and waited as Lee bounced between the 2 walls, using his strength and speed where his chakra control had failed him. With one last push, Lee launched himself into the air, closing with Kushu at blistering speeds and ready to attack hand-to-hand once again. Kushu jumped, using all of the considerable power in his legs to launch himself straight towards the ground. He landed feet first moments later, the impact cracking the dry earth beneath him and kicking up a small amount of dust. He turned his attention back to Lee, who was still in midair and just beginning his descent after passing through the space Kushu had previously occupied. Kushu smirked viciously. Time to see how he liked being juggled in midair. Stands. Kurenai glanced once again at her students. Sasuke and Sakura were gaping silently at the screen as they watched the battle between Naruto and Lee escalate. Shino gave no outward sign of his agitation, but Kurenai could hear the low buzzing of his Kakaichu. Kurenai had forced herself to stop thinking of the 2 combatants as genin. In terms of pure speed, Lee was already AA class at least, and Naruto was somehow managing to stay in the fight despite the series of devastating blows he had taken. And the sound when Lee had thrown, whatever it was at Naruto, she'd never seen or heard anything hit a barrier that hard. The gong-like rumble had washed over the stadium and rendered the crowd momentarily silent, before they had returned to cheering with renewed enthusiasm. She wasn't sure most of them could even follow what was going on visually, much less understand the significance, but they seemed to be eating it up nonetheless. She turned her attention to the other fights for a moment, noting that Neji and Hinata were once more engaged in a Jukin battle, though Neji seemed to be struggling for some reason. He had used the Kaiten twice more that she had seen, thought she still couldn't figure out why, as he had yet to truly catch Hinata with it. His chakra expenditure was beginning to show, and as things stood Hinata would be winning that match. Tenten seemed to be in control of the battle between herself and Ino. She currently had possession of the black box that served as the nominal goal for the exams, and she was still flinging kunai into the depths of the pit where they exploded in small flashes. The image coming from Ino was pitch black, as it had been for a few minutes now. Hayate had not called the battle in Tenten's favor, however, so clearly he believed Ino was still in the fight. Open field. Kushu barely remembered to continue faking hand seals as he began his barrage of jutsu. The earth around his feet rumbled for a moment before several boulders the size of his torso were torn from the ground and launched at Lee, who was still falling in midair. Earth-style, rock bombardment, Kushu intoned. With the rocks swinging their way towards Lee, who was watching them approach with widened eyes, Kushu immediately began the hand seals for his next jutsu. Water-style, levee break, he called out, and water began seeping through the ground at his feet, the effect quickly spreading until a large portion of the middle of the field where he stood was wet and muddy. He began the hand seals for a third jutsu, but was interrupted by the sound of rocks shattering above him. Turning his attention back to Lee, he saw a haze of dust and debris hanging in midair, and no sign of the green-clad genin. A light splash alerted him that Lee had somehow reached the ground, and then he was straining to dodge a rapid series of attacks once more. A most youthful attempt, Naruto-kun, Lee cried happily even as his fists and feet ripped through the air, narrowly missing his blonde opponent, but I shall not give you time to try again. Kushu didn't bother to reply, instead splitting his attention between dodging Lee's strikes and performing his next jutsu. He took a few hits. Lee had continued to increase his strength, it seemed, since each blow was cracking bones at this point, but he found the opening he needed. His hands flashed through an abbreviated series of signs and he announced his next move. Earth-style, muddy embrace. All around the clashing Jin and earthen hands rose up from the ground, grasping at Kushu's opponent wildly. Lee began to split his efforts between destroying the grasping hands and continuing his assault. The grasping appendages were easily destroyed in a single blow. In a matter of seconds Lee had taken care of all of them. Kushu just watched him passively as Lee turned to him, the boy almost completely covered in mud. My flames will not be dimmed by such methods, Naruto-kun. Lee announced, preparing to close the distance once again. Earth-style, harden. The look of shock on Lee's face was incredibly amusing to Kushu as the mud covering Lee's body suddenly gained the strength of solid steel. Harden was a basic technique, considered by many to be useful when first learning to use earth-nature jutsu but essentially worthless beyond that. Most ninja could make loose dirt as strong as rock, but the tougher the starting material the harder it was to increase its durability. The chakra requirements to make something stronger than solid stone were prohibitive for anyone not strongly earth-aligned, and expensive even for them. His opponent, finding his movement completely restricted in mid-stride, teetered for a moment before toppling over on his side. Lee's eyes narrowed as he glared. I do believe that's my second win against you, Kushu said, feeling a little disappointed. Once he had turned to using ninjutsu, the fight had not lasted long at all. Lee had done some physical damage, true, but even that was already healed. Ultimately, his opponent had been more of an inconvenience than a challenge, even if Lee did win the taijutsu portion of the battle. You've certainly improved, but you'll have to do better than that to defeat me. Gate of opening, release, came Lee's muffled voice. The hardened mud encasing Lee began to crack and fall away, and with one last explosive effort it shattered entirely. Lee slowly stood up, brushing the remaining bits of debris off of his clothing, then glared. His expression more serious and determined than Kushu had ever seen it. I will not lose to you again, Naruto-kun, Lee said solemnly, even as wisps of blue chakra curled off of his form. You are a good friend, but right now you are my opponent. I will come at you with all of my power, and prove once and for all that hard work can defeat a genius. Lee dropped into a stance with his arms crossed in front of his face. Gate of healing, release. Gate of life, release. Chapter 36, Tricks of the Trade, Part 2. Open field. Kushu's eyes widened as he felt Lee's chakra skyrocket. The genin had always had more chakra than most of his peers, even if he was not able to use it for much, but what he felt now was several times that. Lee lowered his crossed arms, revealing that his face, all of his skin, actually had turned a dark red. His eyes had also turned completely white. It was a surprisingly fierce look for the normally friendly ninja. Then he vanished. Only his ability to sense chakra allowed him to track Lee's movements. His eyes, even enhanced as they were, couldn't keep up with the speed Lee now possessed. Knowing where Lee was and how fast he was actually moving didn't help much, however, as his body couldn't react to Lee's attacks any more than his eyes could follow them. A kick slammed into his jaw and lifted his body several feet off the ground. He could feel his jaw fracturing under the force of the blow and the muscles in his neck straining uncomfortably. Kushu pushed even more chakra into his body, but he hit his self-imposed limit moments later. If he continued, the amount of Yuki present in the body would begin triggering overt physical changes. Lee had apparently learned his lesson from earlier in the battle, as rather than a strike that launched him even further into the air, Kushu felt another hammer blow slam him into the ground. He felt more bones cracking and fracturing, and he coughed up blood as his body spasmed. Lee paused momentarily, seemingly appearing out of thin air roughly 10 feet away. "Do you concede, Naruto-kun?" he asked, his voice tinged with concern. Kushu didn't respond immediately, taking full advantage of the delay to heal the wounds he had just taken. He also diverted all the chakra present in his body into enhancing his durability and resistance to damage. He couldn't strengthen his muscles enough to keep up with Lee anyway, so it was wasted chakra at this point. His skin darkened ever so slightly as he did so, barely enough to be noticeable. Lee did not seem to catch the change. Pushing himself to his feet slowly, playing to Lee's concern as he feigned pain and difficulty moving, Kushu also studied Lee. Even in the few seconds since he first activated the technique, the veritable geyser of chakra triggered by opening the inner gates had lessened noticeably. A quick estimation told him that Lee could maintain this state for a few minutes at most. Kushu allowed a small chuckle to slip out as he settled into a defensive stance. Despite all he had accomplished since he had been sealed into his current container, it seemed that his greatest weapon remained patience. And as for giving up? Never. Pit. Tenten forced herself to remain alert as she circled the battlefield, her eyes sharp and watchful and a brace of kunai clutched in one hand. She had taken the time to secure the box to her back with some ninja wire. It left her other hand free and made it that much harder for Ino to take it from her. Not that there seemed to be any danger of that. Aside from a single kunai at the very beginning of the fight, Ino had not made any attacks against her. Tenten had kept her far too busy dodging kunai and explosions for her to even consider counterattacking. She had expected something when the blonde girl vanished into the depths of the pits, but so far nothing had happened. Tenten allowed herself a moment to wonder if the kunoichi in this year's graduating class were that much weaker than her own. She herself had fought tooth and nail to secure her standing as Kunoichi of the Year, and it had been a close thing up to the very end. She had also proven herself again and again as a vital member of Team Guy, as she was the only one equally comfortable at both close and long-range combat. She couldn't defeat Niji or Lee in taijutsu, but when she was allowed to use weapons her record was much better. If she was allowed time to prepare the battlefield or had a lot of room to maneuver, her record improved even further. Even taking her own considerable skill into account, her fight against Sakura had still been disappointing. She had taken her opponent seriously from the start, especially since she knew one of the few shortcomings of her own training on Team Guy was a lack of emphasis on Jinjutsu and Ninjutsu. One glance at Sakura had told her that the girl was not a taijutsu specialist, but she also knew better than to underestimate any of the clan kids. It had also been a gesture of respect, from one civilian-born kunoichi to another. She hit it well at the time, but the ease with which she took Sakura down left a sour taste in her mouth. And now Ino, a fellow kunoichi of the year, seemed to be just as weak and ineffective as Sakura had been. Hell, weaker. Sakura at least had landed that Jinjutsu, even if she hadn't followed up in the end. The one good thing she would say for her current opponent was that her stealth was impressive. The moment she had slipped into the darkness at the bottom of the pit, Tenten had completely lost track of her. One good skill did not make for an effective kunoichi, however. Was she really that much stronger than her peers? She shook off her musings as a flicker of motion emerged from the depth of the pit. Ino, a kunai clenched in each hand and a mask of determination on her face, was charging up the side of a spire straight towards Tenten's current position. Sighing, Tenten raised her hand to throw a brace of kunai towards her opponent when another Ino emerged, again with 2 kunai and a look of determination. Then another. And another. A small smile found its way onto Tenten's lips as she began launching kunai through the air, her hands moving with incredible speed and efficiency. Perhaps her fellow kunoichi wasn't entirely hopeless after all. The first 3 kunai passed completely through their targets, revealing those to have been mere bunchin. The illusory clones blurred and faded, their structure disrupted by the passage of the weapons. The 4th kunai struck its target in the shoulder and stayed, but Ino didn't slow down or even seem to notice the blade sticking out of her. The lack of blood revealed it to be another clone, almost certainly an Earth clone. Tenten didn't have a good read on Ino's chakra reserves, but she was fairly certain Ino was lightning aligned. Using off-alignment clones was going to eat through her reserves quickly, so Tenten estimated that there were going to be 2 or 3 solid clones at most mixed in with the standard bunch-in. That would be enough to seriously threaten her without going overboard and wasting chakra. Given that, her opponent's plan was likely to harass her with the solid clones while the real Ino tried to find an opening for a sneak attack of some kind, a ninjutsu, probably ranged. With that in mind, Tenten began flinging kunai with abandon, her hands blurring as they whipped through the air then dipped back into the pouches at her side. With unerring accuracy, each image of Ino that entered her sight was struck with a single kunai, almost all of them dispelling as they were revealed to be basic clones. She also began moving from spire to avoid the Earth clones that got too close for comfort. After a minute, no more bunchin were emerging from the depths and she had whittled the field down to 3 Earth clones, all of which were methodically closing in on her. They weren't just charging blindly forward, however, they had spread out to cut off possible avenues of retreat and were currently trying to corner her. Trying, of course, since Tenten was already faster than Ino naturally, and the Earth clones were not nearly as agile as the girl herself. Still, Tenten wasn't going to play tag for the rest of the battle, she would eliminate the threats before her then focus on tracking down the real Ino. Tenten pulled out a scroll, nicked her thumb on a kunai, and swiped the blood across the storage seal. A small burst of smoke later and Tenten held a weapon in her hand. It was a jian, a double-edged straight sword precisely 76 centimeters in length and weighing 1,017 grams. Her hand flexed around the worn leather grip once. This sword had been with her for years, passed down in her family for 6 generations now. She was familiar with many weapons and was best known for her skill with ranged attacks, but this sword would always be her favorite. Tenten flicked her wrist once, listening to the familiar sound of the blade slicing through the air, then charged directly at the closest clone. The clone hesitated slightly, apparently taken off guard by the sudden change in tactics, and raised its arm in an attempt to grab the sword. Tenten just smirked, not even bothering to grip the sword with both hands. The ancient blade, honed by years of careful care and sharpened by some of the best craftsmen in the elemental nations, sliced through the stone that made up the clone easily. The clone, now missing half of its hand and a good chunk of its arm, changed tactics and continued its assault, now moving forward and trying to tackle Tenten. Tenten dodged easily, another swipe of her blade lopping off the clone's leg, and turned her attention to the other 2 clones who were closing in. The clones kept their kunai at the ready rather than making an attempt to simply grab Tenten directly. Out of the corner of her eye, Tenten could see the downed Earth clone clinging to the side of a spire while simultaneously punching at the rock. It took her a moment to realize that the clone was pulling material from the spire in an effort to rebuild its missing limb. Clearly Ino was a little better at Earth clones than she had thought. Most clones would have dispelled entirely after taking that much damage. On the other hand, Earth clones were the most durable type, so it wasn't that surprising. It did mean she couldn't waste too much time, or she would find herself having to fight the same clones over and over. The real Ino still had not emerged from the depths either, so Tenten was no closer to a definitive end to the fight than she had been before. Tenten charged at the 2 standing clones, her jian slicing through the air as she began to chip away at them. They were more careful about blocking than the first, and didn't let her have clean shots at their limbs, but they were still slowly losing mass. Seeing the 3rd clone back on its feet, Tenten became more aggressive, putting her superior speed to good use as she circled the clones, aiming exclusively for their legs now. She scored a solid hit on one, but failed to cut completely through the leg and could already see the earth meshing back together. Then the 3rd clone rejoined the fight. They were coordinating very well with one another, and she had to defend from their strikes for the first time since she closed to melee range. She contemplated breaking away from the clones, but she was still mostly in control of the battle and so remained to try and take the clones out permanently. Spotting an opening, she managed to lop off the arm of one clone at the elbow and a return strike removed the kunai-wielding hand of another. Then one of the clones, in a surprising but oddly effective move, threw itself onto her blade. Feeling the sword twist in her hand as it became encased in solid rock, she cursed and gripped it with both hands. Mindful of the clones behind her, rather than attempting to simply pull the blade out, she wrenched it to the side, putting her muscles to good use as the sharp blade began to slice through the solid rock from a dead stop. The maneuver worked, and the sword came free with a jerk that spun her slightly around. Moving with the momentum, she continued the spin and felt the sword slice through something that had been closing in from behind. Then something hot and wet splashed on her face, and she froze. Her eyes widened as she saw Ino, the real Ino, standing before her, the girl's eyes widening in disbelief as her remaining hand clutched at her bleeding throat. Tenten could feel her own mind screaming in denial. With clinical detachment, Tenten's mind began recording the scene before her, burning it with horrifying clarity into her memory. One of Ino's arms had been sliced off cleanly by the brutally sharp blade, the stump spilling blood at a horrifying rate. The tip of the blade had laid part of her shoulder open as it continued its deadly path, and Tenten noted that a bit of bone was visible within the wound. The arc continued its slightly angled path, entering Ino's throat just above the shoulder and exiting just below the jawline, cleanly severing her windpipe, jugular vein, and carotid artery. Her mind continued to scream that it wasn't real, that it couldn't be real. A bit of blonde hair, part of the girl's long ponytail, fluttered in the wind as it descended into the depths of the pit. Ino's eyes, her bright and vivid blue eyes, were already fading as the life left them. Tenten noted 2 small tears forming at the corners of Ino's eyes, the last tears the girl would ever shed. She slowly began to fall forwards, gravity pulling her off the side of the spire and into the depths of the pit. Tenten's mind screamed louder, and this time it penetrated the horrified haze that had filled her brain. She was standing below Ino, and she had just cut open the girl's throat. She should have been drenched in blood. Instead, she only felt that small bit that had initially splashed on her face. Also, her sword had been traveling perfectly horizontally relative to her body, not diagonally. The height difference also meant that she should have cut through at mid-torso level, not throat level. Her eyes widened as she realized what was happening, but by then it was too late. Stands. Tenten Higurashi has been disabled, Hayate announced. Ino Yamanaka may now enter another section of the arena. That was most unyouthful, Guy observed, a slightly disturbed expression on his face. One should not deceive comrades in such a manner. Ino isn't the one waving around the Higurashi Jin, Kakashi replied mildly. If Ino had been foolish enough to actually try to close to melee range after trapping the sword, that could have all too easily been real. Guy frowned, but made no reply. With the benefit of being able to observe both Jinin's viewpoints, the crowd, those who had been paying attention to that particular battle, at least, had known that Ino herself had not been struck by Tenten's blade. There had still been a few screams of horror at the image shown from Tenten's seal despite that. Kakashi smiled then, turning to face Guy fully. I believe that's one of my Jinin with a win locked in, he mused. And Niji isn't looking so hot at the moment. Ah, but Likuen is winning his match with Naruto-kun handily. Truly, a most impressive display of the flames of youth. Niji-kun is adapting to Hinata's youthful innovation admirably as well, and he has not revealed the full extent of his abilities either. Ah, the 8 trigrams, eh? Kakashi said, not sounding at all disturbed. I don't see him getting a chance to use that particular move. That aside, Lee may be winning, but Naruto isn't exactly losing. With Ino's win, I'd say the odds are about to shift in my favor. Stands. Ino has spent entirely too much time around Naruto, Sakura observed, her face pale and her voice strained. That was far too detailed and realistic, she added with a small shiver. Seeing her best friend like that, with the blood and the exposed flesh and the bits of bone, she shivered again. She'd be having nightmares about that, she was sure. Still, the more professional, objective part of her mind couldn't help but applaud Ino's skilled use of the basic bunshin. Sadly, far too many ninja didn't even consider that the bunshin could look like something other than an exact replica of its creator, that was merely the simplest version to use, and the only one required by the academy. The real touch had been the liquid she had apparently buried deep within one of the clones. Sakura wasn't sure how she had stored it in the clone or gotten it to release at the right time, but judging by the small bandage on Ino's arm that had been real blood, which likely made the situation that much more realistic for Tenten. Forest. Neji and Hinata both paused when the barrier separating them from the pit section of the arena faded out of view. The sudden removal of the wall blocking their sight was disorienting, but it was the meaning behind the absence of the wall that gave them pause. Their battle had continued for some time with only small shifts in the advantage to one or the other. The overall flow of their contest had begun to tilt in Hinata's favor, but it was still close enough that Neji could easily triumph should an opening present itself. However, with the addition of a third person to the fight, the end would likely come soon. Niji's eyes widened slightly when he noticed Ino hopping out of the pit and onto the solid ground of the forest. He had not expected Tenten to be defeated. This also meant that he would be in a great deal of trouble very soon as Ino coordinated her attacks with Hinata. His cousin was surprisingly difficult to handle already. It was unlikely he would last very long against the both of them. Acting quickly, he broke away from his match with Hinata, pushing his legs as hard as he could as he darted through the forest, bouncing from tree to tree. His sudden, decisive movement had taken his cousin off guard, giving him precious moments to move out of her range. His running speed was also greater than Hinata's. Team Dai as a whole was in superior physical condition thanks to their intense training regimen. He heard Hinata shouting, warning Ino of his approach, but he was already darting out of the trees and closing with her, his hands poised to disable his new opponent. If he could take her out before Hinata caught up with him, he could even the odds once more and possibly salvage the battle. Ino's eyes widened in shock as he came blazing out of the forest, her arms raising instinctively in a defensive gesture. She was well trained, he noted, as her hastily adopted stance was solid. Compared to Lee, however, her stance might as well have left her wide open. His hands shot forward, first two fingers extended, as he began methodically closing Ino's tenketsu. He didn't have time to whittle down her defenses as he normally preferred, so he bypassed her arms and struck directly at her torso. Left shoulder. Left collarbone. Right collarbone. Left lung. Right lung. 5 strikes, and Ino's ability to use ninjutsu was severely lessened. It was still technically possible for her to use jutsu as there were 3 distinct paths for chakra in each arm, but with half of them shut down it would be very difficult to compensate. Her left arm began to drop as well, her motor control disrupted for the moment along with her chakra network. Left upper lateral. Right upper lateral. Left lower lateral. Taking advantage of the opening, he focused the majority of his efforts along her left side, attempting to completely shut down the chakra network there. If he could get her leg as well, that would be sufficient to remove her from the battle entirely. Hinata was closing in quickly, less than 20 feet away now. He still had time to complete his goal, however. Left stomach. Mid-stomach. Left. Ino's right arm latched onto his left, gripping tightly and pulling him closer to her. Cursing mentally at allowing his attention to lapse from the immediate threat, he struck out with his free arm. Right shoulder. Right. Even as Ino's grip slackened and her hand fell free, Hinata was upon him, her hands moving as quickly as his own. Unfortunately for him, Ino's last-ditch effort meant that he was still facing away from Hinata, and she had a clean shot at his unprotected back. He began to flare his chakra, attempting to utilize the Kaiten once more, probably for the last time, as his reserves were running low at this point, but Hinata did not back away as she had before. He felt the series of jabs signaling his defeat begin with his core tenketsu. Hinata's touch was gentle and swift as she worked her way outward in a spiral. His Kaiten died before it truly formed as the chakra required to sustain it was cut off. He collapsed to the ground, limp, the familiar numbness caused by Juken strikes washing over his body. His Byakugan faded along with his chakra, leaving him staring into the dirt beneath him. "Well done, Hinata-sama," he panted. "Thank you, Niji-san," she replied, her voice soft. "Kick-ass job and all, but could you fix me?" "We haven't exactly won yet," Ino's voice interrupted. Hinata did not reply verbally, but he could hear her steps moving closer. "Ah, much better," Ino said after a few seconds, and he could hear her picking herself up off the ground. "Gah, and now the tingling sets in." Niji felt his eyelids growing heavy, and did not fight the sensation. He had used a great deal of chakra warding off Hinata-sama's surprising variation of the Jukin with repeated cadence, and with his own network now sealed, he was feeling the beginnings of chakra exhaustion. Just before he lost consciousness, he wondered how Lee was managing in his own battle. Open field. Kushu had disconnected himself from the body's nervous system after 10 seconds. What he felt wasn't the same as pain, nothing like what he had experienced vicariously through Ryudo, certainly, but the sensation was highly unpleasant all the same. He was also devoting most of his attention to healing the damage his body took. Despite the enhancements he had made to his body and the reinforcement from his chakra, every bone in his body had cracked at least once, and most several times. His ulna and radius in both arms, along with his tibia and fibula in both legs, had endured outright breaks several times as he attempted to block some of Lee's strikes. The green-clad genin had also taken to kicking him into the barrier, and the walls that segregated the arena might as well have been fashioned from solid steel for all the give they had. One of those hits had fractured 4 vertebrae. He hadn't gotten a good look at himself since the onslaught began, but judging by the splotches of blood on Lee's jumpsuit, he had also been bleeding on occasion as well. He didn't let the true extent of his injuries show, of course. He was fairly certain even Lee didn't know just how much damage he was doing. Either that, or the boy had a very well-hidden vicious streak in him. Any other opponent would have died by this point. Then again, any other opponent would have been incapable of standing long before now, either because they lost consciousness or were injured severely enough to prevent movement. Kushu was actually surprised the announcer had not called the match in Lee's favor. He was still standing, true, but he was purely on the defensive. He hadn't even attempted a single counterattack in the last 3 minutes. Then again, Lee had yet to take advantage of the few times he had been slow to stand back up to hold a kunai to his throat for a few seconds. Even if such a threat would not work against him in reality, it would be more than sufficient for the Chunin exams, since the gesture served as a common sign that one opponent had killed the other. Instead, Lee seemed to be trying to literally beat him into submission. Apparently the boy wanted him to either lose consciousness or verbally admit defeat. There was also the possibility that the thought of using a kunai never even crossed his mind. Lee launched him into the air again, and with another spinning kick to the side sent him rocketing towards the nearby barrier, which disappeared as he approached, revealing the forest section of the arena. Without the wall providing a hard stop, his momentum carried him deep into the forest. His back impacted against one of the trees instead, shattering the wood. He hung there a moment, suspended against the side of the tree, before sliding downward to land in a heap at the bottom. His bones snapped into place with a dull crackle as his Yuki pulled them into position. Damage healed once more, he prepared himself to take yet more blows. It took him a moment to realize that Lee was not following up on his most recent attack. Cocking his head slightly, he finally realized that he could sense his teammates along with Niji and Tenten. The fact that Ino and Hinata were standing together near the open field while Niji was lying at the edge of the forest and Tenten was at the bottom of the pit indicated that his teammates had won their respective fights. Unfortunately, Lee's technique had not yet faded entirely. He had lost some steam, but he still had more than enough energy left to take out both Hinata and Ino before returning his attention to his original opponent. However, at the moment he was standing still, probably talking to Hinata and Ino. Moving quickly, Kushu slipped underground using the Earth-style, mole imitation technique and rapidly made his way towards Lee. If the genin would stand still for just a few seconds longer. "You have defeated my teammates, it seems," Lee said solemnly. "A most youthful feat, but now it falls to me to carry onward. I will dash." He was interrupted as 2 hands burst out of the ground beneath him and pulled him downward abruptly. Kushu popped out of the ground as quickly as Lee submerged, and he immediately slapped his hands onto the earth next to Lee. His opponent was almost completely underground at this point, only his head sticking out. "Ino!" Kushu snapped. "Take him out now." His hands were glowing a light purple as he pumped obscene amounts of chakra into his Earth-style, hardened jutsu. He could actually feel the earth shuddering underneath him as Lee tried to wrench himself free. Ino jumped slightly, startled by his sudden appearance, but quickly began blurring through hand seals. Lee's eyes widened as he realized what was about to happen. The earth trembled again as Lee's head whipped back and forth, but Kushu's jutsu held. "Gate of pain, really?" Lee began, but Ino completed her jutsu before he could activate his next technique. Lee's head lolled forward slightly before it snapped upright. "Holy shit," he said. "Hinata! Seal his tenketsu, right now!" Hinata leaped forward even as Kushu pulled Lee out of the ground. He had been prepared to use a kunai to the throat to kill the genin, but trusted Ino's assessment that the situation wasn't as secure as he thought. Hinata's hands blurred as she landed strike after strike. She might have aimed at the tenketsu in Lee's head, which could possibly have taken him out in one strike, but a single mistake in her aim or the amount of chakra she applied could seriously damage or even kill him. Instead of merely rendering him unconscious, she had been trained to aim above the neck only when she intended to kill her opponent. "Losing him!" Lee shouted a second later, then his head sagged forward. Hinata tried to move faster, but Lee's leg shot forward, catching her in the stomach and flinging her backwards. He staggered after delivering the blow, moving without his normal grace or speed. Kushu could sense the chakra within Lee's body quickly fading back to normal levels, then even lower. The genin didn't seem to care, though, as he forced his body to settle into a stance once again. "My flames of youth will not be dimmed," he proclaimed, panting harshly. "Gate of pain, release." Kushu tensed, but slowly relaxed when nothing happened. Lee looked confused for a moment, then his eyes rolled into the back of his head and he collapsed. Kage box. Team Kakashi has won the match, and what a match it was. "Hey," it announced. Both teams made an absolutely incredible showing. The crowd roared its approval, the sound of their shouting and cheering shaking the stadium. "Most impressive, Hokage Dano," the Kazekage said. "You must be quite proud." "Oh, I am," the Hokage replied easily, chuckling. "It does this old man good to know that such promising ninja have inherited the will of fire." They also made quite an impression on the crowd, the Kazekage observed. "It will make my own genin look that much better when they win tomorrow," he added. The Hokage smirked, turning to face the Kazekage fully. "I wouldn't count on that." Konoha. Anko grumbled to herself as she continued her patrol while listening to the distant roar coming from the stadium. The noise level had been steadily increasing for the last 10 minutes, and she just knew she was missing out on a great show. If she remembered correctly, it was Team Guy against Team Kakashi, and both teams were considered to be among the strongest Konoha had seen in years. There was also no telling what Guy and Kakashi had managed to teach their kids. Both of the Jounin knew each other quite well, as they had been friends for decades and worked together often. No doubt their students were prepared to counter the other's specialties, which meant they'd have to get creative in order to win. Anko cursed again and forced herself to think about something else, like the fact that she had found fuck all in the way of infiltrators. Her team hadn't even found normal criminals in her latest sweep. She knew better than to think there no infiltrators to find. However, the Hokage clearly trusted his source of information. Her bastard of a teacher had also trained her to expect the worst, and, despite her deep and utter loathing of the man and his actions, she acknowledged that he knew what he was talking about when it came to life as a ninja. There were infiltrators, probably quite a few of them, and they were good enough to avoid patrols that were actively looking for them. Hokage's office. -8:00 p.m. Still nothing? Sarutobi asked wearily. "Unfortunately, no, Hokage-sama. We'll need to increase the patrols sweeping the village tomorrow then." "Who do we have available?" "Troublesome," Shikaku replied. "All available shinobi are already assigned, Hokage-sama, with the majority focused on security in and immediately around the stadium since the majority of the known targets will be gathered there. We've even drafted the Jounin instructors and other ninja on long-term internal missions to provide additional coverage." The Hokage sat back, puffing on his pipe thoughtfully. Slowly, a grim smile spread across his face. "We haven't pulled in everyone," he said. "I think it's time to see just how much use we can get out of our newest ally. Do we still have a team assigned to protect Naruto from the potential kidnapping attempt?" Shikaku nodded, his mind working rapidly. "Yes, a full ANBU squad." He blinked, then sighed. "Troublesome." The Hokage pressed a small seal on his desk, and an ANBU entered the room a moment later. "Please bring me Naruto Yamanaka." "Pardon, Hokage-sama, but is he not sequestered until tomorrow's battle?" Do it discreetly, the Hokage replied simply. This is more important than the exam regulations. Of course, Hokage-sama, the ANBU quickly replied. Once the ANBU had left, Sarutobi created a shadow clone then turned to Shikaku. Are you going to participate this time? Shikaku nodded, creating a single clone of his own. It will help to directly observe his attitude and responses, he remarked. Very well. We still have other matters to deal with, so let us put our time to good use. The two ninja left, leaving their clones behind to handle the meeting with their newest and least trusted ally. Chapter 37, Unwelcome Reunions. August 1st, 347 NE. Hokage's Office. 9:00 p.m. Shikaku watched as Naruto sat down in a chair across from the Hokage. As the three of them waited for the ANBU to leave the room so they could activate the privacy seals and begin their discussion, he tried to find some sign he might have missed that would have tipped him off as to Naruto's true identity, some mannerism that wasn't quite human. He couldn't find one. All he saw was Naruto, the boy who could hold his own against his son and Shogi, the boy Inoichi was so proud of, the boy who was known as Konoha's little hero, the boy who apparently never existed at all. This must be rather important if you are willing to break Chunin exam protocol just to meet with me, Naruto said. The Hokage leaned forward, placing his elbows on the desk and clasping his hands together in front of his mouth. Shikaku was sitting off to the side of the desk in another chair. He was currently leaning back lazily, but his gaze was sharp. I thought we all might benefit if we arranged a trial mission of sorts, Sarutobi said. Something to get us used to the idea of working together with one another. Something to build trust, if you like. Shikaku noted the change in the Hokage's tone. He had seen the two of them interact before they realized what Naruto really was, and this was markedly different. The Hokage's tone was colder, more guarded, and his posture was calculating. Given the timing, I assume this has something to do with tomorrow's battle? Naruto asked drily. In a way. You were the one who informed us that Gaara was being targeted for assassination during the Chunin exams, but you may not be aware that we have uncovered several other plots all taking place within the same time frame. Naruto raised one eyebrow, but didn't reply. One of those was a kidnapping plot, with yourself as the target. Naruto chuckled lowly. That would be amusing. Interesting. That response was far more dismissive than he would have expected of Naruto. It seemed the Bijou was letting his true personality slip through a little bit more, or perhaps he didn't feel the need to maintain his act as thoroughly. I imagine from your perspective it would be, the Hokage admitted. We received this information shortly after I uncovered your true identity. At the time we assigned a full ANBU squad to guard you for the duration of the exams as a precaution and to maintain your cover. However, we now have a pressing need for that squad elsewhere, and, well, I don't think you really need the protection, do you? Naruto grinned, a vicious, eager grin that seemed disturbingly suited to his face. It emphasized the marks on his cheeks and made his eyes seem even more animalistic. Shikaku had seen that expression on occasion, but it took on an entirely different connotation in this situation. The grin faded as quickly as it came, leaving a bored expression in its wake. If that was all, you wouldn't need to inform me personally, or at all, for that matter. So, what is this mission you have in mind? Shikaku decided to jump in at this point. He had a theory that he wanted to test, and this was the perfect time. You are not the only target, he said lazily. The plot seemed to be focused on bloodlines, and we have several specific names, he added. He studied Naruto's face intensely as he listed off the known targets. Sasuke Uchiha. Katsune Uchiha. Satomi Uchiha. A hint of amusement. Hinata Hyuga. Hanabi Hyuga. A tinge of annoyance. Ino Yamanaka. Naruto's nostrils flared and his pupils dilated. His entire body stiffened subtly and his hands clenched slightly. The reaction was controlled swiftly as Naruto's entire body relaxed slightly before resuming its previous position a moment later. If he hadn't been watching for it, he might have missed it entirely. Well, there was some support for his theory, though it was hardly proof and raised more questions than it answered. Shikaku noticed the Hokage's eyes darting towards his own, an obvious question in them. Shikaku shook his head slightly, telling the Hokage not to comment on the extra name in the list. With yourself included, they seem to be targeting every active genin with a bloodline that does not require an extensive support network to function properly. The Aburame, for instance, would be virtually impossible to recreate elsewhere. Other clans, such as the Kurama, are lower profile but are still considered at risk even though we don't have information suggesting they are being targeted specifically, Shikaku continued smoothly. And, with so many potential targets, the Hokage said, taking control of the explanation once more, Konoha's available forces have been spread thin. You, on the other hand, have the power and skill to not only protect yourself but your teammates as well. Should the attempts actually happen, your mission is to escort your teammates, along with anyone else you come across that is at risk, to Emergency Shelter 12 located near the Shinobi District. Once you have done that, you are to patrol the surrounding area and dispatch any hostile elements you encounter. This mission will preempt any orders you may receive in the field unless they come from either myself or Shikaku. Naruto cocked his head to the side thoughtfully. This is not a mission you would normally assign to a genin, or even a chunin, he said after a moment. It is not, the Hokage agreed, but you are far from a normal genin. Very true, Naruto said, that vicious smile on his face again, but that was not my point. You are asking far more of me than usual. Why should I accept this mission? Do you not wish to protect your investment? Shikaku asked idly, carefully observing Naruto's expression. You have spent a great deal of time bringing them closer to your own level of skill and power, after all. I'm sure you wouldn't want all that time and effort to go to waste. There was no overt reaction this time. And you would let them be carted off to some other village should I not take this mission? Naruto asked, his voice mocking. I think not. This isn't about their protection, but guarding other people or locations in the village. As primary targets, they will be secured regardless. What did you have in mind in the way of compensation, then? The Hokage asked mildly. The answer to my question, Naruto said. The Hokage frowned. Which question was that? How were the summons able to tell you what they did? Interesting, very interesting. The Hokage had mentioned that the Bijou had seemed rather curious about that point before, but to bring it up now, and as the price for his cooperation? There must be something important they were overlooking in that matter. The Hokage leaned back in his chair, looking pensive. Shikaku himself didn't have a summoning contract, but he knew that the Hokage and Jiraiya-sama greatly valued their own relationships with the summons. This couldn't be an easy decision for him to make. Only if you also reveal the information you have about this Akatsuki group that you claim first sealed your brethren, the Hokage countered after a minute of silent contemplation. If they are once again active as you say, their goals would likely disrupt the balance in the elemental nations considerably. Very well, Naruto answered after a moment. The Hokage sighed, rubbing his hand across his face. The Toads informed Jiraiya of the existence of other realms when they made their offer to him to become a full member of the Toad tribe. Naruto's brow furrowed. A full, then that would mean, he trailed off, then his face went completely blank. Shikaku startled slightly, recognizing an old mannerism of Naruto's that they had attributed to his imitation of ANBU ninja. It had gradually stopped happening after he was adopted into the Yamanaka household, something they had taken as a sign of progress. Seeing it now made him realize that the actual cause was entirely different than what they had thought. His expression came back suddenly, morphing into a sadistic leer. Some small, irrational part of Shikaku had held out hope, if only for the sake of Inoichi and his family, that this entire situation was just a terrible misunderstanding, but seeing the malevolent contempt in the Bijou's face shattered that hope to pieces. There was nothing left of Naruto in that expression. Oh, those clever little insects, the Bijou said. It seems we didn't give them enough credit, he chuckled darkly, but said nothing further. Shikaku couldn't help but feel that the Hokage may have just made a mistake in revealing that information, that he had no idea what Kushu had just figured out and the implications it may have worried him even further. The Hokage shared his misgivings, judging by the pained expression on his face. On the other hand, it was inevitable that Jiraiya-sama's situation would become known among the shinobi forces at some point and there was no way they could stop the Bijou from learning of it then. The details of the situation would have come out regardless, so perhaps it was for the best that they got something useful out of Kushu prior to that happened. And your information? Akatsuki crafted the initial seals which held myself and my brethren, and began their attacks by targeting what they believed to be the weakest of us, the One Tail. They are either the source or perpetuated the idea that the bijou are ranked in power according to the number of tails, it seems. Their goal appears to have been to harness our power for themselves in an attempt to conquer the elemental nations. Their initial attempt sealed the One Tail into a ceremonial urn, apparently merely to get him out of the way while it dealt with the other bijou. The other bijou were sealed into people, first adults and later children. Judging by the information I have seen, they were refining their methods and experimenting with different approaches with each sealing. I am still unclear as to how Akatsuki did it, but they are also the source of the all-consuming seal of the God of Death. Their former leader apparently went to great lengths in order to acquire that seal, but the details as to how are missing. Regardless, the information I have is incomplete and ends entirely a few days before they had planned to attack me. I think you know the rest of the story from there. The Hokage nodded, his expression thoughtful. Do you have information as to their current members or how they can be identified? As for current members, no, but they do have a uniform of sorts, black cloaks with red clouds. August 2nd, 347 NE. Konoha Stadium. -10:00 AM. Orochimaru watched through Jirobo's eyes as the Konoha team prepared to fight the Suna team. Suna's Jinchuriki was facing off against the surprisingly powerful Yamanaka boy in the open field while the puppeteer faced the Hyuga in the forest and the fan user faced the Yamanaka girl in the open pit. The crowd, primed by yesterday's impressive match between the Konoha teams, were cheering more loudly than ever as the proctor announced the start of the match. Orochimaru signaled to his subordinates and began slowly making his way out of the stadium. He noted that the team assigned to watch their movements was unusually attentive and began following their progress immediately, suspicious looks painted on their faces. He also caught the second, much more skilled, team following at a more discreet distance. It seemed Konoha wasn't entirely complacent about the potential risk his team posed. The Konoha ninja followed them all the way back to their assigned hotel, a mistake which sealed their fate. If they had confronted them near the stadium, perhaps his plan might have been delayed or inconvenienced, but the moment he entered his hotel room there was no chance of anyone stopping him. The door closed behind them and the privacy seals flared to life. His subordinates pulled out 3 small metal rods from various packs. Each rod was inscribed with an intricate series of designs and covered with several tags. Orochimaru stepped into the middle of the room, pausing as he began seeking out the chakra battery teams scattered outside of Konoha. There were 3 total, 1 for each of the ninja he would be summoning. It took him nearly 2 minutes to locate them all and weave the chakra threads they were producing together with the thread already in place. Once he had, though, he could feel the massive amounts of chakra pouring into Jirobo's body. The combined chakra of nearly a dozen ninja with solid A-rank reserves further boosted by chakra pills would normally be enough to last any ninja weeks with careful use. He expected to completely drain them within the hour. He could have potentially brought more, but he didn't want to commit too many resources to the attack. Damaging Konoha, while tangentially beneficial to his goals, was not his true purpose. He needed to provide a distraction to allow his subordinates and the mercenaries the Eastern Dragons had hired time to work, nothing more. He evaluated Kidamaru, Sakan, and Yukon's skill levels high enough that they should be able to accomplish their assigned tasks and leave Konoha in that time frame. The chakra teams should be at minimal risk, but even if they were lost it would not hinder him in any way, other than their reserves. They possessed no particular skills or knowledge worth keeping. And, of course, there was absolutely no risk to himself at all. Finally prepared, his hands blurred through a short string of hand signs and he intoned, summoning, Impure World Resurrection. The bodies themselves had been prepared many weeks ago, and he had practiced controlling them numerous times in preparation for this day. Nonetheless, he had to perform the technique again each time he wanted to actually bring the bodies forth, and they constantly drained chakra until the technique was deactivated and the resurrected ninja dismissed. Maintaining Jirobo for so long had strained him, and that was without using any techniques at all. He had learned a great deal from the experience, however, and once he had time to review what he had learned he would likely be able to increase his efficiency with the Impure World Resurrection technique even further. The tags began to lift off the ground as ashes formed out of thin air around them. The ash began to morph into bones, and then organs formed, followed by skin and then clothing. After a few seconds 3 more men stood in the room. The first looked young, with long black hair hanging straight down his back and wearing red armor over black garb. The second wore blue armor in the same style as the first, with the addition of a fur collar and a face guard. His gray hair lent him an older appearance, though his face was every bit as young as that of the first man. The third man had spiky blonde hair and wore a white cloak with stylized red flames along the bottom edge over a traditional Konoha Jounin uniform. "So that's him, huh?" Kidamaru said, poking the blonde man in the face. "He doesn't look like much, really." The blonde turned to face him. "Ah, to be so young and foolish," he said. "Enough talk. You know your jobs, get ready to do them." "Yes, Orochimaru-sama." The blonde turned suddenly, swinging his fist at the red-clad man. The blue-clad one intercepted his fist while the red-clad one attacked. The 3 men blurred into a quick exchange of blows, each seemingly attacking one of the others at random. After a few seconds each stopped and turned to face the outer wall of the hotel room. "No problems," Jirobo said, still standing in the middle of the room. "And with that, we can begin." The red-clad man raised his hands and flashed through a short string of hand seals. "Wood release, wild growth," he called out. The wood that formed the walls began to twist and warp, rapidly expanding upwards and outwards. The surrounding walls shuddered and broke under the sudden strain, before they too began to grow. Under the cover of the sudden destruction, Kidamaru and Sakan slipped out to begin their own missions. Jirobo dropped through the bottom of the floor, slipping underground without leaving a single sign of his passage. His body served as the anchor for the 3 resurrected men, and he would not be fighting directly for as long as Orochimaru could manage. The blonde man also disappeared, racing towards a certain neglected compound in the shinobi residential district. Unlike the other 2, his most powerful technique required tools to work properly, tools which were not recreated along with his body. Orochimaru had also been unable to acquire working copies of his specially crafted kunai outside of Konoha, much to his dismay. He knew of several potential sources within Konoha, however, and was prepared to check each and every one, starting with the man's former home. The limits of the impure world resurrection technique also meant that he could not learn the secrets of the technique from the 4th Hokage directly. The resurrected were pale shadows of themselves, more a collection of instincts and reflexes than actual copies of the deceased. They did not speak unless the summoner did so through them, nor could they communicate in any other fashion. Even ordering the Hokage to prepare a Hiraishin kunai produced nothing useful. The resurrected were meant for battle, nothing more. Orochimaru knew that his plan was already guaranteed to damage Konoha greatly, but if he could reunite the 4th Hokage with a working Hiraishin kunai. Konoha Stadium. 10:15 a.m. The moment the Hokage felt the massive flare of chakra in the middle of Konoha, he signaled his ANBU and set his own response into motion. ANBU teams began escorting the fire and wind lords to their assigned emergency shelters, while other ninja began securing the lesser nobles and wealthy patrons, leading them to other shelters. The ninja scattered among the crowd moved rapidly to their assigned positions around the entrances and perimeter of the stadium, securing all the access points and making sure that no enemy ninjas slipped into the stadium to attack the densely packed civilians. Other ninja moved to secure the potential targets of this attack. The Hokage and his advisors had decided early on that the targets would be kept together as much as possible. Hayashi Hyuga had volunteered to be in charge of that group, as both of his daughters were among those at risk. Hanabi was already placed in Emergency Shelter 12, accompanied by her mother and several branch house ninja. Hayashi would be sweeping the stadium and village for any other potential targets and escorting them to Emergency Shelter 12. The presence of the Byakugan also meant that those within the shelter would have ample warning should enemy forces manage to locate them, which was why at least one Hyuga was assigned to every emergency shelter in use. Once all the high-priority targets, other than those involved in the last round of the Chunin exams, were well on their way to their assigned shelters, Heiei appeared in the middle of the arena once again. The moment he did so, the screens flickered for a moment before displaying an odd array of mixed images and swirling colors. At the base of each screen stood a Kurama ninja, their brows laced in concentration as they focused on their assigned task. "Ladies and gentlemen," he called out calmly, "please follow the Konoha ninja in your section calmly and quietly." They will escort you to where you need to go. Please follow their instructions as quickly and efficiently as possible. You will be safe with them. Please follow the Konoha ninja in your section calmly and quietly. They will. The crowd, easily snared by the Jinjutsu suggestions being fed in to their minds, turned to the ninja closest to them, awaiting instructions. They would be escorted, one group at a time, out of the stadium and to their assigned shelters. The ninja escorting each group would make the call to determine whether the most direct route was safe enough to employ. Most of Konoha had gathered to watch the final match of the Chunin exams, which meant that if the ninja successfully repelled any potential attacks on the stadium, then most of Konoha would be protected. The stadium was a horrible defensive position, however, only made tenable by the sheer number of ninja protecting it. The likelihood of preventing all possible attacks was very low. The more of the crowd they could move to the shelters, which a handful of prepared ninja could hold for days if need be, the better off everyone would be. Every group that reached their assigned shelter also meant another group of ninja that could deal with the actual threat rather than protecting non-combatants. Most impressive, Hokage Dano, the Kazekage said as he watched the meticulously coordinated efforts of the Konoha forces. It seems that you have everything well in hand. I will attend to the Windlord and leave you to deal with these upstarts. Of course, Kazekage Dano, the Hokage replied, watching his counterpart carefully. He only relaxed once the man had left the room and was well on his way to the proper shelter. He had almost expected to be attacked at any moment, but it seemed the Kazekage was playing a subtler game. Regardless, now that the Kazekage had removed himself from the field, he could focus his attention on other matters. He moved quickly to the top of the stadium, staring out over Konoha as he tried to identify the source of the attack. It didn't take him long at all, as a massive forest had sprung up in the middle of the commercial district. He only knew of two men who could possibly do that, and one of them was currently standing on top of the stadium nearby. The other was dead. That's impossible, he muttered to himself. Then his face darkened as he recalled a forbidden jutsu that made such a thing not only possible, but likely. If that were the case, however, this situation could be far worse than they had anticipated. Dragon, the Hokage snapped, turning to the ANBU commander who stood nearby. Alert all of our forces that the enemy is using the Impure World Resurrection technique. They have summoned a crude imitation of the Shodaime, and will be able to use any techniques he used in life. There are two ways to counter the technique. The first, and likely easier given who was summoned, is to kill the summoner. The summoner should be within a few hundred feet of the Shodaime's imitation, so have all available Hyugas scan for him carefully. The other option is to disable the imitation directly. Somewhere within his body will be an anchoring tag. If the tag is destroyed, the jutsu will end. Have the Akimichi and Inuzuka focus on engaging the Shodaime directly if possible. Their techniques should damage the body enough to expose or even break the tag. Also, have any available Aburame saturate the area with their Kakaichu. The imitation has to be supplied with chakra from an external source, so they may be able to locate the summoner that way. Yes, Hokage-sama, Dragon said quickly. Have all forces coordinate with Shikaku from this point on. He will be located near the Hokage Tower. Yes, Hokage-sama, if I may ask, where will you be? Who better to counter a Hokage than another Hokage? Outside the stadium. 10:20 a.m. It was rather fortunate that the method he was using to enter Konoha undetected suppressed all chakra in his body, or he may have gotten caught in the Jinjutsu used to keep the crowd under control, Itachi mused. He patiently followed along with the crowd being escorted by Konoha ninja, waiting for an opportunity to slip away unnoticed. He found it a minute later as the crowd passed by a dark alley. The ninja escorting them were more concerned with external threats than making sure that the enthralled civilians didn't separate from the group, so it was a very simple task. Now that he was able to move about the village, he carefully avoided both the ever-expanding battle in the center of the village and the ninja leaping overhead. A few minutes later he reached his destination, the Konoha Records Department. A quick glance inside confirmed his suspicions, as he noted the shattered, blood-covered walls and the bodies of the ninja assigned to guard the Records Department. He had suspected from the moment he heard of the impending attack that someone would go after Konoha's most sensitive documents. The knowledge contained within, in terms of both ninja techniques and more mundane information, was bound to interest a great many people. Once again, his instincts had not failed him. Whoever had planned this assault had predicted Konoha's reaction well. The Hokage had left everything but the outer walls and the stadium manned by a skeleton crew. With so many potential targets, especially in terms of foreign dignitaries and nobles, Konoha simply did not have enough ninja on hand to cover everything. The Hokage had prioritized what they felt were the most likely or risky targets and trusted to their static defenses to stop or at least delay other avenues of attack. Fortunately for Itachi, the static defenses were not sufficient in this case. He settled into a convenient shadow, expertly concealing his presence, and slipped the bracelet off of his wrist. He may have declined the job to assassinate Gaara, but that didn't mean he was going to let this opportunity go to waste. A few minutes later his patience was rewarded as two ninja, one wearing a Konoha headband and the other wearing an Oto headband, quickly exited the building and began moving rapidly towards Konoha's walls. He recognized the black-haired Otonin as the one who had battled Temari in the first bout yesterday. Kidamaru, he believed his name was. The Konoha nin had gray hair yet looked to be in his mid-20s. Itachi couldn't recall ever encountering the ninja before, and he did not have any distinctive markings or physical traits that would identify as belonging to one of Konoha's clans. Itachi followed behind the fleeing ninja, biding his time until they were outside the walls of Konoha and his chakra had recovered sufficiently to engage in a battle against the two of them. Arena. 10:20 a.m. And that would be our signal, Kushu said. Gaara lowered his hands, allowing his clones to collapse. Very well. The barriers dividing the arena a moment later lowered, and their teammates entered the open field a moment later. This entire exam has been annoying, Kankuro said. First the Oto team doesn't take it seriously, then we have to fake the fight for this round. Can't believe I had to wait 3 years for this. Complain later, Temari growled. We've got bigger things to worry about. Kushu nodded. We are supposed to head towards Emergency Shelter 12, so let's get moving, he said, sounding impatient. The others nodded silently, and followed him as he navigated through the bowels of the arena towards one of the exits. This specific exit was guarded by an ANBU who knew of the Hokage's assignment, and so merely confirmed that no hostile forces were present and waved them through quickly. Emergency Shelter 12 was located near the Shinobi District and was thus nearly a mile away from their current location. Their path did not come close to the heart of the battle, however. The two teams made their way quickly and silently across the village, noting the deserted streets and sounds of distant battle. The sheer amount of chakra they could sense being thrown about was astonishing, as it was far more than most of them had ever felt before. The glimpses they could detect of the giant forest that had apparently sprung up in the middle of Konoha also served to confuse and astound them. Kushu felt a chakra signature moving closer, but paid it little mind at first. It wasn't until it stopped on a nearby rooftop and began gathering chakra for a technique that he actively paid attention to it. His head turned to note the disguised figure currently flashing through hand seals. The figure was garbed entirely in black, every inch of the ninja's body covered except for the eyes. The figure appeared male, although it was difficult to say for sure. Lightning release, Lance of Heaven, the figure declared in a muffled voice a moment later, thrusting their hands forward. Kushu could feel the chakra gathering at a rapid pace, all of it aimed at himself and his teammates, and reacted swiftly. A strong wind style burst through his teammates and the Suna team away from the center of the blast while simultaneously dampening the effect of the lightning jutsu. Then the world turned white. That was far and away the most damage his body had ever taken, he noted idly. His eyes were blinded and the skin over half of his body was charred and blackened. He also couldn't hear anything at all through the body, as his eardrums had burst. The worst damage was internal, however, as the nerves throughout most of his body were completely fried. His own senses still worked fine, however, and he could feel the other genin reacting swiftly to the attack as they covered each other while not allowing the attacker time to get off another jutsu of that caliber. He focused on healing his sight and hearing first, as well as mending the damage to the nerves. Soon he could make out Ino's furious shouting as she threatened all manner of bodily harm to their assailant. She paused in her verbal assault, however, as the assailant spoke. I only want the redhead, the muffled voice said, so unless you want to end up like that blonde over there, I'd suggest you leave now. There was a bit of tension in the voice. However, and Kushu could feel Temari's chakra in particular flaring wildly as she hurled a series of strong wind jutsu at their attacker. It would appear that the would-be assassin had expected to do a lot more damage with that initial attack and wasn't quite prepared to deal with so many enemies at once. Gaara's sand was also moving quickly, constantly threatening the disguised ninja and forcing them to dodge repeatedly. Judging by their words, the attacker had dismissed him as a threat. Grinning to himself, he made a bunch-in his place, making sure it reflected the level of damage he had initially taken, and slipped underground. He continued to heal the damage he had taken while he observed the battle taking place overhead, maneuvering into position. He had to let the bunch-in dissolve as he moved too far away to maintain it, but by that point he was well hidden. A series of sand spikes from Gaara had the attacker leaping into the air, at which point Temari's wind blades slammed into him. The attacker appeared to have some sort of defensive technique as the jutsu did not slice him apart, but he was still hurled backwards to slam into a nearby building. Kankuro's puppet was the hardest to track for Kushu as there was very little chakra in it, but judging by the way the enemy rapidly rolled away he had likely launched some sort of attack of his own. Ino, meanwhile, was putting her training with Kakashi to good use, swiftly countering any of the quick but weak techniques the enemy managed to get off. Small lances of lightning-natured chakra, far slower and weaker than actual lightning, were diverted by grounded arcs of electricity, and waves of sparking motes of light were pulled together and extinguished by charged kunai. Hinata, who didn't dare close to melee range with all the jutsu flying about and didn't have any water at hand to use her own jutsu, was standing back from the battle and presumably watching for any other attackers. Then the assailant dodged close enough to his current position and Kushu was in motion. He popped out of the ground a short distance behind the disguised ninja, blended chakra already forming a swirling sphere in his hand. The ninja reacted swiftly and well, diving to the side rather than turning to face his attacker, but not swiftly enough. The Rasengan slammed into the side of the ninja's chest and shredded through flesh and bone with ease. Arcs of blood through the air as the ninja let out a choked scream before landing on the ground a short distance away. Blood continued to pour out of the ninja, but Kushu could tell that they had already died, their body just didn't know it yet. Holy shit, Temari breathed. What the hell was that? Kushu grinned, turning to face the genin and ignoring the copious amounts of blood splattered on his form. That, he said, is how you make sure an enemy stays down for good. Chapter 38, Unwelcome Reunions, Part 2. August 2nd, 347 NE. -10:25 AM. Konoha. That, Kushu said, is how you make sure an enemy stays down for good. I'll say, Kankuro muttered, staring at the shattered mess that had been their attacker. Then he shook himself, turning his gaze to Kushu. Never mind that though, how are you standing right now? I got a look at you before the fight really got going, you were, well, not okay, he finished lamely, realizing that Ino was standing right there. Temari just nodded silently in agreement, looking vaguely disturbed. Ino looked unperturbed, but then Kushu knew she understood that he could survive pretty much anything and so had no cause to worry. On the other hand, she had been rather upset judging by what she had threatened to do to their attacker. Gaara looked as impassive as ever, appearing more interested in his answer to Kankuro's question than worried about his health. Hinata had witnessed lesser feats of healing from him prior to this, although she looked rather pale and seemed to be staring at him with an odd intensity. Kushu shrugged. I'm quite good at healing myself, and my condition is rather useful in that regard. I wouldn't expect that to work for anyone else in similar circumstances, though, he added. Anyway, we need to keep moving. The others nodded quickly, saving any additional comments they may have had for later. They continued their journey towards their assigned shelter, paying much more attention to their surroundings and wary of any further attacks. They completed the rest of their journey without incident, arriving outside a small restaurant that appeared perfectly normal, only the name on the sign distinguishing it from the others around it. Ino and Hinata will lead you to the actual shelter, but I have a different assignment, Kushu said. I still don't like it, Hinata said suddenly, frowning. What happens if you get hurt like you did earlier? You won't have anyone there to protect you. Kushu turned to face Hinata, curious. She had eventually accepted the plan when they discussed it last night, but she seemed to be having second thoughts now. You are one of the targets, Kushu pointed out, whereas I am not. The Hokage had decided it would be much easier to explain his role to his teammates if they were not told he was being targeted as well. But Hinata began, but was interrupted by an unexpected source. "I will accompany him," Gaara said calmly. "What?" Temari snapped. "Gaara, we just fought off an assassin who was trying to kill you. You need to be in the shelter just as much as she does. And if I were attacked in such a confined space surrounded by other people, I would not be able to defend myself properly without endangering everyone else." Kushu clapped his hands together, the sudden sound cutting the brewing argument short. "The Hokage appointed me the leader of this little group, so it's my call. Hinata and Gaara both have a point, and so Gaara will come with me. Between the two of us and our advantages, I doubt we'll run into anyone who could cause problems. Everyone else into the shelter." Now, their training dictated that they follow orders even when they didn't particularly like them, so the others eventually acquiesced and entered the restaurant, although not without some worried glances from Hinata. "Kick some ass, little brother," Ino called out as she gently pushed Hinata through the door. Once they were out of sight, Kushu motioned to Gaara and hopped to the rooftops, where he paused as he focused on his senses and tried to determine the situation within Konoha. "So why'd you really want to come with me?" he asked, turning to Gaara. "I have not had the chance to determine what I am fully capable of now," Gaara admitted. "The circumstances of the exams were rather limiting." "Looking for a real challenge, eh? Or is a certain someone itching to cut loose?" Gaara didn't reply, but Kushu shrugged. "Either way, I don't think we'll have a lot of luck. I'm not sensing anyone particularly interesting that we could run into. On the other hand," he said, his head turning, "the Shinobi district seems to have the most action, and that's close enough that we could accidentally run into trouble. Shall we?" Gaara nodded, and they both began hopping from rooftop to rooftop. 10:25 a.m. Shinobi distinct. Anko growled in annoyance as she took in the appearance of the Shinobi district. Large plumes of smoke were pouring out of nearly every building in sight, and in the distance she could see would-be thieves and looters scurrying about. Her teams had been in position to respond to any threats that may appear once the anticipated disruption actually occurred, but they had all been taken off guard by the sheer scale of the attack as well as those responsible. It hadn't been intentional, really, or even a conscious decision, but everyone from the Hokage on down had focused on potential attacks from foreign ninja or missing nin, and Anko and her team were no exception. She realized now that it had been a mistake, as their current opponents were nothing more than normal thieves and bandits for the most part, and they had not adequately prepared to deal with large numbers of opponents. They had anticipated fighting highly skilled infiltrators and assassins, not dozens upon dozens of two-bit thugs. The continuing detonations from exploding tags indicated that at least some among the enemy were capable of utilizing chakra, but the skill required to activate a correctly constructed exploding tag was D rank at most. All academy graduates were expected to be able to do at least that much. Chunin and even blooded Jinin could handle the people Anko was dealing with right now, but they were all assigned as reserves or to non-combat zones in anticipation that they would not be able to deal with the caliber of opponents likely to strike in the middle of a ninja village. They had already come across 2 corpses who had apparently blown themselves up, though, so it seemed that someone, a missing nin, most likely, had attempted to teach common thugs enough to activate tags without necessarily warning them about what could go wrong. The gaping holes in walls and the shattered doorways were telling signs that enough of them were skilled enough to be a threat, however. Anko spotted another small group of thieves making their way into one of the nearby apartment complexes and summoned up another group of snakes to take care of them. Her orders were to capture if possible, and with the relative skill levels of her team compared to the people they were facing, it was just as easy to capture them as it was to kill them. On the other hand, they already had quite a few prisoners and nowhere to take them at the moment, so she would likely make the call to begin taking out the thieves using more permanent means soon. "Mitarashi-san," a Tokubetsu Jounin said as he appeared nearby, "My team has been dispatched to provide an update regarding the situation elsewhere within Konoha and to provide reinforcements if necessary." Anko motioned for him to follow her to a nearby rooftop and cleared the distance in a single leap, landing lightly on her feet. The Tokubetsu Jounin landed a moment later, his team appearing around him. There were 4 of them, all chunin. "Split them up into 2 groups," she ordered, "and start taking out any thieves you spot. Capture or kill?" "Kill," she replied after a moment. "We've got too many prisoners as it is, and I don't want to tie up any more ninja keeping track of them." "Understood," the leader replied, and with a series of quick motions his subordinates had paired off and left the rooftop. "Now give me that update." "The enemy is using the impure world resurrection technique and has summoned the first Hokage," he replied. "At this time there appears to be only one summon, although we do not believe that is the full extent of the attack. Hokage-sama and ANBU have moved to contain that threat while other teams are searching for the summoner. The stadium is currently being evacuated, with current estimates placing complete evacuation still 30 minutes away. All high-risk targets have already been secured, including the known targets. As of the time I was dispatched, there had been no attempts to infiltrate or attack the stadium. In addition, 3 missing nin, all A rank, have been killed. We believe that they were among those who accepted the bounties for the various targets." Anko nodded to herself, sorting through the information. All in all, they seemed to have things more or less in hand, though she found it very strange that no one had even attempted to target the stadium. She scanned around her, keeping an eye out for any further thieves, and noticed one standing outside a house near the edge of the district. He seemed to be doing something with the gate, though she couldn't quite make it out from here. She moved closer, clearing the distance between the buildings easily, and observed as the blond man lifted his hand, formed some sort of technique, and slammed it into the gate. There was a bright flash, and when her vision cleared the ground before the gate was charred and there was no sign of the would-be thief. Smirking, she realized that the thief, a ninja, judging by the technique, though a particularly stupid one, had attempted to force his way into the 4th Hokage's compound and run afoul of the security seals that guarded it. A moment later, she noticed movement at the base of the gate. There was some sort of small black object there, but it was rapidly obscured by a dark substance that coalesced seemingly out of thin air and took the shape of a man. She took in the blonde hair and the white coat, a white coat with a very distinctive flame design along the bottom edge. For a long moment, it felt like her heart had stopped beating. The next moment she was pushing her body as hard as she could and flaring her chakra in the agreed-upon emergency retreat signal. That signal meant that all of the ninja under her command were to disengage immediately and move to a designated location to regroup and reassess the situation. She snagged the newly arrived Tokubetsu Jounin a moment later, gripping his arm tightly as she carried him along with her. "Fucking go back and tell them that they fucking called back the 4th too. Go!" Miles outside of Konoha. 10:30 a.m. Orochimaru frowned as he sat in a meditative pose in a small hideout miles outside of Konoha. Jirobo remained hidden for the moment under the rubble of the hotel, but he didn't expect that to last much longer. The shodaime had successfully drawn the attention of the Hokage and a significant portion of ANBU, along with, he noted delightedly, another of his former experiments. The ANBU countering the shodaimes would release techniques with his own was without a doubt one of the children he had gifted with power shortly before he left Konoha. The death toll on Konoha's side was fairly low, but then he didn't want to kill them, he wanted to wound them enough that they were sent to the various medical extraction points so that Sakan and Yukon could pick up some promising specimens. In that regard he was doing very well, as 5 ANBU and 3 Jounin had been removed from the battlefield by medical teams. The night aim had not been spotted as he moved stealthily towards the stadium, or at least none of the ninja in the area had reacted to his presence yet, but that would be changing very soon. And the yondaime, well, that was proving to be rather irritating. Attempts to command him to open the gate, unlock the seal, or some variation thereof had all failed miserably. He had contemplated attempting to gain access through other areas, but it had quickly become obvious that there was a barrier protecting the entire estate and that the gate was the weakest point, not that the designation meant all that much. His last-ditch effort to simply destroy the gate entirely had instead destroyed the reconstructed body as well as managing to slightly damage the anchor rod for the jutsu. He could readily admit that he was impressed by both the thoroughness and the lethality of the yondaime's protections. It reminded him of how he protected his own possessions. Still, that left him without access to the yondaime's house and any knowledge or tools stored there, so it was time to move on to the secondary option in the Hokage's tower. It was possible either the armory or the Hokage's office contained a working Hiraishin kunai. If not, a few exploding notes would still ensure that his visit was not entirely without merit. He shifted his attention back to the shodaime for a moment, manipulating the forest around him to strike at the ninja closing in, then to the night aim as he crept ever closer to the stadium. Despite his preparations and planning, he still found that he had thoroughly underestimated the complexity of maintaining three separate entities under true battlefield conditions. The threads from the chakra teams were proving much more difficult to control than they had on prior occasions, and even with only one of his summons actively engaged in combat at the moment, he was still having trouble fully keeping track of the movements of the Hokage and his ANBU. He was gaining a great deal of useful experience from this, but it seemed that he would be better off controlling one body at a time than attempting to maintain a group of them. He would need to take that into account for future plans. His attention was pulled back to Jirobo as a swarm of Kakaichu descended on that body. He could feel them leeching away at the chakra moving through the resurrected ninja, but the anchor prevented them from severing or even significantly impairing the connection itself. A small chuckle escaped from Orochimaru's lips as he remotely observed the enlarged limb of an Akimichi crush Jirobo completely, the organs liquefying and bones shattering under the force of the giant ninja's blow. Time to begin Phase 2. 10:35 a.m. Commercial District. The Hokage watched in satisfaction as the imitation of the first Hokage crumbled, the black rod that served as the anchor for the jutsu clattering to the ground a moment later. With that threat dealt with, the ninja gathered here could begin sweeping the village for more threats. He wasn't naive enough to believe that this was the extent of the threat, but this was certainly a large portion of it. He signaled for the other ninja to begin securing the area and splitting off into teams, then turned to his ANBU commander. "Do you see anything we need to address immediately, Dragon, or should we fall back to check in with Shikaku?" The other ninja didn't reply immediately. "Hokage-sama," he said slowly, his voice tense. The ninja they just took out had a black rod implanted within him. The body was real, but that rod is identical to the one that was controlling the Shodaime. Something doesn't seem right about this. The Hokage frowned thoughtfully, turning to examine the forest once again. He opened his mouth to reply, but was interrupted by a massive surge of chakra coming from the direction of the stadium. Even from this distance, the enormous wall of water was easily visible. It stood taller than the stadium itself and looked to be several feet thick at least. He could also just barely make out someone standing atop the wall of water before the whole thing rushed forward and crashed into the stadium. "It's the night aim, Hokage-sama," Dragon bit out, his voice tense. "Whoever is doing this has summoned him as well. Take command here," he snapped. "Once you are certain that the situation is under control, dispatch as many ninja as you can spare to assist at the stadium. The evacuation likely isn't even half over yet, so the priority is to rescue as many civilians as possible. I will deal with the night aim." "Understood, Hokage-sama." Dragon immediately turned his attention back to the situation at hand. One of the Akimichi was currently trying to break the black rod that served as the anchor tag for the Shodaime, but despite his immense strength he was unable to so much as bend it. Then the Akimichi let out a pained cry as a dark substance began to cover his arm and threw the rod to the ground. He began to frantically brush the ash off of his body, revealing that his flesh on his hands and arms had been eaten away. The other ninja in the area sprang into action, beginning to pelt the rod with a continuous series of jutsu to prevent the Shodaime from resurrecting. They seemed to be successful in destroying the ash that was forming out of thin air, but none of their attacks damaged the rod at all. "Set up a rotation," he ordered. "Don't bother trying to break the rod, just focus on keeping the body from reforming." His Byakugan was unable to find the source of the chakra that was surely flowing to the rod from somewhere, but the Byakugan wasn't the only option available. He turned to a nearby Aburame, asking, "Can your Kakaichu detect where the chakra is coming from?" The Aburame hesitated for a moment, then nodded. "I believe so. The chakra seems to be saturating the air around the anchor, but it seems to be slightly more concentrated in one direction." The Aburame released even more Kakaichu from his body until they filled the air around him, thousands upon thousands of small insects moving in all directions. After a moment, Dragon could also discern the pattern to their movements as they began to drift in one direction, towards the other enemy ninja that had been defeated less than a minute before. "So, he is the source of the jutsu?" he asked hesitantly. "Why is it still working then?" While he waited on the Aburame to determine what was going on, he shifted his focus and a quick scan of Konoha. The Hokage had arrived at the stadium and was personally combating the resurrected Nidame while the ninjas still in the stadium were frantically scrambling to ward off the Nidame's attacks, which were focused on the still entranced civilians. The Jinjutsu was beginning to break, however, and if they didn't get the situation back under control, the people still trapped in the stadium would begin to panic. If that happened, the casualties would only get worse. He turned his attention to the shinobi district and his brow furrowed in confusion. He could see Anko flaring her chakra to signal a retreat, but couldn't determine any reason why she would do such a thing. He started to make a more thorough sweep of the area, but the Aburame spoke up and pulled his focus back to his current location. "I do not believe that he is the source," the Aburame said finally, shaking his head. "There are at least 4 directions where the chakra may be coming from, perhaps more. One leads back to the Shodame, another towards the stadium, a third towards the shinobi district, and a fourth towards the Hokage Tower. I believe if we follow those threads we will eventually find the true source." "Very well," Dragon said quickly. "Pick out 3 more of your clansmen, and I'll assign each of you a squad of ANBU to support you. Your sole objective is to find and eliminate the source of chakra that is sustaining the impure world resurrection jutsu." "Yes, Dragon-sama," the Aburame said quickly, moving off to carry out his orders. Dragon then turned his attention back to the teams who were dealing with the anchor rods. As per his orders, there was a group of 5 shinobi who were alternating jutsu at a measured pace as well as 10 more ready to step into place should it prove necessary. Deciding not to take any risks, he directed that the second ninja's body be moved next to the Shodame's anchor rod so that both could be eliminated at the same time. The body did not seem to be regenerating as the Shodame's did, but that didn't mean it couldn't give them the opportunity. Soon the body had been completely destroyed and both tags were bathed in a constant stream of fire. Satisfied that they had the situation under control, Dragon designated 10 ninja to maintain their attacks on the rods and sent the rest towards the stadium. As he did so, a Tokubetsu Jounin arrived via Shunshin, his face clearly panicked. "Hokage-sama," he called out, his voice tense with fear. "Hokage-sama is dealing with the resurrected Nidame at the stadium," Dragon replied calmly. "You can deliver your message to me." "The Nidame too?" the ninja yelped. "Kami, they resurrected all of them." A sudden hush fell over the assembled ninja, even the steady stream of fire jutsu faltering for a moment. "What do you mean, all of them?" Dragon asked lowly, his voice tense. Mitarashi Jounin sent a report that the resurrected Yondaime was spotted outside the Namikaze compound, the ninja shouted. Dragon quickly stifled his fear, calling upon his years of experience to remain focused and rational. At least now he knew why Anko had abandoned the shinobi district. After all, the Yondaime was the only ninja in the history of the elemental nations who had earned a universal flee-on-sight order. Even Sarutobi-sama couldn't claim that distinction. He was fully in control of himself a moment later, his mind already analyzing how he should respond. Judging by the capabilities shown by the resurrected Shodame, the Yondaime would be far from his peak condition. It also seemed that he was not able to use the Hiration for some reason, else they would likely already be dead. Even without the Hiration, however, the Yondaime still had the Rasengan, which made him incredibly dangerous to combat at close range. Not for the first time, Dragon cursed his clan's stubborn insistence on focusing so heavily on their taijutsu skills. His own abilities at long-range combat were limited at best, barely meriting an A rank. It was also unclear how effective the Jukin would be against a ninja brought back by the impure world resurrection technique. If they could eliminate the body, they should be able to keep him down just as easily as they were preventing the Shodame from reforming. Accomplishing that task in the first place might be beyond their capabilities, however. 10:40 a.m. Stadium. What could you possibly hope to gain from this? The Hokage snarled as he faced off against the resurrected Nidame. Konoha will never rest until we have eliminated the ones who are behind this attack. You have only succeeded in signing your own death warrant. Whoever was controlling the jutsu did not respond immediately, instead summoning another wall of water out of thin air and sending it crashing towards another group of civilians. The ninja guarding the stadium were prepared this time, however, and the wall was met by ramparts of earth and stone even as the Konoha ninja with water affinities pulled the wall apart or forced it to move away from the civilians. The Kurama were struggling to maintain the Jinjutsu, keeping the crowd calm and organized, and some sections of the crowd had already broken free and had begun rushing towards the nearest exit. With the stadium breached, the ninja who were previously guarding the walls and keeping an eye out for any attackers were now assisting with the evacuation, but it was still going far too slowly for the Hokage's peace of mind. He froze when he heard a hauntingly familiar laugh issue from the Nidame's mouth. Kukuku, the Nidame chuckled, a smirk crossing his face. His movements suddenly became far more fluid, a sharp change from the stilted, halting motions punctuated by moments of grace that had characterized them before now. "I'm hurt, sensei. You make it sound like you weren't already trying to kill me before now." Orochimaru, the Hokage, growled, his emotions torn between seething hatred and bitter self-recrimination. His moment of weakness so many years before had come back to haunt his village in the worst way possible. "Does your depravity never cease? Must you defile the memory of the Hokages in this manner?" Even as he spoke, his mind was racing as he added this new knowledge to his understanding of the situation. It seemed obvious now that Orochimaru was the one who wanted the various bloodline-bearing children kidnapped. He was undoubtedly trying to continue the inhumane experiments that had turned the village against him in the first place. That might even explain who was after Anko, though he shuddered to think what his fallen student would do to the newly promoted Jounin in the name of research. As for the bounty on Naruto, that seemed unlikely. His student had never shown any interest in Jinchuriki before, although that could have changed in the years since he had fled Konoha. Sarutobi still felt like he was still missing a piece of the puzzle, though. All of the known targets were being handled by mercenaries and missing Nin, which was the complete opposite of Orochimaru's normal method of operation. Like Anko had said, anything truly important he handled himself, which meant the real purpose of this attack lay elsewhere. The Shodaime was already taken care of, however, and the Nidame stood before him, so. "You didn't," the Hokage gasped, his face paling. "Didn't what, sensei?" the Nidame hissed, his tone mocking. As he spoke, more water coalesced, this time forming into a towering dragon that he sent rampaging into the stadium. The outer walls broke apart and part of the interior was destroyed before the water dragon was met by 3 smaller dragons fashioned of earth and stone. The titanic creatures began to crash against one another, their serpentine bodies coiling around their opponents and claws digging into water or stone. The battle seemed even for the moment, but the water dragon was prevented from pursuing the fleeing civilians. The Hokage barked a laugh then, and his expression changed to a look of pity. "You couldn't figure it out, could you? Not even after you tore part of his soul out of the afterlife. You, who have thrown aside all morals and limits in the pursuit of knowledge, are still scrabbling desperately to reach the feet of my successor." Sarutobi darted forward, the adamantine staff in his hands blurring as it assaulted the Nidame from all sides. The Nidame dodged what he could and allowed the unnatural regeneration of the jutsu to restore the damage he took from the blows he was unable to avoid. The Nidame's efforts were focused on summoning more attacks to send into the stadium, and he got off 2 more despite the Hokage's intervention. The Nidame's expression twisted. "As if you could possibly understand the beauty of what I have accomplished. No technique ever created shall remain beyond my reach." He laughed then. "Even you shall die before long, perhaps even today, and then I shall learn from the professor once again. I may have taught you much, Orochimaru, but it seems you have learned nothing," the Hokage said, his expression hardening. A moment later the staff thrust forward and impaled the other ninja. The Nidame's eyes widened as he felt the massive amount of chakra closing in, and he tried to tear himself off of the staff. Before he could, though, the adamantine staff in the Hokage's hands burst into smoke, revealing Enma. The Monkey King wrapped his body around the Nidame, preventing the simulacrum from moving out of the way. Dynamic entry. Madogai called out joyously as he leapt into the fray from behind the Nidame, his whirling kick catching the Nidame in the back and flinging him into the air. Enma dispersed himself a moment later, leaving the Nidame alone in the air. Dai paused a moment, breathing deeply. Chakra was pouring off of his body and his skin had reddened, while his eyes were completely white. He exhaled sharply, then leapt into the air, proclaiming, "Morning Peacock!" His fists blurred into motion, and the very air around him began to ignite until a fiery trail followed the path of his hands with every strike. Each blow shattered the construct that was the Nidame, clothing and skin reverting into ash once again before burning away completely. The form of the nine-name was no longer even recognizable mere moments later, but still Guy's attack did not falter. Soon the black rod that served as the anchor for the jutsu was visible from within a misshapen lump of ash, and still Guy's onslaught continued. The Hokage could feel the heat generated by Guy's attack from the roof of the stadium. He smiled slightly to himself as he watched one of his most loyal and effective shinobi in action. He turned his head then as he heard a crackling sound from the left, and saw Kakashi crouched slightly, one hand held in front of him with a blade formed of lightning chakra extending from his fingers. "Guy!" Kakashi called, then immediately darted forward and leapt into the air. Guy seemed to understand the signal as he ceased his attack and seized the black rod, positioning it so that Kakashi would have a clear cut at it. Ash began forming around the rod, and Guy winced slightly as it began to eat into his flesh, but the rod did not change position in the slightest. Kakashi was there a moment later, the Raikiri technique moving through the rod. There was a tense silence on the roof for a moment, then Guy pulled his arms apart, revealing that the rod had been split cleanly in half. The ash fell away a moment later, revealing Guy's bleeding but mostly intact hands. "Well done, both of you," the Hokage said as they landed. "However, this is not over yet. The fourth Hokage has also been resurrected and is likely somewhere within the village. We need to find him as soon as possible." "Understood, Hokage-sama," the two responded in unison. Their expressions were tense, but they were both ready to follow their Hokage into battle. All three vanished in a shunshin a moment later. 10:40 a.m. Outside of Konoha. Itachi perched in the branches of a tree far above the clearing, observing the two ninja who had fled the records department. He watched for any sign that they may have noticed someone following them, but they gave no indication of that. Instead, it seemed like they had reached their destination for the moment, as they relaxed slightly and began to rest. There was a tense silence between them and they did not remain near each other for very long, but there were no signs of imminent betrayal by one or the other either. That they were stopping here meant this was probably a rendezvous point, which meant that additional ninja could show up at any time. His chakra wasn't entirely restored yet, but he had more than enough to take on the two in the clearing below. The longer he delayed, the more likely it was that they would get reinforcements or that a third party would intervene and make the situation even more complicated. He moved closer, his steps completely silent as he walked down the side of the tree, and pulled out 4 kunai. This particular trick he had learned long ago, but it had never stopped being useful. After taking a moment to make sure his targets would remain still, he threw 2 of the kunai and performed a variation of the bunshin technique. To the ninja in the clearing, it appeared as if a swarm of kunai were lancing towards them from every direction. The gray-haired Konoha ninja threw himself out of the way, rolling desperately to avoid the lethal projectiles. The Otonin was much calmer, spinning behind the tree he had been leaning against and running through a quick series of hand seals before creating a dome of earth to shield him. Though it wasn't visible, Itachi could feel the tiny pulse of chakra indicating that the ninja had slipped underground and was moving out of the clearing swiftly. Clearly the Otonin was much more skilled and experienced and thus the greater threat, but he would take care of the Konoha ninja first. He watched the ninja continue to scramble about for a moment, then hefted the other 2 kunai he held and threw them. Both struck true, one piercing the ninja's throat and the other striking his chest and penetrating his heart with a solid thunk. The ninja crumpled to the ground and expired a moment later. Noting that the other ninja was still moving away from the clearing, Itachi leapt to the forest floor and swiftly sealed the Konoha ninja's corpse into a storage scroll. He would take the time to examine the corpse for any useful items or information later. That done, he set off in pursuit of the fleeing Otonin. 30 seconds after Itachi left the clearing, 2 black-cloaked ninja entered it. One had an odachi strapped across their back while the other had no visible weapons. "Someone died here," the second said in a distorted voice as they knelt next to the blood staining the grass. "Looks like another ninja took the body, probably in a storage scroll. There's a battle taking place to the northwest. I don't recognize either of the signatures, though," the first ninja said, their voice equally distorted. "We'll check it out. We can't help out inside Konoha, but we can take care of any problems outside the walls." With that, they both left the clearing. The shadow clone Itachi had left behind observed their interaction curiously as he attempted to discern the identity and purpose of the 2 ninja. They matched the descriptions he had heard for the infamous sword and hammer duo. The Nodachi was an unusual weapon, especially for a ninja, but those two were independents. There had been no indication prior to this that they worked for Konoha in any capacity, not even in rumor. After a moment, the clone dispersed to alert his creator of the pursuers he would soon have to deal with. Chapter 39, Unwelcome Reunions, Part 3. August 2nd, 347 NE. 10:45 AM. Konoha, Shinobi District. Kushu stopped on a roof at the edge of the Shinobi District and observed the situation. The Konoha ninja were rapidly withdrawing from the area, their movements barely organized enough to avoid being called a total retreat. There were over 100 minuscule signatures that denoted civilians moving about and roughly a dozen signatures large enough to qualify as ninja. The largest signature in the district was strange. It felt like there were actually several different signatures woven together, but then they were being subsumed into another, stronger signature that was both human and not. It was chakra, certainly, but it lacked some vital quality that was present in the other ninja. He pondered for a moment, eventually deciding that it felt more like a concentration of recently expended chakra than anything else, although even that wasn't fully accurate. Anything that unusual was worth looking into, he decided, and so he headed in that direction with Gaara following along silently. A few moments later they intercepted the signature as it leapt from roof to roof, and they all paused to take stock of one another. Kushu recognized who the man appeared to be, of course, but that was one signature he would not be forgetting anytime soon. What he sensed from the thing before him vaguely resembled the feel of the Yandame's chakra, but only to a point. Physically, on the other hand, the likeness was perfect. Interesting, Gaara said, a small smile growing on his face. I thought the fourth Hokage was dead. He is, Kushu replied easily, studying the thing before him curiously. Of that you can be absolutely certain, which does make me wonder what is standing before us now. Tsuna's Jinchuriki and the Yamanaka boy, interesting, the Yandame said. Kukuku, you should have stayed hidden away like good little children. And why is that? Kushu asked mockingly. You would have lived longer, the Yandame said. Then he moved. Kushu's eyes widened. He was easily moving as fast as Lee after he dropped his weights, which was much faster than he had expected to deal with initially. Even as he reinforced his body with Yuki and cursed himself for not doing so earlier, his eyes widened even further as he realized that he was not the Yandame's target. Gaara, or Ryudo, more likely, had not been as complacent about the possible dangers within Konoha. A wall of sand was already moving to intercept the Yandame. Kushu cursed when he saw the little blue orb that had appeared in the Yandame's hand, and one appeared in each of his own as he darted towards the other ninja. The Yandame's Rasengan broke through the wall of sand like it was paper, which probably saved Gaara's life. Rather than destroying the sand barrier completely, it punched a hole in it that allowed the Yandame's arm to continue but stopped the rest of his body and thus limited his reach. This meant that the orb merely grazed Gaara's shoulder rather than driving into his chest. Kushu thrust both of his hands forward towards the Yandame's torso, snarling viciously. One impacted the left side of the Yandame's chest from behind, but rather than the blood he had expected a stream of what appeared to be dirt and ash spewed into the air. The other Rasengan, held in his right hand, never made it. The Yandame's other hand whipped through the air, the familiar blue orb forming in a heartbeat in his upward-facing palm as it almost gently slid past Kushu's elbow. His flesh, hardened by Yuki, and his bones, strengthened far past normal human limits over the years, disintegrated under the force of the attack. His right hand and most of his lower arm were still intact as they spun away from him, the Rasengan he had held dissipating into the air. He stared at the severed limb for a moment, then turned to face the ninja responsible, his face completely blank. The Yandame paused, looking back and forth between the two young ninja before him with a cruel smirk on his face even as what should have been a fatal wound restored itself with ash that appeared out of nowhere. Gaara was packing his wound with sand and cradling his right arm against his body. His expression was caught between shock and seething hatred as he stared at the man who had wounded him. Kukuku. I wonder what Sensei would think if he could see me now. The greatest Hokage Konoha has ever known, using his talents to maim innocent children within its streets. How delightful. He turned to face Kushu, a look of fake pity on his face. I suppose the lost limb means the end of your oh-so-promising career, he said. I guess the kind thing would be to put you out of your misery. The yondaime raised his hands again, creating 2 more orbs within them. Gaara, Kushu said, his voice flat, keep him from running. The yondaime's expression faltered slight. Why, what? Yuki bubbled out of the stump on Kushu's arm, halting the blood loss but extending no further for the moment. That, Kushu said, motioning to the arm lying on the ground a short distance away, is going to be very annoying to fix. There was a slight rumbling from underneath them, and Kushu glanced over to see Gaara crouching with both hands placed on the ground, his face pulled into a grimace as he concentrated. Ryuo's Yuki was slowly leaking out of his body, and even from here Kushu could feel his brother straining against the limits imposed by the seal. You're both Jinchuriki, the yondaime said suddenly, his voice delighted. So that's where Sensei hid you all those years ago. How clever of him, even I was fooled by that. The streets around them cracked suddenly, and massive walls of earth rose up to surround Kushu and the yondaime. Gaara himself remained outside the walls, wisely, Kushu thought. The Jinchuriki lacked the command of Ryudo's Yuki he would need to contribute in what was about to happen. Kushu was plunged into near complete darkness as Gaara completed the sealing of the impromptu cage. The only light was that given off by his own Yuki and the Rasengan held in the yondaime's hands. He raised the Yuki concentration in his eyes, completing the transformation into their blood-red form, and the darkness parted before his enhanced vision. You don't actually think this is going to hold me, do you? The yondaime asked curiously. He didn't seem concerned at all by his sudden confinement. If anything, he looked amused. It will slow you down and limit your movements, Kushu responded easily. I think I can reach you faster than you can blast a hole in these walls, and if you want to try to slip through them or into the ground while Gaara is controlling them, well, that would be an amusing way to end this. As he spoke, the Yuki bubbling out of the stump of his arm extended further until it formed a rough approximation of his lost appendage. He flexed the Yuki slightly, as if he was testing the muscles within it. The yondaime nodded thoughtfully as he eyed the new limb. I see. And what do you intend to do now that you are trapped in here with me? I find myself in a life or death situation once again. Kushu grinned viciously as he flooded the rest of his body with Yuki. So I'm going to panic. The yondaime laughed. Panic? That is your solution? Kushu grinned as 9 streams of chakra extended from the base of his spine, forming his signature tails. If he was going to cut loose for the first time since his incarceration, he was going to do it properly. Yeah, he said as the Yuki concentration in his body peaked, panic. Then the tips of each tail began to spin, and the yondaime wasn't laughing anymore. Emergency Shelter 12. Hinata paced restlessly back and forth within the emergency shelter, her Byakugan activated and her head swiveling back and forth. Hinata, he's going to be fine, Ino chided gently. How can you say that? Hinata snapped, whirling on her teammate. He almost died earlier, and now he's out there with only one other person to protect him. That person being Gaara, Ino pointed out. If there's something those two can't handle, do you honestly think we'd be of any help? There was a bit of frustration in her voice that showed she wasn't entirely happy with the situation either. Hinata deflated slightly. Hey, Nachan, Hanabi said, tugging on her sister's sleeve. What do you mean Naruto almost died earlier? Hinata winced then, noting the curious and concerned looks she was getting from the other people in the shelter. Her father, who had his own Byakugan activated and appeared to be keeping track of the situation within the village, frowned slightly in response to the question, his expression pensive. He had likely seen what happened earlier and was as disturbed as Hinata by how Naruto had seemingly ignored his brush with death. Hinata opened her mouth to answer, but her attention was drawn back to the figures of Naruto and Gaara as they confronted an enemy shinobi. There was something oddly familiar about the other figure, though she noticed immediately that what they were facing was not a real ninja at all but some sort of construct. No, Hayashi breathed softly. "To-san," Hinata said slowly, "what's wrong?" "Who is that?" "What?" Ino asked. "What's going on out there?" Hayashi turned to face them, his expression pained. "Naruto and Gaara have just dashed," he began, but was interrupted by Hinata's scream as the construct attacked them using the Rasengan, the same jutsu Naruto-kun had recently learned from the sage Jiraiya. "What?" Ino yelled, grabbing hold of Hinata. "What happened?" "Naruto-kun, His arm. Hinata stuttered out in a horrified voice. Ino blinked. His arm? What about his arm? That thing, it used a Rasengan and severed his right arm. Ino blanched, then let. He had been about to unleash receding into his body and he expired. Now then, Kabuto said, adjusting his glasses slightly, I'd better make this quick. 2 minutes later, the ninja guarding the warehouse were shocked when the door to the storage room was shattered and the gray-haired medic Nin was thrown out of the room. There was a kunai lodged in his stomach and blood was leaking from his lips. An enemy, he gasped, before his eyes rolled back in his head and he passed out. An explosion rocked the storage room a moment later. Shinobi District. What are you? The yondaime asked, staring at the Rasengan-tipped tails. No Jinchuriki has that level of control over the chakra of the tailed beasts, especially not so young. Is that so? Kushu said, taking a step forward. His vicious grin widened even further when he noticed the yondaime tense. Then I suppose you have nothing to worry about. One of the tails lanced forward, crossing the short distance between them in a heartbeat. The Rasengan at the tip of the tail was met by one in the yondaime's hand, the two techniques grinding against one another with a horrible screeching noise. After a moment spent locked in a stalemate, the Rasengan deflected off of each other and the tail shot past the yondaime. The man was no fool, however, and he sprang away even as Kushu pulled the tail back in an attempt to catch him off guard. So that's what happens when two Rasengan meet, Kushu said musingly. Good to know. Kukuku, the yondaime chuckled, what a fascinating thing you are. Perhaps I was wrong to dismiss Jinchuriki so easily. It would seem that the Rasengan is not the best option to fight you, so I wonder how you will handle this? The yondaime allowed the Rasengan he held to dissipate and brought his hands together before forming an astonishingly rapid sequence of seals. He then thrust his hands forward, not even bothering to state the name of the jutsu he was using. Kushu wrapped his tails around his body as he noticed a slight shimmer in the air, the telltale sign of a powerful wind jutsu being used. He felt the leading edge of a massive blade of wind slicing into his yuki a moment later. The attack didn't reach his body, but it penetrated his yuki barrier far more than he would have liked. The outer edges of the blade of wind hit the wall of earth behind him, creating a gap in the wall that slowly sealed back up. Interesting, the chakra you are using is far denser than human chakra, and you seem to be under no discernible strain while using it. How long can you keep that up, I wonder? His hands blurred once again, then slapped the ground. There was a small tremble, but nothing happened beyond that. And the other one can suppress earth jutsu, to a point. Kushu frowned. Whatever this thing really was, it didn't seem at all concerned about its situation. The way it was acting now was like a curious child playing with a new toy. 3 of his tails snapped forward, the Rasengan at their tips aiming unerringly for the other ninja. The yondaime chuckled as he reformed 2 Rasengan and began intercepting the tails. Each of Kushu's attacks was met unerringly by the yondaime's hands, the Rasengan deflecting off of one another and the yondaime dancing out of range a moment later. What else should I try? The man mused to himself. One of the tails broke through his guard, taking out his left hip and the attached leg in another shower of dirt and ash, but he didn't seem to care. He used his remaining leg ably as his hands continued to deflect and the missing limb reformed quickly. Ah, I know, he said suddenly, and suddenly one of his hands lashed out, the palm pointed straight at Kushu. This much more concentrated attack proved disturbingly effective, Kushu noted, as it pierced the 6 tails he had guarding his form and dug into his shoulder. The damage to his body was minimal and quickly healed, but it seemed that the amount of yuki he was using externally was not going to be sufficient for this level of battle. Not so effective there, is it? The yondaime asked mockingly. No, I suppose it's not. I'll have to look into that, Kushu replied. Thanks for the tip. He didn't give the other ninja any more time for his experiment as he lashed out with all 9 of his tails and began moving his body as well. The ninja managed to deflect 3 tails before the others began carving through the ash that passed for his body. A moment later, a black rod emerged from within the rapidly dissolving yondaime and clattered to the ground. Kushu grasped the rod with one of his tails, noting that even now ash was trying to form around it but was burned away by his yuki. He pushed his yuki inside the object, noting the small fractures throughout. Focusing his yuki inside the rod, he shattered it into 1,000 pieces and the ash stopped. He allowed his tails to recede within his body as he pondered what sort of jutsu had brought back the yondaime. Gaara allowed the walls to collapse shortly thereafter. Kushu noted that the other Jinchuriki's form was dripping with sweat and his face was pale and strained. The Suna-jinin fell backwards, lying on his back and staring at the sky as he panted in exhaustion. The sand covering the wound on his shoulder seemed to be keeping the wound sealed, for the moment. Satisfied that Gaara was fine for the moment, Kushu turned to the handful of powerful Konoha ninja who had shown up during his battle. He noted that the Hokage and the ANBU commander were present, as well as Kakashi, Guy, and a handful of additional ANBU and Jounin. "Hey, Hokage-Gigi," he said, grinning widely and waving. He turned to look at Kakashi and Guy as he heard their grunts of surprise and noted that they were staring at his right arm. "Pretty handy, huh?" he said, gesturing with the not-so-missing limb. He then trudged over and picked up the severed appendage with the chakra limb. The Yuki poured into the arm and held it in place as the fingers wiggled and the fist clenched. After a moment, the only sign anything was wrong was the section around the elbow that was formed entirely of Yuki. Then he groaned. "I did not just say that, ugh." He turned to Kakashi, who was still staring at him wide-eyed. "Don't tell Ino about that one, she'd never let me live it down." Kushu shook his head disgustedly. "Now then," he continued, looking to the Hokage, "could someone please explain to me why the fourth Hokage just tried to kill us?" Miles outside of Konoha. Orochimaru frowned as he felt the yondaime's anchor break. That was twice now that the incredibly durable metal had been destroyed. He had expected the tags to last much longer than that, and certainly hadn't expected Konoha to respond nearly as well as they had to the nature of the jutsu. More than anything, it served as an annoying reminder of the difference in quality between the average ninja in Oto and Konoha. He triggered the failsafe mechanism on the two remaining anchors, causing them to shatter and completely ruining the sealing arrays inscribed upon them. It wouldn't do for Konoha to get a chance to study his design and devise yet more ways to counter his jutsu. He also sent the signal to the chakra battery teams to withdraw. He had expected that part of the plan to be the weak point, actually, so their survival was something of a pleasant surprise. Unfortunately, none of them were useful for anything except their chakra reserves, so it wasn't much of a benefit either. He stood and stretched, his awareness fully returning to his own body once again, and began contemplating everything he had learned. The first field test of the impure world resurrection technique had proven most informative, but it was the final exchange with Konoha's hidden Jinchuriki that intrigued him the most. The degree of control the boy displayed forced Orochimaru to re-evaluate some of his previous conclusions concerning the utility of the tailed beasts. Perhaps securing one for himself, either as a member of his forces or otherwise, would be worth the risk after all. Still deep in thought, he began his trek to the rendezvous point to meet up with his subordinates. He had performed his part in the plan to perfection, as always, so he would accept no excuses if they failed to accomplish their own tasks. He allowed a small chuckle to escape his lips. His last present to Konoha should be activating soon. It was a shame he would miss the fireworks. Outside of Konoha, Itachi leapt through the tree tops, easily keeping pace with the fleeing Otonin tunneling under the ground. His first instinct was to use the rock crusher jutsu Konoha had developed during the Third War to take out the other ninja while he was underground, but that could damage the scrolls he was carrying. Any other attacks while he was underground also carried that same risk, so he would have to force the Otonin back to the surface. He was also mindful of his limited time to act. The two ninja following him were closing in fast and he didn't want to deal with them at the same time as he was recovering the stolen scrolls. After a moment, he dropped to the ground and tapped his foot on the dirt beneath him. He used no seals and did not speak the name of the jutsu. He did not consider his skill with a jutsu acceptable until he could perform it near instantly and without any tells. As the jutsu took effect, the Otonin found himself surrounded by water that bubbled up from beneath him. The water was not passive either, as it clung to his frame and slid towards his face. The Otonin burst from the ground a moment later, his hands clawing at the water surrounding his head. His panic faded quickly, however, and he performed a short series of seals that caused the water to drop to the ground. As soon as the water was clear, he sucked in several deep breaths and turned to face his attacker who was standing in the middle of the clearing, watching him calmly. "Who the fuck are you?" Kidamaru snarled, his hands reaching for kunai. He stiffened as he felt a blade sliding into his back, severing his spine and almost gently piercing his heart. The form of the enemy ninja in front of him burst apart into a murder of crows. He never even sensed the enemy behind him. Itachi sealed the corpse and everything it carried into another storage scroll, then turned to face the two ninja who would be entering the clearing in just a few moments. They had traveled too quickly for him to evade them entirely, so he would have to take another approach. He slipped his old Konoha headband on and adjusted his stance to a calm but wary posture with his blade held in front of him defensively. A black cloak obscured the civilian clothing he was wearing, but even if that was revealed, he was prepared to explain that he had been hidden among the population to pursue any infiltrators. "Identify yourselves," he said as the two cloaked and disguised ninja landed in front of him. Their masks were apparently ANBU, or at least ANBU style, as their voices were distorted. "We are not enemies," the unarmed one responded, making a pacifying motion. "We merely wish to assist Konoha during this crisis in order to build goodwill between ourselves and the village." "While concealing your identities? You could just as easily be trying to lull us into a false sense of security." The other ninja nodded calmly. "Possibly, yes. Our actions will show that is not the case, however." "Why are you out here alone?" the other ninja asked suddenly. Itachi frowned, a sad expression pulling at his face. "My partner was killed earlier, and I just finished executing the one responsible for his death." His frown deepened when another of his sentries informed him that a Konoha patrol was closing in on their location. "My condolences," the first ninja said. "Thank you," he said, his face firming into a stoic mask once again. "While I appreciate your efforts, I must return to Konoha to report to my commander." "Of course," came the distorted reply. "Wait," the other ninja said. "Do you know what happened inside the stadium? Was it attacked?" Before Itachi had time to reply, the patrol from Konoha landed in the clearing, the four ninjas surrounding the three already within it. "Identify yourselves," the leader of the team snapped. "We are not enemies," the first ninja repeated. "Prove it," the leader snapped. "We are two lilies floating down a river," the first ninja replied, drawing an odd look from the other Konoha ninja. The leader, however, relaxed marginally and replied, "The waterfall is looming ahead. But there are no rocks." "All right, you know the proper passcode at least, so I'll take you at your word for now." He turned his attention to the other ninja in the clearing, the one wearing a Konoha headband. "And who are you?" "Ieyasu Kunichika, Tokubetsu Jounin, serving under Commander Akimichi." The Konoha ninja stiffened, all of their attention suddenly focused on him. "That's our unit, and I don't know you." Itachi cursed mentally. His luck seemed to be turning sour quickly. It was time to leave. "Wait, what?" came the distorted comment from the first cloaked ninja. "You mean he's not a Konoha nin? Then who the hell did he just kill?" Before the other ninja could process that statement, Itachi's chakra washed over the clearing, snaring everyone within in a genjutsu. He left in a shunshin a moment later, opting for speed and distance over discretion at this point. He frowned when he felt two signatures following him. He was not moving as fast as he possibly could, but he was still moving fast enough that most ninjas should be unable to keep up at all. Sword and Hammer deserved their reputations as S-class ninja, it seemed. Hammer appeared in front of him, the ninja's hands concealed within their cloak while Sword stopped behind him. He could hear the nearly silent scrape of metal on leather as Sword drew the nodachi. "This is not necessary," Itachi said calmly as he turned his body to keep both of them in his line of sight. Independents should not interfere with one another, especially not for the sake of a hidden village. "Unfortunately for you," Hammer said, "we have a reason to interfere. If you're smart, you will surrender now. You are outnumbered and in over your head." Itachi sighed. "As you wish," he said. He brought his hand up and wiped it over his face in what appeared to be a frustrated gesture. When his hand lowered, his contacts had been removed and his Sharingan was activated and spinning madly. Since he was facing two highly skilled opponents and with a strict time limit before even more enemies arrived to join the battle, he would have to strike with overwhelming force. He launched another genjutsu, this one targeted specifically at Hammer, then moved towards Sword. With their masks completely covering their Faces he could not establish the direct eye contact required for Sharingan-based Genjutsu, but that was far from the limit of his skills. He saw sword draw in a sharp breath before he heard the almost whispered, Itachi. With his Sharingan revealed, it was inevitable they would recognize him. He was the only Uchiha he knew of outside of Konoha, after all, and that fact alone made him rather famous, but that hardly mattered at the moment. What mattered was the absolute explosion of killing intent he felt from both sword and hammer. His Sharingan showed him what would happen before it actually did, but seeing and understanding were entirely different things. The streams of chakra that emerged from Sword's form were unlike anything he had ever witnessed, and even as he leapt away from what he assumed was an attack, his brow furrowed. The only thing even remotely similar to that was Kushu's Yuki when he manifested it outside his body, but there were still substantial differences. Then he saw the chains piercing the ground where he had stood, and the crater that formed when Hammer punched that same spot a moment later. Both of those skills were rather unique and informed him of who he was facing. Kushina Uzumaki, he intoned, his voice shifting into its normal flat inflection. I was told that you were dead. And Tsunade Senju, he added, turning his gaze to Hammer. Interesting. The chains withdrew from the ground and returned to Kushina, where they waved menacingly in the air. Tsunade straightened and cracked her knuckles before saying, We've been hoping to meet you for years, she said. And why is that? He asked curiously. Kushu had warned him they would react negatively to his presence, but the Bijou had neglected to fully explain why. You tried to kill my son, Kushina snarled, so now I'm going to kill you. Her hands tightened on the nodachi she wielded, and he could see her chakra flaring wildly as she prepared to move. It only took him a moment more to connect the dots and understand what was going on. When he next met Kushu, they would be having words about the Bijou's rather short-sighted plan. He did not relish the thought of two S-class shinobi with a personal vendetta against him, especially for something he had only technically done. That's the end of this tale for now. Like if you enjoyed, subscribe and become part of the fandom. Comment your thoughts below, and with that being said, have a great rest of your day in peace.